players here over and over again. They have to qualify to be here either through the regional championship qualifiers or sometimes on MTGO. There's a lot of ways to qualify to be here this weekend. We also had the last chance qualifiers yesterday. Some players arrived here to Bologna. They were not qualified. They managed to qualify, and we had cases where these players that arrived to the venue without being qualified for the event, qualifying through these last chance qualifiers, made it into the Pro Tour.
Yeah,
made it in top 8, so they might just walk out here with the full prize. And speaking of prizes, we have over $100,000 in prize pool. So not only the invites, but also a lot of money in stake as well for the competitors. So I-Stake tournament. I want to say that because last time that we were casting together was in Utrecht, it was the Magic Spotlight Series, so a bit of a different event where day one was closed deck list. Now this event is going to be open deck list, right? That will change a bit things, so players know what each other are playing. Do you have any prediction on what decks we might see play here a lot this weekend, Simon?
So, honestly, going into the tournament, it was kind of unclear what the most popular deck would be, which is rare for a standard tournament. Oftentimes, there's like one deck that is like by far the most popular, and then some other decks trickling in. But here, the spot quote vibe between the mono-red aggro that we'd seen do well last Pro Tour, and just like these mouse aggro deck doing quite well in standard for just the past, like, very long time at this point. So mono-red aggro, Esper Pixie, another one of the breakouts that came out at the start of this year, still holding strong, slowing down a little bit with stock up and getting the new card Sunpearl Kirin. And then the third deck is at Prowess, which is enabled by a new card from Takir in Cory Steelcutter. This is a card we're going to see a lot of. And so any of these three decks could be the most popular deck. We were quite unsure. And it ends up being Izzet Prowess as the most popular.
Simon, I have to say, players better be ready for some combat magic this weekend, because we are going to see a lot of it. And let's see our caster fantasy draft. So what players do we think are going to be doing well here this weekend? Starting with Team Nielsen, your own. What do you have to say, Simon?
Yeah, so I picked, I started out by first picking one of my teammates here. As you can, this is not quite in the order we got picked. So Arne snatched up Stefan Schütz right underneath my feet, and you took out Canister, Piotr Gogowski. So there's a bunch of people that I wanted to take that I didn't get take from Team Handshake, but yeah, setting my sights on Matiko Isma, as well as I think that the name I want to highlight the most from this list is Adriano Moscato. So Adriano is an Italian player. He's a Magic Online grinder. He plays a lot of the standard challenges, and is oftentimes when you see a deck from Il Nano, that is his online name, this is a well-tuned and tight deck. It has good sideboard plans, and this is what Adriano has done with Jeskai Oculus, which is another one of these up-and-coming decks that people has really set their eyes on. So I think Adriano for a standard tournament, that's what I'm rooting for.
I have to say, when it comes to caster fantasy draft, Team Karsten, I feel like is always a bit ahead, because we know that Frank Karsten plays with numbers, so he knows what players do well. Last time you did pretty well though with your instinct, Simon, and I think you came right ahead as well with your choices for the Utrecht event. Now a new team here is Maria's team, Team Tagi Zad. Maria, that is here, our host and interviewer for this weekend. We are really excited to have her on board, and also with a lot of interesting choices. So throughout the weekend, we are going to keep updating you how we are doing our caster fantasy draft, and of course at home you can participate. Tell us what players do you think will do well this weekend. You can see the deck list, you can see what players are here. We have over 1,000 competitors here this weekend, so a lot of players, a lot of good magic to be shown. Simon, what do you think here? Who do you think is going to go ahead? Definitely your team, right?
I mean, obviously I have a belief in my team, but also I just want to highlight Karsten's team, as you said, and specifically the fact that he got to pick the two finalists from last regionals, Alex Rohan and Fernando Palmero Garcia. So looking strong right there. And then I also think there's some, if you look at Arne's team, there's some really strong blue-white omniscience players on this team. Adrian Inigo Tested and Bartek with the last name. And this is these players are like combo experts, right? We also saw Bartek doing just do quite well with the breach deck. Adrian has been playing all sorts of combo decks. Previously won a regionals with Lotus Field and is now playing Omniscience in this tournament. Another one of the relatively popular decks that people have put their energy to.
I'm really excited to see how we do with our Casters Fantasy Draft. And actually, we are not starting with round 1 today. We are going to start and see a bit of round 2 and then get into round 3. So we are getting a bit of a later start, but you will see plenty of action and see what decks are doing well. I also want to say that the top 36, as I said before, qualifies for the Pro Tour, and that Pro Tour is going to be an Atlanta Edge of Eternity. So excited for that one. You're going to participate, I'm sure.
I certainly am, yeah. And that Pro Tour is going to be modern as well. So obviously these players are in for a little bit of challenge. Maybe they qualify for here through a limited regional qualifier. Then they're playing standard here, and then if they qualify here, they're playing a modern Pro Tour, just getting the whole enchilada.
And Simon, do you know what's the advantage of not starting on round 1 today and actually starting a bit later?
I got to sleep in. We got to do a draft yesterday as well.
That's true. And it was really fun. But another one besides us being able to sleep in is the fact that we have the meta breakdown ready for you. And who better to show you all the stats than Maria and Frank, so let's toss back to them.
Hello. Hello everyone, I'm Maria, your host, and here we have your metagame mentor and our data analyst, Frank Karsten. So hello, Frank.
Hello, Maria, and hello everyone watching. A pleasure to be here.
Yes, so tell us, what does the metagame look like here at Regional Championship in Bologna?
Yeah, that is indeed the question that everyone is wondering about at the start of the event. Well, I've gone over the 1,071 deck lists, wrangled their archetypes so that they're all correct and consistent on Melee, and this also allowed me to break it down into a nice metagame breakdown graphic. So let's take a look at what the most played decks are going to be here in the field in Bologna. Well, as it turns out, the most played deck overall, it's actually Izzet Prowess.
Yeah, surprise.
Yeah, it was one of the decks that many players were indeed expecting a lot. 179 competitors showed up with it. That makes up 16.7% of the field. And it just shows that Core Steel Cutter is an absolute powerhouse.
Right.
Along with like all the 1-mana spells and the card draw effects, it's very easy to just keep making all these monks turn after turn and eventually overwhelm the opponent with them. So it has really rocketed from basically nowhere into the most played archetype after Tarkir Dragonstorm. Yet there's even still a bit of variety across those 179 players.
Yeah, so that's very interesting. You're talking about the diversity among this Izzet Prowess deck. So what do you mean by that?
Yeah, so the most common versions are using aggressive creatures like Monastery Swift Spear and Slickshot Show Off, along with Monstrous Rage, to win the game very, very rapidly with hasty red creatures. That's around like 80% of the Izzet Prowess players. But then the other 20% more or less shaved those early drops and pump spells, and instead ran more removal spells and cards like Hearth Elemental, which gives you some more mid-game card draw power, even like a 1-mana 4/5 at some point, alongside some other creatures. So there are various ways to build around Core Steel Cutter, and it's going to be very interesting to see both how well Izzet Prowess is going to do in this event as a whole, but also like which types of versions are going to come out ahead on top.
That's true, that's true. Okay, so next up is Mono Red, and overall Tarkir Dragonstorm is here for 3 weeks only, and already it impacted the format significantly and maybe even changed it. So Mono Red, already very well established deck, but what's new?
So indeed, Mono Red is still around as a very established archetype, using, for example, the Manifold Mouse along with Monstrous Rage to set up these fast double strike trample kills, especially when you have like a Heartfire hero on turn 1. It can go fast. What is new is Terza Light Shatter, the 3-mana 3/3.
Yes.
That gives you a bit of like more mid-game strength, can also draw and discard cards. And many players have removed Monastery Swift Spear in favor of Terza Light Shatter.
Right.
So this gives the deck a bit more strength into the late game and also makes you less vulnerable to temporary lockdown, which is one of the best positioned answer cards in the entire field.
Yes. Best answer to Core Steel Cutter, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Like, by the way, Monstrous Rage and Temporary Lockdown are both quite popular, heavily played, but not the most played cards in the field. For anyone watching, post some guesses in the chat what are actually the most played cards in Standard in this tournament. I can answer that at the end.
This is going to be interesting to see. All right. So next up is Esper Pixie. Esper Pixie also got an update.
It did. So Esper Pixie is 10.5% of the field. And it still uses the Nurturing Pixie, this town ain't big enough to get those value-driven enchantments like Hopeless Nightmare back into your hand. Still has the same core game plan, but what's new is Sunpale Kirin, kind of a 2-mana Pixie, except with Flash. Exactly. So now you can like both pass a turn with 2 mana up and then just decide what to do depending on what the opponent has. You know, go for this town ain't big enough and know what to run if you need to interact. Otherwise, go for the Sunpeel Kirin and bounce something of use. And it also just adds more bounce effects, making the strategy more consistent as a whole.
And so much flexibility, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Next up is Jeskai Oculus that shares the spotlight with Azorius Omniscience, but let's talk about Jeskai Oculus first. For me personally, it's my favorite deck. It got a lot of new toys, so let's talk about them.
Yeah, it is an awesome deck where the best possible hands involve discarding Abhorrent Oculus early on and then reanimating it with Helping Hand. This way you can circumvent the additional cost. Now, from Tarkir Dragonstorm, this deck gained Glacial Dragon Hunt. Yeah. That's the 2-mana draw and discard effect that can then also damage a creature if you discard a spell.
Yes.
And that has led to some additional consistency and setting up your graveyard, for example, discarding the Oculus. Also the Terza Light Shatter, the 3/3, has also been added to the deck. Kind of a similar theme, drawing and discarding is great when you're reanimating stuff. And partly due to those two additions, most, 90% of the Jeskai Oculus decks have also added Marauding Mako, the 1-drop that grows whenever you discard. So it starts as a 1/1, but with the right draw, you can easily be attacking with a 4/4 on turn 3.
Yeah, very aggressive.
Yeah, the deck has kind of changed, right?
Yeah, it became truly an aggro deck with an edge, basically.
Yeah, sort of. If it wants to, it can easily kill on turn 4.
Yeah, amazing.
And yeah, 8.6% of the field.
Okay, and Azorius Omniscience. So I feel like it became more consistent with this new addition from Tarkir Dragonstorm.
Yeah, so the game plan of the deck is still to discard Omniscience and then return it with Abuelo's Awakening. But previously you would have to win with sort of convoluted Invasion of Arcavios loops. Yes. And now the main new part from Tarkir Dragonstorm is that it gained Roiling Dragonstorm and Marauding River Regent.
Yes.
So Marauding River Regent is the dragon that when it enters you get to bounce to other permanents. Yeah. If you have 2 of them, then they can start bouncing each other. And then with Roiling Dragonstorm in the mix, you can basically draw your entire deck. So that gives sort of a new way to win the game once you control Omniscience.
Yeah.
And then most players still have 1 Invasion of Arcavios in the deck to then fetch Jeskai Revelation and set up a game-winning loop. But because Roiling Dragonstorm and Marauding River Regent are just better to draw naturally,
right.
It is a solid improvement to the deck as a whole, and has also become a bit more popular now, 8.6% of the field here.
Yeah. It's fun to see a combo deck and all these different archetypes represented, isn't it?
Yeah.
And next up is Jeskai Control. Like a completely new deck, thanks to Tarkir Dragonstorm.
Indeed. Yeah, we had Azurius control before, but now I think the most important addition is Shiko, Paragon of the Way. A very powerful dragon that in the mid game can then recur a lightning helix if you need to control the board, or stock up to just draw a bunch more cards.
Yes.
And also when you have added those dragons to the deck, Dispelling Exhale is sort of a super powered mana leak. So this sort of deck has gained a lot from Tarkir Dragonstorm, and now we finally have good reasons to add red to a basic Azurius control deck.
Exactly.
You're still trying to answer threats in the beginning and then pull ahead with card advantage late game, but these new dragons, with Shiko in particular, has made the archetype a lot stronger. And 7.3% of the field is trying to control the game.
Definitely very exciting. And next up is Domain Overlords. So Domain Overlords didn't get much from Tarkir, and overall I would say that it lost its popularity after the last Pro Tour.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. It was both very popular and well-performing at the Pro Tour. I mean, Matt Ness took the title with it.
Exactly.
But it is still hanging on, 6.4% of the field. But because, well, for one, it indeed didn't gain much from Tarkir Dragonstorm, as you mentioned. And also the red aggressive decks have gained in popularity, which are commonly weaker matchups.
Right.
So for those two reasons, Domain Overlords, I mean, you can still transform your Overlords into big lifelinkers with Zur and get like all the value with the up to Beanstalk, 1-mana Leyline Bindings.
Yes.
But a little less popular than perhaps some people may have thought after Pro Tour Aether Drift.
Yes, yes. So Dimir midrange, me personally, I'm quite surprised to see it as much represented as it is. So what would you say about this particular deck?
It's a deck that is always gonna hang on. You know, you have your evasive 1/1 and 2/1s, which can help you gain value with Enduring Curiosity and Kaito. Right. Along with efficient disruption like Cut Down. You can never truly go wrong with it, but it's also not an archetype that seems to do all that well in large events. It performed very poorly at the last Pro Tour. Yeah. From Tarkir Dragonstorm, not a whole lot of relevant new additions. I was counting 0.7 Carsey Revenant in the average Dimir mid-range deck. That's like the supercharged Vampire Nighthawk. Yes. But apart from that, not many changes for Dimir mid-range.
Yeah, that's true. But now we also see Orzhov Pixie emerged. So we have Esper Pixie, now we have Orzhov Pixie, which is probably more of a control version of Pixie
sort of.
deck, right?
Yeah, this was a deck that was introduced by Ben Stark at the Pro Tour, where you also can use temporary lockdown to control the game, or just set up the power of Nurturing Pixie with Hopeless Nightmare.
Yes.
From Tarkir Dragonstorm, it gains Sunpale Kirin, which can actually set up some wacky lock loops. For example, if you have a temporary lockdown with, you know, maybe some opposing permanents, but also a Nurturing Pixie and a Hopeless Nightmare of your own, you can, in the opponent's draw step, bounce the lockdown with Sunpale Kirin, so that you get like a Hopeless Nightmare, forcing them to discard before they get to their main phase.
Yes.
And the Pixie can bounce the Sunpale Kirin, so then in your turn you have Lockdown and Kirin in hand again, and can just keep on doing that turn after turn and effectively lock your opponent out of the game. That adds a powerful new angle to the deck, and it has grown in popularity after the release of Tarkir Dragonstorm as a result, 3.8% of the field.
Yeah, well, it definitely sounds very powerful, and I would assume it plays well against aggro decks.
Yeah, the Pixie decks typically do well, because you can just recur your Nowhere to runs. Adding temporary lockdown should help as well.
Right,
yeah,
right.
Maybe it will do well.
Okay, and let's talk about the bottom decks that here are represented. So, Gruul Prowess. Now, we have a lot of, or like a couple of different Gruul aggro decks. Here is Gruul Prowess mentioned. So, what is inside, how it differs from other Gruul decks?
So, we used to have decks in Gruul that were mainly based around mice, with Innkeeper's Talent and stuff. those are still there, but at a lower clip. Those are I also archetype those separately. Likewise, Gruul decks with the red ley line, I also archetype those separately. Gruul Prowess, these are all the decks that run Quarry Steel Cutter. So no more Innkeeper's Talent, typically not even 4 Manifold Mouse. But instead, they have cards like Questing Druid and some other card draw effects to trigger Quarry Steel Cutter consistently, get those 2 spells a turn after turn, and make those monks to, well, eventually dominate the board. Quarry Steel Cutter, it's just everywhere, and even in Gruul.
Yeah, hence the prowess, right?
Yeah, that's indeed what sets this sort of deck apart from the more traditional Gruul builds. And yeah, as you see in the Metagame Breakdown, Gruul Prowess is under with 3.3%, whereas the more traditional Gruul Mice with Innkeeper's Talent or the Gruul Leyline versions, they're all wrapped up into other at lower shares.
Okay, and last but not least, Azorius Control.
Yep, good old Azorius Control, still wrathing the board and countering your spells. The Jeskai builds have gotten way more popular, but some people like a consistent mana base, which can certainly help as well. So valid reasons to stick with Azorius Control, just 2%. But looking at the other, it always depends on how you define other. Is that prowess is just a couple percentage points more than other.
Okay.
But overall, there's still a whole lot of diversity in there. Apart from the Gruul decks that I already mentioned, there's also Golgari midrange, Celestia Cage, Jeskai Convoke, mono white tokens at like, I don't know, 1% of the field. But then the list goes on and on and on. I really enjoyed looking at all the spice that's there. And it goes from, we have Boros Goblins, Celestia Toxic, Golgari Dragons, Simic Merfolk, Band Mill, we have Ores of Sacrifice, Abzan Roots, Boros Monuments, even like Esper Artifacts.
Yes,
there are a lot of spicy decks in there, and you bet I will be keeping an eye on all of them, and if any of them do well, we'll be sure to see them perform in the feature match area.
Of course, this is very exciting. The metagame is very diverse. So this is it. And back to casters.
Thank you so much, Marie and Frank. What a brilliant meta breakdown. Are you surprised, Simon?
I think I was a little bit surprised to see is it actually become this popular. Sometimes people lock in decks like a little bit beforehand with regionals. Sometimes they play the same decks they qualified with. And since Izzet is a new deck and then immediately like just rising to the top of the metagame, that's quite impressive and really speaks to like how strong this deck feels when you pick it up.
That's true. I mean, a lot of diversity here, but we see how strong prowess is. We see how many people decided to bring it, either with the Gruul prowess, the mono red, the Izzet. So a lot of options for aggro players, but also some options for control players. And I've heard, Simon, because we were talking yesterday, that there's a particular control deck that you really enjoy.
I mean, okay, so listen. I played one game with Jeskai Control, and it felt so good that I'm a control player now. Okay. That's all it took.
All it took.
One game, and I'm done attacking on turn 2.
You're done. And you think it does well against aggro decks?
I think so. I think the Jeskai Control deck is not like a great like overall deck, but I think it's really good at targeting aggro decks. It plays the temporary lockdowns, and it has these cards like Lightning Helix, Besa, and the new card Shiko that just dominate a board state from like the mid-game turns. Like on turn 4, 5, and 6, this Jeskai Control deck will say, oh, you thought you were ahead? I'm gonna turn that around, and now I'm ahead. And it actually doesn't even play out that much like a control deck, because these catch-up mechanics just kill your opponent very quickly once they land.
And are you surprised that 7.3% of the field is actually this Jeskai Control deck?
I think that was actually more than I expected it would be, so I'm quite happy to see that. And I'm even happier to see who is playing it.
That's right. So we are going for round 2, and we are going to have a fantastic matchup. It's going to be Jeskai Control piloted by Andrea Mengucci versus Mono Red Aggro piloted by Philippe Souza. So we are ready to see some magic action and see if actually this Jeskai control as what it takes to become the leader in the control decks, which already we see being according to the meta breakdown. Now, what do you think of this particular matchup against Mono Red in specifically? Because this Mono Red also is a very interesting choice, right?
So this Mono Red deck is trying to emulate the same strategy as the Mono Red decks we see in Pioneer that are quite popular at the moment, playing 4 copies of Sunspine Link's main deck.
You cannot gain life.
And so, yeah, that's the hate card that you usually would have against Domain. But also with the Jeskai control deck and even the Jeskai Oculus deck, like there's all of the and the Pixie deck, there's a lot of 3-color decks available in the format at the moment. And so Felipe decided to just put these Lynx's main deck, just lean on the power of that card as a finisher, not playing the Tursas that a lot of the other red lists are playing. And that, will definitely give him a much better position in the game ones, especially since Andrea's deck doesn't play that many counterspells. He has 2 Change the Equation and 2 copies of the blue Exhale. Alongside the 7 dragons in the list. So Dispelling Exhale often will be an answer to this, but Andrea might not always have the mana up for this, especially since he's looking to tap out on turns 4 and 5 for these powerful effects, such as, Beza, Day of Judgment, Shiko, etc.
Beza is a great way to also come back from a position where you are behind, so very good against.
It's built for that, yeah. It's
exactly.
Perfect for it.
And players shuffling up, let's see who's going to start.
I used to hate Beza because, my aggro draws just I can never get through it. But now, after 1 game with Jeskai control, I love Beza. Beza,
Simon,
my friend now.
Officially a control player since playing this Jeskai. So if that Jeskai can convert you into a control player, I believe that we might see doing fantastic things here this weekend. As a reminder, this is the first round that we are showing, but it's actually round 2 of the tournament, and players are 1-0. Looks like Andrea starting here, so...
Looks like a 2-lander as well, so... No, 3-lander. Okay, he's fine.
Starting here with a claw already. So, hired claw for Philippe, going to start dealing some damage. 2 men up from Andrea.
Essentially, I mean, there's a Lightning Helix in Andrea's hand, so he can, if he wants to, just go ahead and clear out that hired claw. Of course, you don't want to clear it out just now. Like, you can just take the 2 damage, use your life total as an advantage, and if Felipe goes to, for instance, pump it, then you can kill it. If Felipe plays a better 2-drop, you can kill that. So using your life total as an advantage to just take a little bit of damage and then set yourself up for a better position to use your answers better. Usually a good idea when playing control. And here we see stock up.
I mean, I feel like this is one of the few cards from Aether Drift that actually see a lot of standard play. And what a card. This card is fantastic at giving you exactly what you need against every matchup. So Menguchi, looking at the top 5, chose 2 of them forehand.
I think Menguchi was looking for white sources here, because you can see he only has 1 white land and it does have temporary lockdown in hand. But here we see Felipe saying, showcasing why you don't need Tursa in this deck, because Rockface Village turns all your 1-drops into 3-power haste creatures. Yeah,
very strong there with a hard fire hero, so Felipe immediately dealing some damage.
And there was the second white source for Andrea, but cannot play the lockdown yet. Of course, deck doesn't want to either. It's just a single mouse at the moment. Andrea also chose to play Rides End in his list instead of playing full 4 copies of Get Lost. And Rides End, another one of the cards from Aether Drift that actually, surprisingly, it's the commons and uncommons that have had an impact on the metagame.
That's true.
But this one, essentially just a 2-mana way to exile an attacking creature. The exile clause on this card is often extremely important, especially when you look at Heartfire Hero, that when it dies, can deal a ton of damage to the opponent.
Exactly, so here not getting the advantage from cards like Up the Beanstalk, but being good just exiling stuff. And let's see what Philippe can do. I know there's a Lightning Strike in hand, also a couple of lands, so Menguchi's still pretty high on life.
Yeah, so no, Menguchi has taken some damage. I believe that our life totals are not being correctly shown at the moment, and this is huge. Felipe choosing to play the Sunspine Links into the open mana, Andrea having one of his 4 counterspells here to get rid of it. I believe that Andrea should be at... He's at 16 life, I think.
Yeah, so still maybe pretty high against the Mono Red.
Didn't hit a 5th land though to land this Shiko. That would have been a huge turnaround if you could play Shiko, get back the Lightning Helix, kill off that Heartfire Hero. But Felipe just seems a bit land flooded here and has to just rely on the rock face village, hoping that his Heartfire hero goes through, but nope, right end will take right care of it. And actually Felipe has a line there to use Lightning Strike to kill his own Heartfire hero, dealing 4 damage to Andrea, essentially turning your Lightning Strike for 1 more point of damage, but of course giving it a little bit less flexibility, so makes sense to not just go for that at the moment. Okay, there is an Ember Heart Challenger in hand, and that's actually quite interesting, and I think quite well played by Felipe. Usually the Ember Heart Challenger, it is at its best if you just hold it and wait and try to play it when you have a lot of lands and have a rock face village. If you play that as your last threat, this combination will make it, you just have this like card draw engine, and even if the opponent kills your Ember Heart Challenger, you will have gotten a card off it already.
And Simon, looks like Philip actually picked up Manifold Mouse as the draw for the turn.
Yeah, so you could actually also just go ahead and just land that mouse. But I think he's deciding to go for Ember Heart Challenger before playing his land drop. This is a decision you can... Okay, so Andrea, with the Dispelling Exhale in hand, could counter it by revealing Chico and asking Felipe to pay 4. But instead, Andrea says, no, I'll keep my counterspell for these Sunspine Lynxes.
Wow.
The open deck list playing in huge here for this control deck, allowing you to line up your answers however you see. And Andrea saying, yeah, I can let this challenger resolve. I can maybe even take the damage here, go to, I believe, going to 14 of this attack if it hits. Instead of risking that there's a Monstrous Rage, saving the challenger from Lightning Strike. So you could go end of turn, Lightning Helix, and then even if there is a Monstrous Rage, you can untap and then play Chico and try to Lightning Helix again.
Yeah, so let's see what Andrea Mengucci chooses to do. I mean, in a very good position here with a lot of options, and just letting the damage come through.
Yeah, as we see, Andrea was indeed at 17, now takes 3 damage down to 14. Right, so we have the life totals are up to date now. The timer seems relatively up to date. It is round 2 though, not round 1, just a clarification. But yeah, this is our warm-up round while we wait for round 3 to start, when we actually will start our official coverage here.
Another Manifold Mouse was the pickup here for Philippe. Now, playing one with Offspring, so let's see if that does resolve.
So interestingly, Andrea chose to not use the Lightning Helix at all, just like untapped all of his lands and then spent a lockdown on this challenger, not allowing Felipe to use a Monstrous Rage. And this is a good enough card where Andrea says, okay, I don't want to also have to spend my Day of Judgment on this Manifold Mouse. Now I will use Dispelling Exhale, revealing Chico to counter this unless you pay 4. And I wonder if it's time to just play Chico and stock up here.
Yeah.
Because Andrea's out of counterspell, so there's no point in holding up the Dispelling Exhale anymore. His life total is high enough that even if a Sunspine Lynx come down, it's not the biggest of an issue. And Chico, like, drawing 2 cards when it enters the battlefield like this, it is so powerful. You can even find an untapped land and change the equation if you wanted to have extra insurance against that Sunspine Lynx. But it seems like he did not find the counterspell.
Get lost land.
So that's a get lost, and sits there with the Chico in play.
You know what? I can see, Simon, now why you like this card so much.
It's
value. It
is massive. And you know what the best part of the card is? Look at that size. It's a 4/5.
It's true.
How much damage do these red spells deal? It's like, you know, you can kick Burst Lightning for 4 damage. Yeah. It still doesn't take down Chico.
I think only Frenzy is the card that can deal with this.
And it has Vigilance, so you just attack for 4 each turn, still can block with it. It doesn't take very long before the opponent dies. All right, so here we see Felipe, Offspring and on a Manifold Mouse here, pumping up the token, giving it Double Strike and Trample. So this is a unassuming 2-1 Double Strike attack here. Could get eaten by the Chico, but of course, if there is a Lightning Strike, Felipe can let first strike damage resolve, then Lightning Strike the Chico. So I think Andrea is actually saying, yeah, I'll just block, see if you have a Monstrous Rage. Felipe says, I'm just going to pass priority.
Yeah.
And then Andrea says, okay, I know that's Lightning Strike then, so now I'll use my Lightning Helix to take care of this. Go back up to 17. Another Lightning Helix drawn. Another stock up. Let's see if we can find the counterspell to really lock up this game. No counterspell yet, but just a Beza and even another Lightning Helix. Like this deck with the Chico and the Helixes kills the opponent really quickly.
I can see that, and honestly, I'm impressed on how strong this deck is. Now we have the Beza as
this
well.
Beza just gained 4 life, nothing else. It also, something that was really funny to me when I played with this deck is that I would expect Day of Judgment to be incredible in a control deck, or even gets a treasure token.
A treasure, and look, the mono red deck having more lands than the Jeskai control deck, that doesn't feel good for Philippe, I'm sure.
Definitely not a good position to be in.
Yes.
So yeah, this Basic coming down, gaining 4 life, Shiko attacking for 4 as well. But yeah, I expected Day of Judgment to be amazing in this control deck, but spots like this just happen all the time, where your board is just better than the opponent's board.
True, so activating the land there on the Manifold Mouse, we saw Screaming Nemesis, that is going to enter the battlefield.
Right, so Felipe can do the same line he did before with threatening the Lightning Strike, but actually Andrea does have the opportunity to just double block that Manifold Mouse, so that even if Felipe uses the Lightning Strike to clear one of the blockers, you still take it down with the other one, even through the first strike damage.
So...
And since last time, like, this is a bit risky though, because Felipe has Monstrous Rage and was patient last round. From Andrea's perspective, right, remember what happened last round. The same attack here happened. Andrea said, I'll block. Felipe said, no reactions. And then Andrea killed it. So Felipe could have actually still had a Monstrous Rage, and Andrea says, yeah, I'm just going to take the damage here, not risk the double block into Monstrous Rage, just expecting that maybe Felipe was just playing well and not playing the Rage into the open mana anyways.
Very patient. Now we have the Get Lost on the Screaming Nemesis.
And yeah, like, look at this board state. Like, you also don't need to like try and block and take care of these creatures when you have 8 power and play and your opponent's at 16. And you have 2 Lightning Helixes in hand as well. Like, Felipe is so close to dying at this moment.
Yeah, this deck is extremely good at not only having answers, but also applying pressure, which I feel like some control decks do lack. So we have here game 1, Andrea Mengucci winning and showcasing why Jeskai Control is surging into Standard, and Shiko being a card that impressed me. But honestly, Simon, Stock Up impressed me even more.
Yes, I mean, the Stock Up, and also this deck even gets to play more than 4 Stock Ups, because it also has the new Saga, Rediscover the Way, which lets you like look at the top, when it comes into play, you look at the top 3 cards, choose one. Next turn, look at the top 3 cards, choose one. That's even better than Stock Up.
Yeah. So you get to play multiple copies of getting to see exactly the spell that you need, and working out really well here for our players. But now let's take a look at the sideboard. Philippe will be on the play, which we know is very important for these red decks to do, especially against control decks. Now, there's a card, Temporary Lockdown, that we saw that punishes if Philippe decides to be like, okay, I lost this game, I'm going to try to go as fast as possible, but then there's Temporary Lockdown, a Day of Judgment. How can Philippe manage this situation against Mengucci?
So actually, Felipe doesn't have that much of a sideboard in his matchup, because the main sideboard card you have access to is Sunspine, and those are in the main deck. He does have 2 copies of Case of the Crimson Pulse. So that's the case that lets you, once you solve it by having no cards in your hand, it starts letting you draw essentially 3 cards a turn. And so that is the card that, you know, Felipe could bring in to have a, like, more essentially late game power to get through these big dragons. But there's also 3 copies of Lethal Mantic Barrage, and this is an answer that you might bring in over stuff like Lightning Strike or Burst Lightning, because it actually can kill Beza and Shiko.
For just 1 mana, right? So
just 1 mana, yeah.
Efficient there. But yeah, as you said, sideboard from Philippe's side, we see a lot of removal spells as well. Against probably the field that we saw all these prowess deck, all these aggro decks. Now Jeskai Control, I'm sure, is ready on the sideboard against so much aggro that we see in our meta breakdown. What can Mengucci bring from the sideboard?
So from Mengucci's side, it's just the 2 Authority of the Consuls. Those are the main cards you're bringing in here. There's also another copy of Beza and another copy of Change the Equation, which I assume both of those will come in. Change the Equation, of course, a main deckable card, because even against decks where it doesn't play red or green, like Esper Pixie, all their cards cost 2 or less, so it still can counter anything you want to counter. Except for, I guess, the this town ain't big enough. And then there's also 3 copies of Tishana's Tidebinder, which I'm curious if Andrea will bring in. It is not the most obvious sideboard card against red, but it does have some applications. Like, you know, if they trigger their Heartfire hero, you can then Tidebinder Mage counter that, and now their hero is just stuck at whatever size it was before, can't gain any more counters. Or you could just use it against the Manifold Mouse Offspring, just counter the Offspring trigger, and essentially you just dealing with their 2-for-1 card with just your own card, since the Tidebinder itself can trade with their remaining copy of Manifold Mouse. So there's a lot of like small things it can do, like countering the Screaming Nemesis trigger so you don't lose the ability to gain life, countering the Sunspine links into the battlefield trigger. There's actually a lot of triggers going on in Felipe's deck, so I think maybe we might see the Tishana's Tidebinders come in as well, maybe shaving a bit on some of the top end of this control deck, like the Meringue River regions. Probably don't need 3 copies of those into this matchup.
A card that I saw in Andrea Mengucci's deck that is not particularly good against this matchup, but I just wanted to talk with you about it. We've seen a lot of Rest in Peace because we see a lot of decks that utilize the graveyard, like the Omniscience deck. We have the Jeskai Oculus, but here Andrea decided to, instead of Rest in Peace, bringing Kutzil's Flanker instead. Oh, but we are right here. I can ask you later about it.
That's fair.
We start.
The answer to your question is that you can't play Rest in Peace with Chico.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Very smart. It would be a Nombo.
All right, we see a Hayekball leading the battlefield here once more, but this time Felipe on the play, so can get in a clean attack with this little guy before Andrea gets a chance to answer it. And Felipe, instead of playing it slow and trying to just buff up his creatures, is saying, yeah, I'm just gonna place things to the board and see if you have that temporary lockdown to catch you back up, because if you don't, you're in trouble.
And already a lot of things in the board, Philippe doing exactly what he wants to be doing, but Andrea...
It's a lot of lands in Andrea's hand. And I think that's a counterspell and a Lightning Helix and a Chico. So if there's a Screaming Nemesis being played here by Felipe, which I believe will be the play, because it doesn't get hit by lockdown. Yeah, Felipe just trying to curve out, saying, even if you answer this, at least I get the 4 damage in for my other creatures. Andrea having a think here. Oh, it's not a counterspell. It is a Tishana's Tidebinder. So yeah, just deciding to go ahead and clear off this Hired Claw. It's pretty funny. There's a 1-drop, a 2-drop, and a 3-drop in play, and Andrea could point that removal spell at any one of them, deciding to kill the 1-drop. That speaks a little bit to the power of this card.
That's true. Double strike there on the mouse, so 5 damage went through.
That was a great pickup from Andrea here. Ride's End, being able to deal with this Screaming Nemesis, and I think Andrea's just going to go ahead and do that main phase, just making sure that you don't give Felipe the opportunity to spend a Burst Lightning on his own Screaming Nemesis, dealing 2 damage to Andrea with the trigger, and then denying Andrea's ability to gain life for the rest of the game.
Again, Philippe seeming a bit flooded. Like game 1, I felt like Philippe did have a lot of lands. Now the same. There's a Manifold Mouse, I think, in hand, and then a couple of lands.
Oh, and Philippe does not want to expose that Manifold Mouse to a sweeper here. It actually would have been a good spot to go ahead and land that, but of course, Philippe, it doesn't play with full knowledge.
Ooh, but look, now there can be...
Yeah, because I think the only reason Philippe was able to make this play is because of this Soulstone Sanctuary, which lets him develop onto the board. This is still protected from, oh, that is funny, Tishana's Tidebinder, countering the ability of Soulstone Sanctuary. Yeah. It can still be animated on Philippe's turn. It does not lose any of its abilities, but essentially just taking away 4 mana from Philippe and making it a little bit harder for him to play out the game exactly how he wants to do.
And another reason why the card is so good as well against this deck, we see Lightning Strike in Philippe's hand, 1 Mountain and 1 Manifold Mouse.
So Philippe might have to just go ahead and animate the Soulstone Sanctuary again, attack with it, then use the Lightning Strike to clear off the Tishana's Tidebinder, getting in an attack for 5. And utilizing the Vigilance ability of Soulstone Sanctuary. And I think that is exactly what he's going to do.
I think he heard you.
Oh, but he doesn't have the land drop, of course. Yeah, so he doesn't have the mana to do this. Has to just roll in with this, decides not to attack with the Manifold Mouse, only offering to trade up with the Soulstone Sanctuary. And, right. Of course, the Soulstone Sanctuary is a mouse. So what happened there is Philippe chose to give double strike to the Soulstone Sanctuary, attacking for 6 with it, and Andrea immediately just protecting his life total, valuing that over the Tidebinder, chump blocking with it, and now has the opportunity. I think his hand is Chico and 4 lands, but that might be good enough, because Shiko is just, again, so big and board dominating. You're gonna gain your 3 life when you lightning helix either of these creatures. I think he's deciding which of these 2 to hit with a lightning helix, or if he should try and, because he doesn't have, yeah, he could also, the stock up that he put in the graveyard on turn 1 of the Surveil. Did he do that? I think he did that. Is now available to be flashbacked with Shiko, and Andrea saying, yeah, it's just not good enough for me to just clear one of your creatures at the moment. My life total is high enough. I can take this damage from the Soulstone Sanctuary, or I can block it with my Shiko. This double striking Soulstone Sanctuary, of course. And
yeah, going for the value play.
After that.
And getting the Get Lost and Temporary Lockdown from that stock up. The other 3 cards were lands. They went to the bottom of the library, so...
Oh, now we see Sunspine Links from Felipe, and of course there's this pesky Plains in Andrea's board. There's not that many basic lands in Andrea's deck. I see 3 Plains and 2 islands only. Only 5 basic lands, but Andrea does have 1 of them here, and we see this attack from Felipe here. So, giving double strike to, I assume, the manifold. Did you see where he pointed? I was looking at my deck.
I think it's the mouse, but I'm not.
That would make sense then, yeah, because then you can use the lightning strike to take care of the Shiko. So that's exactly what is happening here. And actually, Philippe can now tap the Soulstone Sanctuary for mana to play this lightning strike, take care of Shiko, just deal 2 damage with a.
Oh, looks like the double strike was on the.
The double strike was on the Sanctuary. Okay, that makes more sense. So it's interesting with the Manifold Mouse attack. I think Felipe was just saying, yeah, if you just want to block my mouse, you just take so much damage and you risk dying to a Monstrous Rage. So Andrea said, yeah, Andrea figured that he couldn't actually take that risk. And so this little attack with the Manifold Mouse, I mean, this is the sort of way you can try to play red decks, where you make attacks that you know are bad, right? Like Andrea could have just killed your Manifold Mouse, taken 6 damage and killed your Manifold Mouse for free, but doesn't know the exact contents of your hand, and so Andrea can't actually do that. And by attacking with the mouse, it meant you did 1 extra point of damage. Now, whether that damage actually matters here is to be seen. The Sunspine Links dealt with here with the Get Lost, then Temporary Lockdown sweeping up the Manifold Mouse and the map token, and then followed up with an Authority of the Consoles. Andrea now starting to gain life right back, but doesn't have any gas or any pressure. Has to rely on these Surveil lands.
Yeah, not great, but again, like that Authority of Consoles is able to slow down Philippe a bit.
It is a little bit, but not actually that much. Because, I mean, of course his haste creatures don't work anymore, but his cards still hit pretty hard. And Philippe actually saying, these 2 Manifold Mouse, attacking for 4 each turn is enough pressure. I don't want to extend my Heartfire hero here into a sweeper. And I think that's pretty well played.
But
because of the lightning strike. Wow. The Beza here. All right, so yeah, that is based.
Create 2 fish tokens.
And gaining Andrea for life. Sadly not bringing a treasure this time. That is unfortunate. It's also not drawing a card, right? Because I think Andrea still has... No, it is drawing him a card. Because Andrea had just 1 card in hand and drawing into a counterspell here. So that was actually an opportunity there for Philippe to use the lightning strike to Andrea's face just to ensure that no card was drawn. But of course, that gives you a lot less flexibility, and then you lose your ability to break through the Beza. So.
Yeah, and this is definitely changing the equation here with this Beza.
Wow.
Amazing in this matchup now. Attacking with both mouses. They have double strike.
So if Andrea goes ahead and blocks the Beza on this Manifold Mouse, you can kick your Burst Lightning here in the first strike step and just hope. Yeah, so you see first strike damage resolve. Now kick the Burst Lightning, but Andrea picking up that change the equation is absolutely massive in this moment, and will mean that Philippe's attempt to get rid of Beza does not work. Of course, the second fish does get to kill the Manifold Mouse offspring token. The little mouse child got murdered brutally by a fish, as it so often happens in these rural areas. And now we see, you know, Andrea saying, yep, this is a race I'm happy to engage in. Yep. I have no cards, you probably have no cards. Let's just attack for 4 and against your 1/1 mouse. But the 1/1 mouse is very quickly not a 1/1 anymore. Another Manifold Mouse being tuck-decked here. Putting a counter on Heartfire Hero, giving it double strike, zooming in for 4 damage.
Very good, that authority of consoles again being able to delay a bit. Stock up value.
This deck is like this Jeskai deck just has so many good top decks. It is just so good. Oh wow.
I am convinced.
I am never attacking with a creature that costs less than 3 mana again in my life.
Oh wow. That's a big statement.
Yeah, you will if you ever see me do that, you should know that it's not me.
Clip this Twitch and YouTube.
Clip it. Stand by it. There's 5 spells as well that Andrea can pick and choose between here of this stock up.
A lot of options.
You know, so there is a temptation to just pick 2 more stock ups of this stock up and just keep it going, but Andrea being a bit more disciplined here. Taking the lockdown, which actually will clear his own authority of the consoles, saying, I don't need that anymore. And honestly, the lockdown in this deck is so powerful because you have these big threats that don't die to your own lockdown. So even though Andrea was in a losing race situation here, the lockdown is exactly what he wanted to hit, letting him just control this race now. And yeah, Felipe, just with a lightning strike in hand, can't clear this base, is going to die in 3 turns. Andrea also picked up Tishana's Tidebinder here to counter any like Sunspine links, which is honestly a threat at the moment, right? Like Andrea has 7 lands in play, so Felipe with the Sunspine links could spell a lot of trouble for Andrea. Oh, that is a Lithomantic Barrage, so I guess we play on.
There it is, taking care of that Beza. We talked about this card. Very good sideboard.
Interesting. So Andrea can actually play out both of these Tidebinders here and attack for 6. He can also just play out one of them and say, I'm going to win, not right now, but next turn. And so that's like kind of interesting. I think he's going to keep one of the Tidebinders here for that Sunspine links in case... If Philippe has 2 removal spells in hand, it would be brutal if you played out both of those Tidebinders and then Philippe top decked 8 links and just dealt you so much damage. Oh, and there's the links. So we see Andrea being paid off here for keeping that Tidebinder. Felipe not surprised, given that Andrea played out in the first.
Chico now as well. Wow, look at the value.
That is so strong here.
Wow.
And I guess you can get back the Get Lost potentially, or just get another stock up. Why not? Why not look at even more cards? Find your other way to answer this links. You don't even need to answer it because Chico is winning in the air next turn. Oh, and there's even, you can even take a Lightning Helix and a Ride's End here. So you can clear up this links, attack for 3, and Felipe down to 1 life with you having Lightning Helix in hand. There might not be any way out for Felipe at this point. You see Andrea here counting his number of lands. Can he survive another Sunspine links here and says, I'm not gonna try and put you to 1 here. That is too aggressive. I'll just make sure that like no surprising thing can happen. If you attack with the links, then I can clear it with Rights and then I can use my Lightning Helix to gain life in case your last 2 cards is Burst Lightning and Sunspine links.
So exiled there.
And yeah, this means Andrea is clear to make this big attack here. Chico plus stock up, the combination taking out the game, and Andrea taking down round 2 here.
Wow, I am impressed. Simon, what a way to start here. The Ultimate Guard Regional Championship in Bologna. As a reminder, we have 8 rounds today, and this was round 2. Yes. Are you surprised by this matchup, and are you very impressed by this Jeskai control deck?
I mean, obviously I am. You know, now I've seen 2 games with the deck, right? The one I played on Arena and the one Andrea played just now. And nothing has happened to make me think that this isn't just the best deck I've ever seen.
I am really impressed, I must say. 7.3% of the field chose this deck, and I think they might have made a very good choice. I'm not going to lie. Now, the mono-red deck, I also have to say, Philippe got flooded a bit. We saw game 1 and 2 having a lot of lands to the point where Beza produced Andrea Mengucci a treasure, and this is something you don't see often against the mono-red matchup.
Yeah, there's like, what, like 5 more lands in Andrea's deck than there are in Philippe's deck. But yeah, you know, sometimes it does go that way, and especially that game where Philippe also didn't have any Soulstone Sanctuaries, which is usually the way that you come back from having a bunch of lands.
I'm really excited to see all these matches are going to play out. We have a lot of different decks, as Frank and Maria showed you before. You were obviously excited to see this one. I'm personally excited to see some Golgari, because there's no Golgari on the field, and I love Golgari.
There must be some Golgari players.
There must be somebody.
In the other categories. There's like, you know, a group of 5 players clinging to each other into this field of thousands of red decks.
Yeah. So let us know at home, if you are watching, what deck would you play if you were coming here to the regional championship Bologna? The format, it's standard. Let us know, what do you choose? A lot of people thinking that Curry Steel Cutter is the best card because they brought a lot of Izzet prowess. Do you agree that the Izzet prowess is stronger than this mono red that we just saw?
I honestly, the standard format is so new, and I think a lot of I'm going to answer the question the same way I think I'll answer a lot of your questions this weekend, is that I don't know. I can't wait to find out.
But that's why it's exciting that we have the first regional championship since Tarkir Dragonstorm got released, because we get to see how the decks are playing out. And another thing that it's very exciting is that there's now Foundations as well, which is a set. There is standard legal for 5 years. And not only that, the standard rotation is happening, so more standard sets are legal during a certain period. That means that we have a lot of cards into standard, and that is also shaping the way that standard is playing right now, right, Simon?
Yes. We used to like these small standard formats, and actually what often happens in the smaller standard formats is once they get to the summer season where we have the 8th set in standard, the red decks start to become really good. So the way the standard format works right now is that our starting point is where we have enough sets where the red decks are really good, and that really changes the speed of the format and the types of cards that people can play. But luckily, there's also all of these catch-up mechanics like lockdown and besa, etc. There's like these other ways to deal with the red decks that the format is just going to be based around.
Very exciting to see more games of Magic. First, let's have a quick video, and then we will be back for round 3 of the regional championship.
Overlord, that puts the extra 5 power you needed to make this clock work, and now you can just get back your pet card. Yeah, I think Solitude is great here because it removes the ability for Alberto to have a blocker to survive, and there's a breach drawn for turn, but it is too late now with the Magistrate.
Oh wow, this game has been insane.
It just doesn't work anymore. You can play the breach, of course, pay 3 mana for it, but you can't play anything. You just have to extend the hand, and that's
Raul taking the lead with Oz Blink.
Wow, the Spotlight Series Utrecht winner. Raul just, Poroyan just taking it down with Black-White Blink, playing Modern for a whole week. That's all it took for Raul to take down.
We told you it was a quick video. Very exciting. We were a bit shocked because we were hearing ourselves here in the video, and I was like, what's happening? So it was a bit of a spotlight from our last event, so showcasing the amazing events we have here. It was really fun to cast that one.
It really was, and how apt for the Tarkir standard set that we have a time travel bit episode here with the with the finals of the Spotlight Series Utrecht there, seeing Raul Poroyan win that one.
And we are getting ready for round number 3. So this is where things get exciting. We are going to see some players that are 2-0. We are going to try to bring as many different decks as we can, especially on day 1, see what's happening on the top tables. And I have to say, I'm excited for this one as well. Players at 2-0, they're having a fantastic start because they need 18 points or more to advance into day 2. Now, how does start 2-0 for you, Simon, boost your morale, or it doesn't matter? You're the kind of person that can start with a loss and still win all the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I actually, I wouldn't say I enjoy starting with a loss, but I think it's I mean, the way I approach things is that I expect to get my losses at some point. It's going to be in one of the rounds. I can't control which rounds I'm going to get my losses. I mean, I can try to affect it, but I can't. It's not always fully within my control. So if I'm going to get 2 losses in 2 rounds at random, sometimes that's just in rounds 1 and 3. And then I start the tournament 1-2. But that didn't necessarily mean that, my next rounds are going to go poorly as well, because if I envision myself as my run is going 6-2, and the 2 losses can be wherever you want. Sometimes you go 6-0 and you lose the last 2. Sometimes you lose the first 2 and you have to win out. And it's the same thing essentially, right? And so I know that it's all hope is not lost until you get that third loss. Of course, it is a little bit more stressful being in that bracket. Also, whenever you win a match, you knock someone out of the tournament. Sure. And the camaraderie between you and your opponent, it gets a little bit more on edge in that O2 bracket. But
I have to say, Simon, you are giving some inspiration words for the players that are starting here the tournament. They are currently 0-2, so you can make it. It's always fun because I feel like we always have that friend that starts 0-2 and they're like, yeah, I'm going home in the next loss, and then they never lose until the end of the day, and you end up waiting for them. So looks like we have Lorenzo here. I recognize Lorenzo from the Italian community as well. So playing at home, we are here in Bologna. And what did Lorenzo bring this weekend?
So Lorenzo is playing Jeskai Oculus. This is the new deck that people are spouting as the best deck in the field. This deck that is obviously trying to discard an abhorrent Oculus and then use Helping Hand to get it back, but also is really just a Proft Eidetic Memory deck. At this point, the deck is playing 4 copies of this card, alongside the 6 1-drops, Marauding Mako, and 2 copies of Spyglass Siren. And so many ways to draw extra cards. Steam Core Scholar, Terza Light Shatter, Fear of Missing Out. And the deck is just not really that reliant on the Oculus card anymore. Even also has the new Harmonized cards from the new set, Glacial Dragon Hunt and Winter Night Stories, which are perfect cards to discard and then bring back later with your huge creatures that are buffed up by Proft, or being Marauding Mako or the Oculus. So many big creatures here to get back your Harmonized cards for cheap. And up here is he against Mick Masson, who is Danish. He's from Copenhagen.
Oh, nice.
He is usually the type of player who just owns a bunch of stuff, typically a bunch of foiled out decks, and helps out me and Chris Larson for the Pro Tours whenever we are in need of cards. So yeah, huge shout out to Mick here, starting out 2-0 with mono white tokens.
I love this deck. I have to say, Elspeth Stormslayer might be one of my favorite cards from Tarkir. So I'm excited to see a lot of tokens into action. This deck, which also is a very interesting choice for the weekend. Why do you think Mick decided to bring it here?
Part of it might just be familiarity, right? Standard format is pretty huge. There's a lot of intricacies in how you play, and you can play your deck for quite a while. And so just playing decks you're familiar with might have a huge advantage.
Mako already?
Yeah, here we see the Mako develop already. Another reason is that the mono white deck is another temporary lockdown deck, and we have talked about how lockdown is just so well positioned in the current metagame here. So yeah, this mono white deck built around Caretaker's Talon. Whenever a token comes into play, you draw a card, and that's such a strong engine with all these token makers, of course the Bezas, the Overlord of the Mistmores, Elspeth, and even the beautiful Carrot Cakes that we see come into play right here. Very unassuming card, but in this deck, once you have your Caretaker's Talent down, it just draws you 2 cards, makes 2 1/1s, gains you 3 life, scries 2. It's amazing. Lorenzo here also starting out with his best card in the Proft Eidetic Memory. This card it's like up the beanstalk. It just comes into play and draws a card, only costs 2 mana, and then it sits there and gives you an advantage as the game goes on. In this case, instead of Beanstalk drawing more cards, it lets Lorenzo boost up his creatures to huge sizes. And Mick having the Caretaker's Talent here, these decks are firing on all cylinders here, and we're gonna be in for a fireworks show here, as it's gonna be raining with +1 counters and rabbits and everything else good under the sun.
A lot of card draw. I love Caretaker's Talent. Very interesting card, and yeah, excited to see how this deck performed this weekend against what might be one of the best decks in the format, Jeskai Oculus. I mean, at least doing pretty well overall, and gain some new toys, as Maria was saying in the meta breakdown, with the addition of Tarkir Dragonstorm.
Yeah, the Harmonized cards especially having an impact here. I wonder what Mick's game plan is for dealing with this Proft Eidetic Memory. He does have Get Lost in hand, so you might just have to just soak it up and
draw a card
and kill your and kill use Get Lost on that memory. I think actually he doesn't have that many more cards in hand. On the other hand, you could try and contain Lorenzo's creatures a little bit with your other cards. And since Mick is a little bit flooded here, I mean, I think he has the Get Lost and a secret card that he does not want to show us at the moment. It does have this Fountain Port, which is an engine especially with Sunken Citadel that you keep generating fish tokens and drawing cards of this Caretaker's Talent. Lorenzo here having just the next step of the perfect start here. The Steamcore Scholar. This weird detective is actually quite a strong card here. Drawing 2 and either discarding 2 or even sometimes discarding an instant, a sorcery, or a creature with flying. Actually decides to discard a land and a creature with flying. Which, I mean, I don't think there's a reason to the reason to discard the land here is that then you buff up the Marauding Mako, giving it an extra counter, and then the Prophetic Memory comes in here, and a Eidetic Memory, always get it wrong, comes in here, puts 2 more counters on that Mako, and this is a 6/6. This is a 6/6
oh, wow. For
attacking on turn 3. Yes.
I mean, this is not a great position for Mick Madsen to be. I have to say, this Jeskai Oculus deck is really surprising, and that Mako really strong very early on the game.
Oh, that's a Day of Judgment in Mick's hand, and Mick saying, I am flooded enough that I think actually Mick's plan here is to use that Get Lost on the Eidetic Memory. I got it right this time. To use it on that, like, before it gets to put counters on anything for Lorenzo. Lorenzo maybe is going to extend more to the board here, and then Mick can untap and just slam this Day of Judgment and be in control of the game from that point.
I love the patience here.
Yes, absolutely. Like this is a plan, a multi-turn plan that is unfolding before our eyes here. The biggest question or concern here is actually Mick's life total at the moment. Taking 6 from that Mako instead of jump blocking with that Rabbit does have some costs here, especially as Lorenzo can maybe with a second Proft can start to put counters onto that Scholar, which will make it not able to be blocked by this Rabbit token. See Lorenzo with the new card, Terza Light Shatter. So this is a very similar card to Steamcore Scholar. And Mick is just going to clear off this Proft just right now when there's no...
Before the counters.
Well, so the counters only come at the beginning of combat. So you could like let Lorenzo draw the cards and then still kill it. But there are 2 copies of Spell Pierce in Lorenzo's deck. So by doing it this way, you just like at least protect yourself from, I don't know, Lorenzo drawing into an island and a second Spell Pierce.
Mick can crack the Carrot's Cake, gain some life, make another blocker, draw a card from Caretaker's Talent. So there's some options to still get some card advantage, and then with the board wipe. So...
Right, and also remember that Terza has this triggered ability whenever you attack and there are not that many, and when there's 7 cards in the graveyard, yeah, you do get an advantage here. So Lorenzo just gonna go ahead and use a map on the Steamcore Scholar, maybe. Oh, right, there is actually a trigger ability from the Mako there. That should happen after the Terza has drawn cards. So it was almost too late. Like if Lorenzo takes a full action after those triggers should have resolved, well, the way the trigger rules work is that if there's a trigger that you should have done something that affected the board, like putting counters on the Mako, and you do another action afterwards that you can't do with the triggers on the stack, such as cracking a map, that's a sorcery-only ability, then the triggers will count as being missed, because it is Lorenzo's responsibility to keep track of those triggers. To be fair, I don't think it matters too much in this specific game state, because, well, the Rabbit token can just block anyways, and I do believe he will get the counters, because he kind of like stopped himself mid-action.
Yeah, it looks like they're putting some counters here, so that Mako now with 7 counters on it. And Lorenzo still has 1 mana available, using it to crack the map on the Scholar, getting... Ooh,
so you could just put that right in the graveyard here.
Yeah, you can
and get a little bit of kind of extra value. I mean, you also like don't get the opportunity to use the front side of it, so it's not really extra value. You just like get to draw a different card than the Glacial Dragon Hunt.
Looks like Lorenzo here considering whether that card goes into the graveyard, and it does.
So I think here Mick might just want to make another Rabbit, chump block the 2 the the 2 creatures, ground creatures here, and gain 3 life. So essentially staying at 12 life. Also drawing a card from the Caretaker's Talent, and then it's going to untap and slam that Day of Judgment. And now the question is, can Mick find answers for Lorenzo's follow-up here? The Proust Eidetic Memory has been taken care of. The and you know, and there is this, I see an Elspeth being drawn, and there's still this Caretaker's Talent in play to provide Mick with more card draw as the game goes longer. But Lorenzo has this one window here next turn to try and develop something big onto the board that Mick might not be able to answer in time, but that's a temporary lockdown picked up as well. Like you definitely still want to use your Day of Judgment on this turn here, clearing up those 3-cost creatures, but next turn, if Lorenzo's follow-up is something like Fear of Missing Out and Marauding Mako, well, then you can actually take advantage of that lockdown to clear out the board again.
So let's see what Lorenzo can do here to follow up that board wipe. 3 mana.
Is that just an Oculus cast?
Yeah,
yes.
like it is. Let's exile 6 cards from the graveyard.
Plenty of cards in the graveyard here for Lorenzo.
And Oculus is such a strong card.
It seems like Lorenzo really has to decide which card you leave in the graveyard. This matters both for drawing the next copy of Tertia and for having a bit more. It also matters for Delirium, of course, for the Fear of Missing Out. So deciding to leave the enchantment in the graveyard, that's usually the hardest card type to get in there. And now using the map token on this Oculus, Helping Hand on top saying...
That's a good one.
Well, kinda. You have to put it in the graveyard, though, because of the manifest trigger from Oculus. So you don't actually get to draw the card. And essentially, Lorenzo was just increasing the odds of hitting a creature with that manifest. So yeah, now the Elspeth not looking that good on this board, and this lockdown not looking that good. Oculus looking incredibly good at a 6/6 against Mick's 12 points of life.
Let's see what Mick decides to do here. Playing a land, tapping 5 mana, and it's Elspeth time.
Yeah, so the good thing about playing Elspeth here is that she just dies. But
is that it? That's the good thing? That's the bad one then?
That's the upside. But she does make tokens to draw your cards, and she does soak up the damage, so you have a bit more time. And so essentially what Mick is saying here is that it's kind of like a time walk effect, right? You do get to you do get to buy just a little bit of extra time. I actually wonder if he has... Right, he also has the opportunity to go -3, destroy target creature with mana value of 3 or greater. I did forget that part of Elspeth. So can just use it as a removal spell for the Oculus here, getting it out of the way, and obviously also letting your Elspeth die to the manifest token, but at least clearing off this issue. Or you can plus it here, draw a card, also not take damage from the Oculus, because that one will have to go and kill the Elspeth rather than go face. But then you need to find some other answer to this Oculus, and it's not like your deck is chock full of answers. So it's kind of a difficult scenario. Of course, these tokens also can matter. You can use your Caretaker's Talent to make copies of them later to draw another card at some other point when you need to. So it's this is setting up Mick in a bit of a better spot to keep some more card flow going, but you are banking on finding other ways to clear that Oculus.
One thing that I really like about these Jeskai Oculus is that it's a bit less graveyard dependent than previous versions that we saw with Azorius.
Yeah, much less actually. What Lorenzo can do is just shave a couple of copies of Oculus, shave a couple of copies of Helping Hand, and just be an aggro deck with all of these card draw and discard effects. Oh, and here we see once again the Glacial Dragon Hunt here from the map token from the... Whoa, that is the second Oculus. So, wow, that Helping Hand being put into the graveyard was actually huge, and that's an attack for 12. So Mick getting severely punished for that decision on the Elspeth to not kill the Oculus. Of course, would have still been in a lot of trouble regardless. But yeah, that's... the Oculus being the second Oculus being the third card down. So actually the map token, putting Helping Hand in the graveyard, was huge there.
That's the thing with Get Lost. You also help your opponent a little bit. Now, let's see the answers in the sideboard. And as I was saying, Simon, I feel like this Jeskai is a bit more equipped to deal with the post-sideboard graveyard hate, right? So
Yes.
what can the mono-white player here do against this Jeskai Oculus?
So, you actually don't have that many answers outside of the 2 copies of Rest in Peace, which I think you're bringing in, but I'm not even sure they're actually good. They might even be bad. They do turn off the Delirium of Fear of Missing Out, and they do turn off the Harmonized card, so yeah, it's probably still worth bringing in. But I'm just saying that it's like not that great, and it makes your Enduring Innocence much more vulnerable. It makes your Caretaker's Talents, I guess they're not affected by it, right? They say whenever it's sacrificed, yeah, so those ones are good. But at least Enduring Innocence are going to be affected by your own Rest in Pieces. You also have Boonbringer Valkyrie and Destroy Evil. I think Destroy Evil is probably the best sideboard card you can have here because it takes care of the Proft as well as some creatures like Fear of Missing Out, but it also takes care of the big creatures like Oculus.
So very good options there. I mean, at least a couple of them. And on the other side, what do you think the Jeskai Oculus is going to bring against this mono-white deck?
Yeah, so on the other side here, I think that we might be seeing the Chandras come in. This is a sideboard plan we even saw at the Japanese Jeskai Oculus lists from the last Pro Tour, which actually, I mean, almost put 2 copies in the top 8. We had just Ken Yukihiro missing out on tiebreakers, Kenza Harane making top 8. They were playing 3 copies of Chandra Sparkhunder, the new Chandra from Aether-Drift, as a way to deal with sweepers, because she just comes down and makes this vehicle that has haste, doesn't get swept up by Day of Judgment, and it's just going to continue to be a threat. Also, the 2 copies of Destroy Evil from Lorenzo are going to be important as ways to clear up Temporary Lockdown or Caretaker's Talon or Besa, whatever it is that you might need to deal with. There's also a Lauren and an Exercise in the sideboard as well for Lorenzo here. Exercise particularly good at exiling the Enduring Innocence.
Oh yeah, and Lauren can take care of Caretaker's Talent, for example. So there are a lot of options as well in both sideboards. This is open deck list, so they both know what each other might bring here. And yeah, just showing, we saw, this is our second match of the day, and we saw 4 different decks. I love to see that, a lot of variety in Standard right now. I'm also curious to see the Is It Prowess deck in action, I have to say.
You see a lot of variety, but we haven't even seen the most popular deck yet.
Because, you know why? I've seen this deck only play on Arena, but I want to see it in paper, because things are going to get very interesting with you creating all these monks, all these triggers happening. It's not an easy deck to play, or at least to keep track of everything that is going on.
I think in both ways. Like, it's obviously not that easy to keep track of the Prowess triggers, I should say, but also not that easy to play a deck that has so many 1-cost spells that you sometimes might not even want to play every 1-cost spell you have. Like, because you might want to hold them to be a Prowess trigger on a certain later turn, or to trigger your Corey Steel Cutters. And the question of like whether to, use your burn spells as ways to deal with creatures and like buy you some time to resolve the stock ups, or when you need to use them to hit the opponent in the face and try to deal damage. It's like quite a flexible deck, and usually that leads to pretty challenging play patterns.
And as we get ready for game 2 here of this round 3, let us know where you are watching from, because I'm always curious to know where people are watching. Do you know that they're watching not only on Twitch, but YouTube as well, Simon?
Yeah, shout out to the YouTube viewers. Can you just give us a big woo wherever you're seated? I know we can't hear you, but the people sharing the room with you can certainly hear it.
Good one, Simon. Let us know where you're watching. We see a lot of different places from all around the world, and I gotta say, I love that. Thank you for spending your Saturday with us, me and Simon, and then your other casting pairing that you didn't see yet, but will soon, is Arne and Martin Yuza.
Absolutely. I mean, I love spending a Saturday, with you and just our 2,000 closest friends.
It's a blast, and honestly, it's so sunny here in Bologna this weekend.
It really is. I am regretting that I'm wearing a blazer at this moment as we speak. But also as we speak, Lorenzo is drawing up an opening hand here, card by card, looking up to the sky, trying to remember how many cards you start with in your opening hand. But it is 7, and I think these players might be ready to start.
Yeah, so let's take a look as the action will start. They are deciding here Mull and Keep. Look like Lorenzo mulled.
Never mind. We see a quick little mulligan from Lorenzo here. And yeah, let's keep talking about the, the stream.
You know, it's interesting because Mike here was on the play. So Lorenzo waited to first you tell me your decision on mulligan, and then I choose mine. Now I want to ask you, Simon, if you ever changed your decision of mulligan based if your opponent mulliganed or not?
I think so, but it doesn't happen that often because the decision has to be quite close. And it's not even super clear which direction impacts it in which way. Like, are you supposed to mulligan a greedy hand if the opponent mulligans themselves or if they keep, right? Because if they are mulliganing and potentially going to 5, but you kept a greedy hand and you just lose anyway, like, maybe that's actually an incentive. If they're mulliganing, it might be an incentive for you to mulligan as well. Or if they mulligan, they might have a slower hand, so it might actually be you might actually be incentivized to keep your greedy hand because your opponent's not going to put as much pressure on you. I think in general it tends to go in the first direction I mentioned, where actually if the opponent mulligans, that should incentivize you to mulligan more as well, because the card difference matters a little bit less. And mulligans doesn't necessarily mean that their draw is slow or dysfunctional. It just means that it doesn't have that much longevity, especially with the London mulligan. Like, you can mulligan to 5 and have a perfectly fine curve out as you would on 7. That doesn't actually change anything. What changes is how many cards you have left over after your curve out.
And we are starting here with a Spyglass Siren and creating a map immediately. On the other side, we see that Destroy Evil that entered post sideboard. There's also a Carrot's Taker that Carrot's Cake that Mike decided not to play.
Yeah, so I wonder if Mick is keeping up answers for a Proft here. Lorenzo not playing out that card. Maybe has a Spell Pierce here. This, smells a lot like Spell Pierce, especially using the map token after you play your land drop for turn. Normally, you would just drill a bit less info by using your island first, but the fact that he didn't do this should tell Mick that there is a Spell Pierce in Lorenzo's hand here, and Mick playing beautifully around that by developing not the Caretaker's Talent, but the Enduring Innocence, another card that has a very similar effect of drawing cards every time a little rabbit token comes into play.
I really like this card, very persistent on the board, but that Spyglass does have flying, so dealing 1 damage here with a Spyglass, playing land for the turn and passing.
I see also Disdainful Stroke, I think it is, in Lorenzo's hand. There's another card you can bring in here, countering Day of Judgment, countering Beza, countering Elspeth. Not actually that many, and also the White Overlord, of course. So there are quite a lot of targets in this white deck, but it doesn't deal with any of the card advantage engines. And we see Mick here again, developing a second Innocence here. Lorenzo's Disdainful Strokes, Lorenzo's Spell Pierce, completely blanked by this sequence from Mick. And these lifelink creatures aren't easy to race, but Lorenzo's going to go give it a try here with the Steamcore Scholar. Hopefully discarding just 1 card right now, maybe even discarding that Spell Pierce, discarding a second copy of Steamcore Scholar.
Because he does have flying, so Lorenzo discarding it there, playing a land, a Restless Anchorage.
That's another flyer added to this board. So this really is a lifelink versus flying dual deck here. As these Enduring Innocences are going to keep slamming in here. Lorenzo could block, but it's not a very good block here because the Innocence is just going to stay in play.
I really like Fountain Port.
And I love this here. Now that Lorenzo is tapped out, you can slam down this Overlord of the Mistmores, make 2 more flyers here, completely stopping Lorenzo's game plan of winning in the air and drawing you 2 more cards. Of course, the Enduring Innocences only trigger once each turn, so you don't draw 4 cards, but this is still
pretty good.
It's quite good indeed. And now there's even the extra clock of if Lorenzo is taking too long to break through this board, the Overlord is going to come off imp hand here.
I was going to say how good Fountain Port it is with the Enduring Innocence, but never mind, this is way better. And what a board here that Mick is able to develop.
I also want to highlight that Mick actually has a lay-down arms that he could have used on the Steam Core Scholar, but decided not to. And we also see now why Lorenzo discarded his Steam Core Scholars to have a target for this helping hand. But yeah, Mick choosing to hold on to that lay-down arms, waiting for a more scary threat than just a 2-2 flyer. Maybe an Oculus in the future, for instance. Lorenzo here not getting to discard just one card here, instead deciding to discard 2 fast lands, and now gets to develop this Proft. So now Lorenzo can actually start developing a board that is sizable enough. This Proft is going to put 3 counters on something.
Now it's
put it on your Vigilance flyer that can then attack through these insects. So now Mick is being rewarded for having this lay-down arms kept in hand, because now he can use it to pinpoint and target the big blocker here and attack for 8 back at Lorenzo, who's only at 14 life, remember.
Day of Judgment is the card that Mick does have access to. Now there's also the Carrot's Cake, some other options, the lay-down arms, as you said before.
Yeah, I assume what we want to play here is just a Carrot Cake, draw a couple more cards, and then play out that lay-down arms. You could also play the lay-down arms first in case of any weird double pierce shenanigans.
That does deal with that Scholar.
And yeah, now you can just attack with everything. And maybe you could also just rely on that Fountain Port here to just make a creature. You don't even need to play out the Carrot Cake from hand. Though, of course, if you do play out the Carrot Cake, you actually also have the mana to use your Fountain Port to sacrifice that Rabbit token again. So yeah, Lorenzo's saying, yeah, I need to... I do go to 17 off that lay-down arms, but... still is going to have to trade off with one of these insect tokens to not die too quickly here. Back down to 11. Mick up to 20 life here, not really getting raised even in the face of this Ice Prophetic Memory. And if he can keep having removal spell whenever Lorenzo goes to put a bunch of counters on a creature, he can keep attacking. And actually this mono-white control deck is turning into the aggro deck in this specific scenario here. A Beza picked up for Mick there.
I love it. There's also Destroy Evil in hand. That card is also very good against Lorenzo.
And just so beautiful. Lorenzo there with the Spell Pierce in hand, with Disdainful Stroke, just got stuck there by the way that Mick played the game. And yeah, that is the downside of having counterspells. That is the downside of telegraphing them too early, is that sometimes your opponent just gets to deploy their cards in a way that completely renders them useless.
Didn't even need Elspeth to win the game, just the tokens, card draw, and winning.
The Elspeth is certainly like not necessary to win the game, because the deck was also like quite good before Elspeth arrived. It's sometimes it can turn these games that are kind of like, you know, slow and dragged out. They'll just end instantly because of Elspeth.
Yeah.
So she does help a bit with the clock. But I mean, sometimes when the opponent doesn't have any good blockers, 2 power creatures are good enough to win the game.
True, and I have to say I was impressed here by this mono-white token deck, and we are going to have a game 3 with Lorenzo now on the play. Now I do have to say this Lorenzo deck seems very interesting, because all your small flying creatures, certainly with the Profts, get so many counters and also become a big threat in the air.
Yes, specifically the Steam Core Scholar plus Proft combination, even just those 2 cards together, is a 4/4 flyer on turn 3. That's like Sarah Angel on turn 3.
Yeah.
And even drew you a card, right? So, at least if the Steam Core Scholar gets to discard a flyer on instant or sorcery, that is both card advantage and pressure in one neatly wrapped package.
Somebody asked Simon, what do you think about the blue-white artifact deck with the Bay and Synthesizer?
The blue-white artifact deck with Synthesizer. That deck is pretty cool. We actually did try to work on it for the last Pro Tour. There's a lot of like very cute combo stuff you can do with repurposing Bay. I think ultimately we decided that it just wasn't quite powerful enough, especially like in that format where you had to deal with the Domain and the aggro decks. Right now, Domain seems to have been pushed out of the format, and the metagame is much more aggressive. And so it might leave options for decks like this that are a little bit more targeted. Like what the blue-white deck does is that it's a little bit slow to get going, but once it gets going, it makes huge constructs very quickly. And a lot of these aggro decks aren't that well equipped to deal with big creatures in the mid game, just like we saw with the Jeskai control deck, for instance. So it is possible that there is like a metagame opening for that deck. I don't particularly know about it. I think I wouldn't, you know, put a lot of. I wouldn't put a lot of stock into like that being a good deck, but it could be.
It could be sometimes out of nowhere. I mean, sometimes we can see somebody do well with the deck here this weekend, so we'll definitely keep up an eye for these kind of decks that are not like the decks that we see the most in the meta breakdown, but also do some impact in standard. Now, I do have to say, Simon, we did have a ban and unban announcement recently, and standard was like, nothing is changing. What do you think here of the standard format? Do you agree with just seeing how Tarkir Dragonstorm impacts the format? And I feel like impacted a bit more than Ether Drift, didn't it?
It definitely did. I mean, Ether Drift brought us like Stock Up and Riot's End, you know, not very impactful cards. Or like they are impactful cards, but like not, you know, very flashy cards, I would say. Whereas Tarkir, you know, especially with the Cory Steel card up, but also Terza, as we see here, the Glacial Dragon Hunt, the and like a lot of the like other cards that we see in other decks, like the, you know, creating the Jeskai control deck with Shiko, so we also already saw Rediscover the Way going into that deck too. There's a lot of like cards that impact these decks. Also the Pixie decks getting another Pixie with the Sun Pearl Kirin.
Oh, true. Yeah, a flying 2/1 with flash.
And that even enables the black-white Pixie deck to actually function now, because now you have 8 Pixies in that deck. So yeah, a lot of like pretty good like cards coming out there and impacting this huge standard format, which really is a testament to the power of this set, that it can have an impact even as the format grows to, I think, 11 sets or so at this point, maybe even more, maybe it's 15 actually.
It's getting difficult to keep track of, and there's a lot of different things that you can do in standard. Crater Roof Bohemian is legal, so I leave a challenge for somebody to make a deck work out of nowhere with that.
If we see a Crater Hoof on stream, I'll be back to playing with creatures.
Okay.
That's all it takes.
You're okay.
That's all it takes.
No longer Jeskai control player. I'll be back. I'll be an elf player now.
If I see someone winning with the Crater Hoof, well, it would be a Collector's Cage deck, I would assume.
Okay, that's true. That's true. So players here getting ready for this game number 3 with Lorenzo now on the play, taking the mulligan decisions. Let's see if this is a better hand. Lorenzo that already took a mulligan, I believe.
Drawing cards one by one here, keeping us in the suspense zone as we begin here game number 3.
Yeah, so let's take a look at what Lorenzo was able to pick up here. Putting one card on the bottom, there's an Oculus on top, I see that already. Land.
So not as aggressive of a start here without a 1-drop. And I do see an Oculus in hand. I wonder if there is a way to discard that one, or just decide to try to play it slow here. Towards the tower being, I don't know how many copies Lorenzo bought it out, if any, but dying to 2 Enduring Innocence's last game certainly will make him rethink whether or not that card should be included in the deck. And there's a Destroy Evil, so a very reactive hand from Lorenzo here. And I think Mig is quite happy to see that.
Yeah, so definitely more reactive here, not a lot of pressure in the beginning. As you said, Torch the Tower, very good against the Enduring Innocence that we saw take up game 1.
I see a Chandra in hand. I also see Helping Hand and Oculus. I think Lorenzo kept the hand on the back of that combination, if there is a way to discard that Oculus. But now Mick can just slam this Caretaker's Talon, and Lorenzo does have the answer in the Destroy Evil here, not in the counterspell, and is then hoping to draw 4th land to land that Chandra Spark Hunter and use that to take over the game. I don't know, Meek does have an answer to it in his Get Lost. So, well, there's not a land there for Lorenzo, just a Spell Pierce. And I think Lorenzo will just have to pass back here.
So let's see what Meek is able to do, getting a land there. Also ways to exile the graveyard.
So I wonder if Mig is going to go for the second Caretaker's Talent, seeing as the first one didn't get hit by a Spell Pierce. Clearly Lorenzo can't have a Spell Pierce in hand. But it turns out that he absolutely can, and does, because he drew that last turn. On the other hand, Mick can just pass with Kutzel's flanker up, trying to protect a little bit from something like a, fear of missing out being drawn, discarding that Oculus, exile in the graveyard. But I think that would be, the rest in peace here being the play. And Lorenzo, sitting with that Oculus in hand, is priced into using that Spell Pierce, getting rid of the rest in peace, and draws a land here. So now Lorenzo's engine is online. Can play a Chandra, use the 0 ability, make a token, and attack for 3. Now the question is, do you even want to do that? Because you can also play the Chandra and plus it to discard your Oculus.
Oh yeah, that's
getting
right.
it into the graveyard. And if he does that, I think if Mick can draw a 5th land and do Get Lost on Chandra and then Kutzel's flanker to exile the graveyard, that would be a huge blowout.
And looks like Mick reading here, Chandra. It's not a card that you see every day in Standard, but I love that this Jeskai Oculus is bringing back some Ether Drift cards. We saw the Mako as well, now the Chandra Spark Hunter.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a deck that is, at least utilizing some of these tools. I think that's part of why we saw it break out at the last Pro Tour with multiple teams playing the deck. It ended up being the 3rd most popular deck at the last Pro Tour. As a big surprise to our team, who hadn't realized that the deck was even playable. So that is something that often happens.
I wonder if we'll get some surprise like this weekend.
Absolutely. No, I think we will. I mean, essentially the standard format we've seen so far has been from the standard challenges. There's been no tournaments with this set, no big important tournaments. And what happens in the standard challenges is that people tend to copy the same decks that did well in last weekend's challenge or like yesterday's challenge and play it in this challenge. So it becomes this loop of the same decks showing up over and over again. And we're definitely seeing some of the good moves from this format here in that churn, such as the Chandra here. And Lorenzo not exposing his Oculus to graveyard hate here, not deciding to take up the Chandra, instead making a vehicle and forcing Mick to deal with his Chandra here.
Get Lost, dealing with the Chandra, creating 2 map tokens to Lorenzo. Lorenzo already with 3 cards in the graveyard.
There was another land drawn here, so actually Lorenzo still doesn't have any moves. Can't crew this vehicle now that Chandra is gone. Yeah, I really think that this tournament, like unlike the online tournaments, unlike the arena ladder, will showcase some innovation and some ways that this format can move forward.
I hope so. I feel like there's always a deck of the weekend, and I'm excited to see what's that deck, what does end up making the top 8 of the regional championship. And we have Caretaker's Talent here for Mick Madsen.
Around Spell Pierce here, waiting until you have 2 mana left over, and Lorenzo just drawing another land here. Not very effective, and this super reactive hand is just not really serving him. Like before, he lost to Enduring Innocence when he had answers like Spell Pierce or Caretaker's Talent. Now, going to lose to the Caretaker's Talent potentially while having Torch the Tower in hand. But as I say that, Mick draws a Enduring Innocence and finally gives Lorenzo a target for this. But actually, if Mick wants to, he can use Get Lost on his own Enduring Innocence. If he does this, he'll also create a token and draw a card, and Enduring Innocence will go to the graveyard and come right back. So this is a beautiful play from Mick here. Making 2 map tokens, drawing a card, getting your Enduring Innocence down so that you're ready to draw cards later once you find that Fountain Port or those Carrot Cakes.
I love this play from Mick's side, and we have some card draw online. Now Lorenzo has 4 cards in the graveyard and 1 map token available.
Still doesn't have a target for the map tokens though, because this vehicle is not a creature. Neither is Prof, but let's see if we can draw something good here. And that is a Destroy Evil. That is not bad. You can take care of this Caretaker's Talent before it takes care of you. And that might just be what, not exactly what Lorenzo wanted. I think he wanted a little bit more ability to do something good. But I think actually he's going to try and respond to a token maker and hold on to this Destroy Evil in case there is some other target you want to hit. Let's say that Mick plays another Enduring Innocence. You might actually want to kill the Innocence that is in play, denying the card draw that way. But yeah, Mick just doesn't have any token makers, so can try and level up this Caretaker's talent, and this is the moment where you can use Destroy Evil. In response to the ability that levels up the Caretaker's talent, you can kill it, and it will never level up, and thus never get the ability to copy one of your tokens. So yeah, this is the exact moment that Lorenzo decides to go for it. Essentially, what he got out of this is that he wasted one of Mick's mana. Mick doesn't really care about that part, but is happy to see the game continue to go long. Not too happy to lose one of his card draw engines.
Well, Simon, it seems like a very reactive game on both sides as well, as you were saying.
That's the subject of the hand that Lorenzo chose to keep. I think that was a mulligan to 6 potentially, but it did have the huge downside of not being able to put on pressure, and that leads into playing games that are going to look like this, which generally favor the mono-white decks, but since Mick hasn't actually managed to get his engine online, playing now a Kutz's Flanker here, choosing the mode where you get to scry 2 and draw a card, right?
There are more modes? Wasn't this card just for exiling the graveyard?
It does so many things.
That's right. I mean, very flexible card. Also, nice body to have.
Gain 2 and scry 2, not drawing a card. But the scry 2 did find the Caretaker's talent, the carrot cake here. And, you know, now this cake will bring along some bunny rabbits, bring along a second copy of Enduring Innocence here. And now the card draw engine is full and well online for Mick here. Playing that second Innocence. Doesn't get to draw a card off this, of course. But end of turn can crack the carrot cake on Lorenzo's turn, trigger these Innocences again, scry 1, draw 2 cards, and things are ticking up for Mick here. This is the engine that he was looking for. This is the punish for the reactive hand from Lorenzo that had some ways, like actually a lot of ways to contain card draw engines, but Mick just had too many card draw engines to really get got by this, and Lorenzo just has to play another land and pass here. Of course, his draws have not been that great. I mean, he did keep a reactive hand, but hasn't seen a single creature in the entire game from all of his draw steps, so certainly not the perfect scenario here. And I think with the second carrot cake here, Mick is just flush with card draw here. Lorenzo can't even block with his vehicle because it cannot be crewed. There's the fountain port. That's even more creatures. And Lorenzo down to just 10 life here, actually going to die to this board state very soon. And Mick is just fueling up again, drawing even more cards. We love to see it. This mono-white deck, kind of forgotten, it faded into obscurity a little bit, but Mick is saying, no, this deck is still good. I know how to play it. I know all the tricks. I know to get lost my own Enduring Innocence in response to a charge to tower, and that is what propels him here to a excellent start here from the Danish player. I could not be more excited.
I mean, I'm really impressed by this deck. I'm not going to lie. Enduring Innocence, Caretaker's Talent, just creating an insane amount of value. Lorenzo is going to draw 2 cards here, discard a card.
I wonder if we spoke too soon. Steam God Scholar, drawing 2 cards, enabling the Proft, discarding Abhorrent Oculus, enabling the Helping Hand. Lorenzo now all of a sudden actually has a board state. Of course, Mick has a lot of removal spells, so that might not necessarily matter that much in this point. But it's at least a start. Oh, discarding Winter Night Stories. This is the card that lets you
draw 3 cards.
Let you draw 3 cards, and you can just harmonize that from the graveyard, crewing the vehicle, using the vehicle to harmonize this card, and drawing some more cards here. I'll just check what the Winter Night Story does.
Draw 2 cards, then you discard
2 unless you discard a creature card. That's how it works here. So Lorenzo might just be priced into, I think actually just going to discard the Helping Hand and just play out the Oculus potentially. Or maybe he's holding on to that Oculus saying that my board is going to be big enough at the moment, but I think it isn't quite, because Mick is going quite wide at this point and you might die at a moment's notice here. So just discarding the fear of missing out. 7 cards in graveyard, so not quite enough to play this Oculus.
There it is.
Oh, sorry, 6 cards. Yeah, 6 cards in graveyard is exactly enough to play the Oculus. There we go.
Oculus is on the battlefield now. Mick does have some answers. Let's see how he decides to play this out with Destroy Evil in hand, get lost as well.
Yeah, so by playing it this way from Lorenzo, you do get to get 5 counters on your Steam Core Scholar, and then also have a Helping Hand to get back the Oculus later. But with this get lost at end of turn here, this fish being made, this is I think this is 9 damage showing from Mick and the map tokens. So actually, Mick is just saying, well, I can just provide, just produce this rabbit token here. This is 10 power in play. If I can clear off your Oculus, if I can clear off your Manifest token, that is going to be enough to win the game here and just attack for lethal. So let's see if he has that. Destroy evil for the Oculus. Is there a way to kill off the Manifold without giving Lorenzo life?
So there is the Destroy Evil on the Oculus.
Get lost on the Manifold. Attack for exactly 10. Mick just had it lined up. Lorenzo's big turn just came too late. He was already buried in rabbits and fish and whatever enduring innocence is.
I have to say, I love the way that Mick played this game. Congratulations. Now at 3-0 here in the regional championship with mono white tokens, just so showcasing the diversity right now of standard. Simon, what a match that we had here today.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was great to see one of the Forgotten decks coming back saying, no, the format is not just all red aggro decks. What do you think?
But I was a bit sad because we didn't see Elspeth shine yet, so that's still in my bingo card for this weekend.
Right.
The new Elspeth. But I have to say, congratulations. Jeskai Oculus, also a very strong choice here from Lorenzo, and showcasing as well a lot of power. Simon, what do you want to see more this weekend? What decks are you curious to see into action in this regional championship?
Okay, so I've been talking a lot about, like, we talked about this mono white deck, the Jeskai control. I want to see more temporary lockdown decks as well. Like, that card is just incredibly well positioned, and I think one deck in particular I have in mind is Azorius Omniscience. There's so many different blue-white decks in this format, but the Omniscience deck is this combo deck that is brutal, enabled by Stock Up, enabled by the new dragon, Meringue River Regent, meaning that it doesn't have to play any clunky win conditions anymore. We haven't even talked about this. I hope we get to see it on stream. We have some excellent combo players present in this field, and I think as the tournament goes on, we'll see a little bit of that deck and see someone just having the best time of their life as they play all these free card draw spells, keep chaining them, just keep drawing cards until you find your kill. Now, there's a lot of spell pierces in this format, right? Especially now with Izzet Prowess being very popular. Yes. How does these Omniscience deck play around these very cheap interaction spells? Yeah, so of course it is an issue that there's so many blue decks in the format, so you have to have a plan for counter spells. You do have this post-board Duke of bringing in Riptide Gearhulk, and you have the Meringue River Regions, so you actually have kind of a mid-range deck yourself that you're able to morph into, and these cards laugh in the face of Spell Pierce and Negate. So that is one plan you can have. Another thing you can do is using Grand Abolisher or the new card from the new card from Takir with the same effect of your opponents can't play spells on your turn. If you play Cavern of Souls, naming human, play a Grand Abolisher, uncounterable. Then love that. Control. If your opponent's too reactive, they can't do anything about that. You know what, Simon? I see our voices, so we are being broadcast here in the venue. So people that are playing this tournament are actually watching us while they finish their games. And what are they fighting for? So a lot of things in stake today. We have 8 rounds. We are already at 3, so we have 5 more. Players with 18 points or more, they make day 2. So that's what players really want to make first, is that locking that day 2. Tomorrow they have 6 rounds, and then at top 8. Top 36 qualifies for Pro Tour Atlanta, which is Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Top 2 gets the invitation for the World Championship, the biggest Magic event of the year. And one thing that we don't say a lot, but it's also a prize, is that the top 4 gets qualified for the next 3 RCs. The next 3? Wow, so you don't even have to... I'm going to play an RCQ very soon, actually. You are? Yeah, I have a plan in a couple of weeks to go play an RCQ, because as the system intends, this is the moment where I need to start playing RCQs to guarantee my invite for the RC coming up later. And the players here making top 4, they don't even have to worry about that. They can just lounge on their couches on a Saturday and just do whatever they please. Maybe they can watch more Magic coverage from their couch and don't have to play these RCQs. I love that. And the Pro Tour that they're qualifying for is a Modern Pro Tour. Modern that also is changing quite a bit, because we did have bans recently that impacted Modern. So I'm always curious to see how the format is going to shape and what things are going to enter in the Modern format in the next sets as well. But you know what I really want to know more about these mono white token decks. Yes. So let's have an interview with the winner and Maria. Let's go, Mick.
So here we have a winner of the feature match, Mick Madsen, with mono white tokens. So you're playing against Jeskai Oculus, right? Which is an unusual pairing.
Yeah. I was worried about that matchup before the event. I feel like that was one of my harder matchups.
Right.
So I was I felt a bit lucky he didn't do that much in game 3. Yeah, and I made some tough decisions, but I think it was overall the best I could do.
Yeah. So you were expecting tough games, right?
Yeah, 100%.
And they were like this.
Yeah, for sure.
But anyway, congratulations on
Thank
your
you.
win. Like, how does it feel? How does it feel
to win?
go 3-0?
It feels good, especially because my friends were just outside the barrier. And
They
I was
were cheering for you.
Yeah, so I just wanted to look at them and just
To feel
express
their
my happiness.
energy.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
yeah.
So you're apparently with your friends. Are they your testing buddies? Or just
Yeah, we did a bit
come
of
with you?
testing. I was a bit unsure what to play myself. I didn't feel like the deck was that good going into the RC.
Okay.
I played it through the RCQ season, but I didn't know what else to play, so I just went with it, and
Okay.
it works.
Yeah, it works
It
for
works.
now. That's very, very nice.
Yeah.
Okay. And what is your next Magic destination?
I don't know.
You don't know yet.
I don't know yet.
So you'll have to see where it goes from now, right?
100%. I will definitely try to go to the next one, but I don't know where I'm going yet.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Hope to see you in the top 8.
Thank
now,
you. Hope
take
so
a
too.
rest
Yeah,
before
thank
the
you.
next round. All right, back to the booth.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maria. Love to see these interviews. And Simon, so Mick here is your fellow Danish player, right? So he said he doesn't know the next Magic destination yet, but maybe if he does well in this tournament, he doesn't need to qualify for the next RC, so maybe you don't have to face him in the next RCQ.
That would be great. Yeah, and, one less opponent to beat.
Yeah, so that's the strategy, to make all the Danish players qualify for the next RC.
That's why I'm rooting for them.
Yes, so just make top 48 here in the tournament, you qualify for the next RC, and then they don't have to play against Simon Nielsen in the RCQ. So maybe this is the easiest way for them to qualify for the next RC. Very nice to see the interviews. Thank you, Maria, once more. Fantastic job in the interview area. We also had segments with Frank Karsten, which I have to say, I love these segments by Frank. I love to have the data, the numbers.
Very thorough as well, like just going through all these different decks, painting a picture of this format, presenting it in a very clear fashion. And yeah, we do love Frank. Frank being so hard at work. Just huge shout out, honestly, to Frank. Like that is, I mean, like for anyone of the casting team, he's the MVP.
That's true. We were drafting yesterday at Tarkir while Frank was cracking up the numbers, doing all these things, making sure that the meta breakdowns are perfect for you. And I have to say one thing, Simon, for people watching at home, it's funny that Frank Karsten is the opposite to you. Because Frank is so like numbers, this deck is good because it has this percentage and this and this. And Simon's like, yeah, I played one game on Arena and it felt nice. So I think that's the
Chico.
deck.
It's my boy Chico. I just like him.
And the funniest part is that you are almost always correct. So like you and Frank on the predictions just win, because Frank goes with the numbers, you go with the vibes, and both of you are right. I don't know. But we have been having an amazing time. Let's cut to a little video, and then we are going to have Arne and Martin with round 4. So stay tuned.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Welcome to one of the craziest Magic events ever. A vintage cube draft with cards worth over $65,000, but the twist is you get to keep whatever you open.
Let's do a vintage cube where you keep the cards. This is the most exciting event in a really long time.
They're giving away what? A black hook?
We are basically cutting off an edge. The beauty.
That part should not be on camera. The
adrenaline's pumping.
I was just kind of in shock.
It will take lots of luck.
We haven't even sleeved the cards yet.
I'm a little nervous, yeah.
My watch detected a shock, and it was like dialing 911.
Welcome everybody to the Ultimate Guard European Magic Series. We're here at the Regional Championship in Bologna. My name is Martin Juza. I'm here with Arne Huschenbad, who is fresh off of a top 16 finish at the last Standard Pro Tour, and that is the format of the tournament we're playing today. So Arne, what do you think of the current Standard format right now? How did it change from Chicago?
I'm loving it, I have to say. I'm loving the changes from Tokyo Dragonstorm. We have the Is It Prowess deck, of course, taking the format by storm. Cory Steelcutter taking multiple formats by storm. That card is just insane, but in addition to that, we see Jessica Oculus, we see the Omniscience deck. All these decks get tiny improvements, here a little bit, there a little bit. And yeah, the format seems really fun right now. I've been playing a ton of it. And I wasn't, like, you know, you could say, like, oh, this is a pro deck is too good. I don't think so. I don't think we'll see that it's gonna like crush the tournament. I think Jessica Oculus, the Omniscience deck, Jessica Control maybe. Okay. There's some decks in the running for, you know, to take it down, I would say, not just the Prowess deck.
Yeah, you stream a lot. You made a really good blue-red Prowess deck guide. I was reading that yesterday. Good stuff. And I was thinking that, you know, on Magic Online, Magic Arena, the metagame is usually a little bit different than when people actually, you know, put a lot of preparation into the big event like the Regional Championship or the Pro Tour, which before Pro Tour Chicago, we also thought that, hey, there's a lot of red decks. How is that going to turn out? And then we had Domain crush the tournament, right? We had Matt Ness take a trophy. So I was thinking when we were chatting, what's going to win this event? Sure, there's a lot of red decks. There's a lot of red variants, mono red, aggro. You have Is It Prowess. You have Gruul. But at the end of the day, you can build these Jeskai decks like Jeskai Oculus with a lot of removal, or, you know, other decks that have a decent matchup against red. But then if a lot of people bring those decks, and if somebody else decides to bring Domain, and maybe they hope that they're going to survive the first couple of rounds, bounce, not get paired against red, and then they're going to start beating up on those Jeskai decks. That could be a good strategy too.
Hey, absolutely. I mean, this is the big first event. We've just had arena data, we had the ladder, we had Magic Online events, challenges. So this is the first big event playing standard. Some people have prepared for this very well. Some teams have, got together, and it's going to be exciting to see if sort of what we've already known from the first 2 weeks from the online data will stick through, or hey, some surprises. Is Domain actually a good deck in some version of it?
What would you choose if you were playing? You said, is it Prowess?
I think it would be between that and Jeskai Oculus.
Okay.
I like the Oculus deck a little bit more right now because it seems a bit under the radar. The Prowess deck everybody is gunning for. Everybody has their High Noons, their Magebane Lizards, their Braids. I think the Oculus deck is really difficult to play against. It got really, really powerful. It's also my pick to take down a tournament.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Good stuff. Just a quick reminder, the top 2 players are going to qualify for Worlds directly into the World Championship in Las Vegas. I think last year was $1 million tournament. We don't know the full structure of that yet, but that's typically a pretty good tournament to qualify for.
Absolutely.
The top 4 players the top 36 players are gonna qualify for the Pro Tour, which is that's the main goal of most of the players here, right?
Yeah.
If you are coming to the regional championship, sure, there's a lot of cash prizes, over $100,000 in prizes, but for most of the players, you just want to get to the Pro Tour.
Absolutely.
Right.
The dream, the Pro Tour.
The ultimate dream.
The one and only.
And then top 4 players, they also qualify for the next 3 regional championships. So that's another.
That's a really good.
That's another cool thing.
There's a lot of cash prizes on the line as well. All right, but we're going to toss to the fantasy draft right now.
Yep.
And take a look at that. What do we have here? I love the fantasy draft. It's a really fun aspect of covering these events.
So we do these always on Friday evening. We go through the player list, take a look at also who's doing well, throughout the season, and then we do a snake draft where we pick the players. So Arne, who's on your team?
I can resist. I think I've picked Stefan the last 3 times I did the draft. He's always my pick. I mean, he's a good friend of mine, teammate, and just an exceptional player. I think he has the Pro Tour top 8 coming soon.
Ooh. Gold shot?
Yeah, and then Talitzi, we just saw him unfortunately lose on camera, but very strong young player as well, very good talent. And then Inigo Tastea's great. Matej Zedelkai making a little bit of a comeback.
Yeah.
Great guy. And then last but not least, Bartek. Oh God, the name is a little hard to pronounce even.
Bartek.
Bartek
W.
Bartek W. Who's been grinding a lot of blue-white omniscience, so I'm excited about that.
Yeah.
What about your team? What do you have there?
I also always pick Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, one of the best European Magic players. He's always, super well prepared. He plays so well. His technical plays through the roof. Always finishes at the top. Top 16 of every event he plays in pretty much. Same with Marco Del Pivo, also one of the best European Magic players. And then I have a couple of grinders. Luis Gobert, he plays so much Magic Online. Whenever we hang out, sometimes we play Counter-Strike together. He grinds so much Magic Online that he's always also well prepared, and I think he's going to have a good event. I also have Clemens, and Yuji is a local guy from the Czech Republic that I picked to do well at this event because he also put in a lot of preparation for this event, and I think that's how Magic should work. If you prepare a lot, if you put in a lot of practice, then it's nice when that gets rewarded. So let's see how it works out for them.
Yeah, I mean Carsten's team looks pretty strong as well. Nielsen has a nice one too.
So the way this works, Frank always has this script or algorithm that just kind of gives him the highest non-picked people that have been doing really well in the season, and based on pro points and win rates and everything. And he basically has a script that picks the players for him. That is Frank. Yeah, that is Frank in a nutshell.
Yeah, pretty much. That's great.
Okay, good stuff. Let's see if we have anything else prepared for the round. I can tell you we have some really cool decks in the feature match.
Yeah, we were looking at some of the standings, who's doing well in the tournament. We have some brewskis up there.
Oh yeah.
One of them being a banned mill deck. Sort of like a blue-white control deck, but featuring the new card from Timor Dragons, I'm saying. It is a Timor card. from Takia Dragonstorm, which is called Glacierwood Siege. And so with that and a blue-white control shell around it, you mill your opponent as a kill condition with Jaces.
No worries, it's not just mono red. We have plenty of spice, we have plenty of brews. Shout out to Frank Karsten, who's picking the feature matches, going through all the deck lists, 1,000+ players. We have some really cool stuff to show, but before that, we have a cool interview to show you as well.
So here we have Sebastian Bonnet and his son Dante, who have a very interesting story to tell us. So it's a father and son duo. And yes, welcome to the regional championship. How do you feel? Tell us your story.
Okay, we are a Spanish family, Spanish and Argentinian, and we live in Dubai.
Nice.
So we started playing there 9 years ago.
Yeah, 9 years.
9 years ago we started playing, and we start playing competitive and everything, and we are qualifying for all the RCQs normally, and we are here.
Yeah, that's
but
fun.
Who started first? Who started playing first?
We both started playing at the same time, just because
That's fun.
When we went to Japan in 2015, like we were playing other games. We were playing HeroClix, Dice Masters, and Edswing. But then we're like, everyone's playing Magic. We should play Magic, and that's how it started. We started playing Magic at the beginning of 2016 with Over the Gatewatch. We did a two-head giant pre-release. Then we started playing, traveling, playing more, collecting more cards. Yeah, I mean, it's been very fun. We've never actually stopped, just only during COVID. Like, we had some events that shut down. I mean, we started playing internationally in 2018. In 2020, we were supposed to do more. I mean, that was 2020, like, right before COVID. That's the first time I hit day 2.
Oh, that's nice. So it's like a bonding experience for you as well.
14 and a half, I made it to day 2. So...
That's amazing.
COVID started, no more events until late 2021 when we went to Las Vegas, and that went so-so, not too good, not too bad. But basically, we then after started playing more, Legacy, and now for Infinity. So
no, that's amazing.
Yeah, so basically our holidays and everything got around Magic.
Oh.
Okay, so
play Magic to the world.
Exactly. We played as he said, from Vegas. We played to Japan.
Incredible.
And for me, I mean, it started as he was doing homeschooling as a way to meet socially and everything, and it became kind of every day to day. So for me, it's good. We play during the week and we train together, and then we get to travel, and we did almost all the RCQs. One or the other has been qualified. Now we are both qualified.
Yeah, that's very impressive.
So really good. The last member, my wife, is the one that now is getting us food and everything, so she's also helping. It's an important part of the team.
Oh wow, this is such a wholesome story, honestly.
As we said, we play in Dubai, so we have one shop there. It's Back to Games. It's a big shop, and we have a lot of people.
I was wondering, how do you manage to stay competitive, being so far away from, so to speak, main locations?
Yes, it's the level of play there is good. We I mean, really good, I would say. And we have for a maybe standard 20 to 25 persons.
Oh, that's amazing.
But the modern tournament, it can be to 30 to 45. And there's a big community, and we all have fun, and and we enjoy there. But yes, Magic is our day-to-day.
Yeah, amazing, yes. So yeah.
Also, sometimes I play online as well. I do some online tournaments, live stream.
Sure.
Leagues as well. Yeah.
He has a YouTube channel.
And a Twitch channel. It's Dante the Snake, and
great. So yeah, check it out.
And followed, and really appreciate it. I'm 40 subs away from 1,000, so. Would be really great if you subscribe.
Nice.
So then I can start doing more and more tournaments. But yeah.
This is, such a good story. But to wrap it up, so tell us what Magic means to you.
I would say for me, it means a lot. A lot in the sense of I can play with my son.
Sure.
we have something in common.
Yeah.
We have discussions. I mean, things to play, things to do, things to travel.
Yeah.
Things that I'm happy with my parents, but I was not having this connection with my
bond.
parents because it's different.
Exactly.
So we enjoy traveling.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it's a big part of my day and week.
Yeah.
Well, for me, it's just another challenge. I just keep on winning. I keep on playing and hope I one day reach higher grounds, better tournaments, more subscribers, more stuff, and just and yeah, just like cards in general in games. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, good luck in your tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, back to the
And also, don't forget to like and subscribe to my YouTube channel.
What a great story. When I was younger and I started playing Magic, my mom always supported me.
Yeah.
I could have definitely imagined that going differently. Like, oh, no more traveling here, no more traveling there. Make sure you focus on school. So it's great to see that the father is so supportive of the son. They travel to the events together, and these are the stories we want to see. We want to hear about them. Let us know if you're here, with your family or with your local buddies from your local store, enjoying Bologna. All the pizza and everything that comes with the Magic tournaments. It's not just the Magic; it's also the gathering.
Absolutely.
That said, we have round 4 coming up here, and we're going to see some splice, exactly what you talked about, because I think Frank did end up picking the Bant Mill deck. I think we're going to see Bant Mill against Mono Black Demons.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with that matchup?
No, I am in fact not. I've played a lot of Magic, but not that one yet. Yeah, I think Mono Black Demons is also a bit of a spicy one. We have some actually a lot of tools in there as well. There's 8 main deck discard spells in this particular list.
Okay.
We have 4 copies of Crew Claws Heist, 4 copies of Duress in the main deck. That's pretty aggressive. It's going to help him a lot here.
That's great.
Get some
awesome.
creature deck. Really, really strong. And then if he can land one, if he can follow up those discard spells with Unholy Annex, his most powerful card in the deck, the demon Phyrexian Arena effect, and then he could be primed to run away with a game and sort of accumulate enough resources before the Bant Mill player can actually
win the game.
mill him out.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the discard spells aside, obviously 8 discard spells, that's a curveball, but those discard spells aside, this is the type of matchup you want to play against if you bring a blue-white control, splash green, kind of a mill deck that's pretty slow. You want to play against a slower mid-range deck, right? That's exactly the type of matchup you want to play. You don't really want to play against mono red with mill cards, right?
Yeah, pretty much. But I'm sure that those 8 discard spells are certainly gonna
help. Oh yeah,
make at least the matchup competitive for Giordano.
All right, looks like game 1 is underway. Quick reminder, this is the Regional Championship Bologna round 4, and the top 36 players are going to qualify for Pro Tour Atlanta, which is going to be modern, and it's going to be the Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. So the game is underway, and we have one of those discard spells here on turn 2. It's the Cruel Claws Heist.
Choosing to not bargain it, or gift it, sorry, not bargain, gift. So he could have chosen to give him a card, and then he would have been able to cast that card, but he doesn't want to cast many cards from the deck. So that's probably a good call. And now he's taking a look at a lot of removal spells, 2 rights and an Elspeth Smite, and the Glacial Siege, which is essentially being played here for 3 mana as a, whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, you mill 4 cards. I think that's the Teemo version of the card, and that does do the trick. I guess it's reminiscent. What was that? 3 mana enchantment back in the days. 3 mana. Whenever you drew a card, you mill like 2 cards from your
Sphinx's Tutelage. Yeah.
Similar to that in a way.
That was a blue-red deck like that in Standard too, if I remember correctly.
Michael Majors won a GP with that. I do remember that. And yeah, in addition to those 3 copies, he has 3 copies of Riverchurn Monument and 4 copies of Jace. And yeah, I mean, Jace has that -2 ability that draws some cards, so that's really powerful. Of course, if a graveyard has 20 or more cards in it, so that is some extra nice synergy with all the mill.
Yeah, Riverturn Monument also limited All-Star. When I first saw Ether Drift and the speed mechanic, I was thinking, okay, this is going to be a really fast set, right? Mill cards, yeah, that's probably not going to work. Yeah, that ended up working a little differently, and it was a limited All-Star of that set for sure. Here we have Giordano following up with a turn 3 Preacher. That's definitely one of his better cards against a control deck. Anything that creates card advantage, that's exactly what he's looking for, but Daniela has a lot of ways to remove that, so let's see if he follows up by playing the Siege, or if he has anything to proactively remove the Preacher. He does play the Siege here.
I like that. I think he can take the 2 damage from the Preacher, and that extra mill 4 that he's gonna get from the right end seems kind of nice. He could get punished by a top deck discard spell. He knows there's 7 more in the deck. But yeah, that's I guess the major punishment.
Yeah. That's basically his I don't want to say engine, but his way of winning the game, right? Like put the Siege on the battlefield. The black deck's not really good at removing that, so now you're set up for the long game. The 2 damage is not not the end of the world, and yeah, if the opponent draws an extra card, that actually sort of works in your favor. So not too bad.
Absolutely. Every draw step a little dopamine kick. You're getting closer to milling yourself, my friend. The Preacher getting in there, getting both triggers because the players are at the same life total, and we're looking at 2 more Preachers and an Unholy Annex in the hand.
If you do play with Preacher, something you can do if you have Pain Lands, you can sort of manipulate the trigger. Sometimes you can use the Pain Land yourself before you attack to deal yourself 1 point of damage, so that the Preacher gives you an extra trigger. Make sure you take that into account.
I do think I like I think both plays are really good here, but there's 4 sweepers in Daniela's deck. But Giordano has just seen his hand and there was no sweeper, so I don't mind actually playing a Preacher here. If I would have less information about Daniela's hand, I would definitely play the Annex. But I think upping the pressure a little bit with another Preacher is good, considering even if there's a Day of Judgment here, it's obviously it hurts, but you still do have Annex and another Preacher in hand, so it's not that backbreaking. And Giordano goes with that play.
Paw Patch Formation.
That's a 2-of in the main deck.
That's an interesting main deck card.
Gonna be useful here against that Annex, I suppose, down the line.
Yeah.
Oh, and choosing to kill, of course, the Preacher right now, so there's no further attack trigger before passing the turn.
Mill 4, all right, so we are getting started on milling that library. Second Blast Zone is the draw for Giordano. Yeah, I gotta say, playing Right Ends without having Up the Beanstalk in play, not as exciting as when you're drawing the extra card.
That's fair. It's still a pretty good card.
I mean, you do get to mill 4 here, but yeah, I like drawing cards. I'll say that.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I really like that Giordano's making good use of his colorless land slots here with the Sanctuaries, some Blast Zones. Good stuff.
Yeah, that's the upside of playing mono black, right? You get to play some utility lands. 5th land for Giordano, and let's see what he has here. Remember, this is an open deck lists event, right? So Giordano knows that. Are there any sweepers?
Yeah, there's 3 Day of Judgment, 1 Sunfall. Okay. He knows about those. He saw his hand, but he doesn't know. He just knows the Elspeth Smite, I think, at this point. So 2 unknowns for him, and he's gonna go with a 6/6 Demon. Really
I like this.
Nice against the Paw Patch Formation. Really nice. He's always gonna get that Demon, right? Daniela trying to see maybe if he can disrupt the Demon with the Paw Patch.
Or maybe kill the enchantment before it makes a token, something along those lines. Probably not.
Yeah, he can't. The trigger is going to happen regardless. It's an into the battlefield trigger that's going onto the stack. But yeah, I mean, he can choose to kill the Demon now, but that will leave the Annex behind.
Whenever you're not sure, raise a hand, call a judge. They're here to help you.
Yes.
Sometimes people, like this is an international tournament, people sometimes have foreign cards, foreign versions of the cards in different languages. call a judge, let them explain to you exactly what it does. How does the interaction work? There's nothing wrong with that. We all have questions. We all, Magic is such a complicated game. So many different interactions that this is just regular stuff.
You know, when I'm not quite sure, I always call judge. Just the one thing I would say there, the way Daniele did it, I would have asked the judge, hey, can we step away from the table a little bit?
Do not give away.
Yeah, because he kind of showed the card in his hand to the judge immediately, and then Giordano can pick up on what he has. He showed it right away anyhow.
Right.
It didn't matter here, but just a minor thing.
Okay, so Unholy Annex on the battlefield. Pop Edge Formation takes care of the demon. I like Giordano's approach of just, pressuring Daniela. This is not a matchup you're going to win by sitting back and slow rolling and sandbagging some of the creatures and just attacking for 2 or 3 at every turn. That way you're just giving your opponent so much time that they're going to be able to execute their own game plan with ease.
Absolutely.
But it looks like Daniela is down to 1 card, so just that 1 Elspeth Smite, which I think Giordano knows about from the early discard spells.
Yep, but those 2 sieges are pretty scary.
Yeah.
The best card probably for Daniele to draw, one of the best cards he could draw, is Stock Up at this point in time. Mill 8, hopefully find 2 more spells, be able to mill for 8 twice again. And then we see the Smite being cast, just preserve some life total, get that trigger in. Milling 8 more cards. Another card that would be pretty awesome here is Jace, because I think we are probably at the threshold of having that triggered. I think we have more than 16 cards, at least from the Siege milled. We have a discard spell cast. Yeah, so if Jace comes down, Daniele would also draw 3 cards with the -3.
How much card draw does Daniela have? How much card selection?
Well, he has 4 Stock Up and 4 Jace. Those are the main ones. And he has also 4 free steps ahead.
Okay, that's a decent amount. Stock Up has been such a good card.
Yeah.
Like when it came out, yeah, another divination, not that great, but it's so much better than that. It's kind of like a standard legal dig through time.
It is, and you can cast it on turn 3 to set up your game plan.
Yeah.
Dig Through a Time was always, or at least in Standard, you couldn't cast it that early, so it was like this late game refill effect. But Stock Up can actually save you, especially in the blue-white deck that I used at the Pro Tour, where, find your Beza, find your Day of Judgment, and then cast it on turn 4. That's a pretty big graveyard. I think we have like 30 cards, around 30 cards left in the library. So something like a River Churn Monument would also be able to exhaust the mill for like 19 at this point. I think we have around that number in the graveyard right now.
17 in the graveyard, if my count 17? Was right.
All right.
Yeah, plus what's in play. We have 7, 8... Yeah.
Oh my God! We just noticed. The Blast Zone has been put on free.
Yep.
Just now at end of turn by Giordano. I love that. And now he's probably gonna say goodbye to his own preacher. He's done enough work. He has to leave the battlefield together with those Glacier Wood Sieges, I would presume.
Yeah, that's got to be worth it, right?
Yeah, it has. I think so.
We're still dying to Jace and the Monument, kind of, but. Yeah, you're also just dying to a top deck Stock Up pretty much, so.
Oh, he's going to gift this time. That's from guessing. Oh no, he is not going to gift. Okay, there's just a land.
Make sure the coast is clear.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's a Blast Zone activation, so that takes care of both of the Glacier Wood Sieges, and Daniel is down to a land in hand and 5 lands in play. So let's see if he's going to be able to draw one of the mill cards before Giordano manages to play more creatures.
Yeah, and the Annex is a 5-mana permanent right now because it was cast as the Ritual Chamber.
That is something I would ask the judge about, for example, because these things are always confusing.
Yeah, for sure they are, with those rooms and the mana cost on them. If it would be cast as an Unholy Annex, then it would have been had to remove it as well.
Yeah, doing a quick graveyard check again.
Yeah, seeing what's still left in your deck.
Yeah, look at that hand. Giordano has so much removal, but this is exactly why Daniele brought a deck which basically doesn't play creatures, right? In the main deck, you are targeting these decks with so much removal. Mono red or these red prowess decks are so popular in the format that everybody has so much removal, which means that bringing a deck with no creatures, that's going to make your opponent, half of their cards sort of irrelevant in the game. So I like that approach.
Yep.
At the same time, I'm not fully convinced that the Ben Mill deck has a good matchup against Mono Red. But if you can dodge Mono Red in the first couple rounds and then get paired against the decks that are supposed to beat up on Mono Red, that could be a good strategy.
Absolutely. Certainly some matchups that are very good.
All right, Day of Judgment is the play for Daniela here. Deals with the Demon and passes the turn back. Remember that Giordano still also has that Sanctuary, so he's a couple attacks away from just activating that every turn. Oh wait, no, that's the one you need to activate just once, right?
All right, then you'll already, you have to activate it once, then it becomes a
that's right.
Sort of like mutable. It has all creature types. It works very well with Unholy Annex.
What was the land back in the day? Was it Stalking Stones? That was it was 6 mana to activate. It was 3 free.
Oh my god, yeah. It was like a tapped colorless land or something. Or was it untapped?
Yeah, I think it was a colorless land. It was in that Randy Bueller's deck, the mono blue deck with like 36 counter spells and 24 lands and 1 creature or something.
That's such a bad card. All right, we get good usage of mana here. Preacher plus Unholy Annex. Draw a card. The demons have been, the 6/6 demons have been taken care of it, so the clock is somewhat short. So, yeah, Daniela, he's sitting on a siege.
He's just looking for that stock up. Like stock up is a card he's praying to draw every single turn.
Yeah.
Siege is nice, but yeah, you just want that card selection and you want to just find more gas, chain the card draw spells.
To be fair, the Riverturn Monument exhaust off the top would also...
That would be,
yeah. I don't know, I don't think it's quite enough yet, but it's close.
Oh my god.
And, if I were Giordano, I would actually try to play around that by not casting more, by not putting more cards in my graveyard if I can avoid it. So for example, casting the Duress, if that leads to being closer to a Riverturn Monument, then maybe I shouldn't have, you know what I mean? Like maybe you shouldn't have done that. But yeah, he just wants to make sure. And now he has a 2-turn clock. So against an Adaka Waste in hand, this is 5 damage coming across, plus the Annex draining for 2 end of turn.
Okay.
So Daniela has to draw something right now.
Look at Giordano's hand. I think there was 2 copies of Go for the Throw. There was a Shieldred's Edict. I think there was a Cut Down or Shoot the Sheriff as well.
Yeah, I think both of them, yeah. Classic. There's no targets in the other deck. Not even a man land to get. Literally 0. Oh, you can Shieldred's Edict to chase.
Oh, that's true. the utility lands, the colorless lands in Giordano's deck, though, coming in clutch in this game.
Absolutely. I love the choice there. Blast Zone is in an effect that mono black doesn't have to remove, like stuff like Curry Steelcutter, stuff like enchantments that well. And Blast Zone comes in to do that. Very nice one for the deck.
Wow. And yeah, Daniela doesn't draw anything that he can play, no more action, and he concedes. So somehow Giordano was able to take game 1 despite all the removal that he drew. He did have the discard spells. Those were really good. But I would say that Daniela also, his deck kind of didn't really fail. He was able to set up the sieges, play some spells, but he never drew a card draw spell, and that was
the main problem. Like when you play those sieges, you do need to chain those card draw spells. Otherwise, you just don't have enough, right? He's not playing AWP, he's not playing Sleight of Hand, so he needs those big card advantage spells to continue milling his opponent.
How do you approach a matchup like this if you see your opponent's main deck with 8 discard spells? How do you approach mulliganing? I remember from back in the days playing against Junt when they always played, Thoughtseize and Inquisition of Kozilek. I hated mulliganing against that deck. They also had Liliana of the Veil, because you don't really want to go down on resources, but at the same time, you don't also really want to keep a 2-lander, on the play, because what if you don't have a 3rd land? How do you approach this, these strategies or the mulligan decisions against decks with so many discard spells?
My usual strategy would be that I would keep hands that aren't maybe as fast or consistent, but that have multiple good cards, strong cards, like a 4-lander with 2 high-end, high-impact cards, or even I would want to mulligan, either I keep those hands with stock up, etc., or I also am more fine keeping low land hands to have a high density of spells.
Okay.
So it's like one or the other essentially, and prioritizing less a curve more power in your hand, density of spells, having less lands is okay, or having more lands but highly powerful spells.
Okay.
And less on the consistency, less on the curve, focus on that. Yeah.
Let's take a look at the sideboards here.
Exactly.
So what do you want to start with? Mono red, mono black, or banned?
Sure, we can talk about mono black. So yeah, Giordano has a lot of cards to take out, all those removal spells. Daniela, you know, it's open deck list. Daniela doesn't even have creatures to side in besides Obstinate Bailiff, which I don't think is going to come in here because there's no Liliana of the Veil on the other side. So yeah, there's really no usage for those, for those Go for the Throats and whatnot. So he wants to bring those 2 Withering Torments in. He has for the Glacierwood Siege, of course, and then he has like Gix's Command he can bring in. He really doesn't have a lot. And then he has a Lord Skitter, Sewer King, and then he has those 3 Quasi Revenant, a new variant of Vampire Nighthawk that's really powerful. Also kind of neat against the mill opponent because it does have Renew, but the ability of Death Touch, Lifelink, and Flying, not very relevant here. None of them actually. But nonetheless, I mean, yeah, he has some extra creatures to bring in and those Withering Torments. No more discard spells, no Planeswalkers.
Liliana would be nice here.
Liliana would be pretty good, yeah.
If Reed Duke would have a Liliana in his sideboard.
100%.
Or in his main deck.
At least he has 8 cards to bring in and 8 cards to take out, from what I can tell here. On the other side, we're looking at 4 Negate, 4 Obstinate Bailiff, 3 Authority of the Consuls, 3 Heritage Reclamation, and 1 Sunfall on the sideboard. I think the interesting ones here are Negate, Heritage Reclamation, and Sunfall. Reclamation can blow up the Annex and can draw a card, cycle itself, and Negate can counter one of those discard spells, can counter an Annex. None of them feel exceptional because they are situational. Negate has like 12 solid targets, some of them very cheap, so it's a little bit better on the play than on the draw. So I may on the play board in a couple Negates, but not on the draw because it's harder to get the 2-mana discard spell. And then the Heritage Reclamation, I mean, it's just a fine card. Just, you know, cycle and destroy a thing. Sunfall seems decent. Looking at the main deck, I would certainly look to shave some of those Elspeth Smites. They seem rather narrow here. They don't hit a lot. They might be good against some of the sideboard cards coming in. The free freeze from the Quasi Revenant and the Lord Skitter. But they're very not very good against the main deck cards. So Sunfall's coming in, maybe a couple Reclamation and then a couple Elspeth Smite out. Not much to side out here, I suppose. I
want to just quickly touch on something you mentioned when talking about the mono black sideboard, and that was that the mono black player had Giordano had 8 cards to board out, and he also had 8 cards to bring in. That's not a coincidence. When you're building your sideboards, you know, not everybody is a competitive player. Maybe, you know, you haven't played that many constructed tournaments. Make sure the numbers add up so that you have the right numbers of cards you want to board out. Sure, there's going to be a control deck I'm going to play against. I have these 8 removal spells I really want to board out because they don't do anything in the matchup. I need to have 8 cards to bring in from the sideboard. I really don't want to keep, you know, cut downs in my deck because those are going to be actual blanks, right? So when you're approaching building your sideboard, make sure that you have this in mind where you always have the right amount of cards to take out and the same number of cards to bring in from the sideboard for these matchups. It's easy to see, you know, mono red doing well in the format and just instantly put 8 cards against mono red in your sideboard, but then you realize, oh wait, I don't really have 8 cards to board out. Like, how do I, you know, what do I do? Do I just leave 3 of these really good cards against red in the sideboard? That doesn't make sense. So make sure first you go over all the matchups and how these numbers add up before fully submitting your sideboard.
Lessons by Martins here for free. Wow, I mean that's really good stuff. And I mean I do coaching myself, and a lot of people struggle sideboarding, and oh, look at that!
Ooh,
actually,
Ghost Vacuum.
Started.
Okay.
Ghost Vacuum.
I mean, I remember doing that when I was younger. I was scribbling down deck lists in my notepad, you know, during classes, and I would always put 8 anti-mono red cards in the sideboard right away, and then it would just never add up. So yeah, those are definitely good lessons. Keep that in mind. But game 2 is underway. Ghost Vacuum from Giordano, and now there's a Duress looking at Jace. There's a Day of Judgment and 2 copies of Paw Patch Formation.
3 lands in total. The Jace being able to cast here on turn 3, draw a card immediately, and then be a little bit annoying with the plus one giving a creature of Giordano -3 mana. So I think that's the prime target for the dress here. He'll make sure to play around Day of Judgment going further. Or I see a Crew Clause high, so you can take the Day of Judgment later down the line if he wants to. Daniele just choosing to cycle here. Ghost Vacuum is interesting. I haven't really thought about that one. It is quite nice for two reasons, I guess. Well, quite nice is maybe an over-exaggeration, but it has use cases.
Right.
The 6 mana ability can get some of Giordano's creature back.
Okay.
Like after a sweeper effect, after exiling his own creatures, right, from his graveyard and then getting them back. And the other effect it does is it is good against the exhaustibility of River Churn Monument.
And Jace.
Oh, Jace too, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Good point.
And there's stock up, so that's the card Daniele wants to see every game, and he wants to see multiple copies. And it was at the perfect position. It was at the perfect position in his deck. It was right after he got duressed. Yeah. It was waiting for him at the top of his deck. So stock up is the play, and I think he found another one. So he's setting up pretty well for the rest of the game.
What's better than finding a stock up of a stock up, Martin? What is better than that?
Exactly.
Even you as an aggro player has to appreciate that.
Oh yeah. Well, better than that is playing a stock up, getting another one, and then your opponent missing a third land drop. That is.
Yeah, that's kind of brutal. Oh, no third stock up though. How unlucky. How unlucky.
Who was the blue card?
I think it was a negate.
It was a negate. Okay.
Brought in the gate.
I think that's a Day of Judgment, Sunfall land, and I think that's a land.
Yeah, I think that's one of those Verges. Oh, he's taking Day of Judgment. He has another land in hand. He took that with the first stock up, the Portico.
All right, checks the top card, bins an island, already has enough lands to play, and passes the turn.
His hand is very reactive right now, I have to say. So while Giordano is missing land drops, Daniele is sitting on a bunch of answers.
Doesn't have a way to punish him for that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this might actually might not be that bad. It is bad, but not, you know what I mean? Like,
the Revenant made it into Giordano's deck, and despite the abilities not being super relevant against a mill deck, it is still a 3-mana 3/3. You still want to pressure the opponent and, use your discard spells to make the game end as fast as possible before they can take over with the sieges and the monuments.
Yeah. Yeah, we see Paw Patch being cycled, sack the food, gain some life. I like that. He wants to find Jace, he wants to find Siege. He wants to find something that he can kill Giordano with. But just found 2 lands, I believe. But yeah, he's in a good position, of course, to having that incredible mana advantage.
Oh my god, how many turns has it been? At least Duress is a card you can play, but oof. Yeah, negate, protect your hand, don't give your opponent the information. At the end of turn, we're going to crack the food, so Daniele goes to 23.
I think he's actually at 26. I think our tool is not getting life over 20 right now, unfortunately.
Something else. We're going to fix that.
Working on that.
We're playing with different rules today. Nobody can go over 20. Yeah, Daniele really wants to draw that siege. He really wants to draw that River Churn Monument. 3 steps ahead is a nice card to sit on at least. That's going to make sure that nothing resolves, and you're going to get to dig deeper into your deck. Yeah, Daniele says hold on a little bit. Wow, he lets it resolve actually. Okay, valuing the counter spell.
Yeah, I guess he's deciding he has answers for the Preacher in other ways. But yeah, 3 steps ahead was a huge draw for him there. Like, there's no better. Like, it's cryptic command on crack, right? It draws 2, discards 1.
Yeah, it looks like now Daniele is getting perhaps a little flooded. But he is sitting on that 3 steps ahead that, hopefully finds more gas for him. So back to Giordano, who is finally able to start playing the 3 drops, which he does have a lot of them. He cannot play the Revenant, though. He does not have double black. That is the downside of running a lot of colorless sources. And 3 steps ahead is being used on Preacher here. There's the Monument, so yeah, we might see some action here from Daniela. We might see him start milling Giordano pretty quickly and then use the exhaust ability to put the nail in the coffin. That was a stock up from the top. Not bad.
Yeah, that is
exactly what the doctor ordered.
Giordano's not feeling great here. I like how Daniela's really making sure to tap his mana well. Oof, yeah.
Yeah, this game's over. That's a good stock up. 2 counter spells. There's a Jace.
Can I have all of them?
That's 5 non-land cards.
Yeah, I get lost in there too. Oh, he's taking the negate. Okay.
Takes a negate and a Jace, in addition to already having the monument. So yeah, I think he wants to play the monument here and then sit on the negate or play another land, spend 3. Let's see. No, Jace it is. Okay.
Jace for.
He did have land drop. Okay.
Mana here. Choosing to go with that to draw some cards, perhaps.
So he does.
He's just plussing.
So he does value sitting on that negate.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. I mean, your opponent is kind of at the position where they can only play 1 spell a turn, so holding a negate certainly makes sense to protect the Jace. How about Unholy Annex? Negate says no, and Daniela is firmly in the driver's seat here.
This Ghost Vacuum is making at least the River Monument a little worse. That's
true.
Definitely good for Giordano here.
Okay, and Daniela passes the turn back. Still no 4th land. Wow, and Giordano actually has to pass the turn because he doesn't have double black to play some of those cards. That is really unfortunate.
He's sitting on 2 Cruel Claws Heist he can't cast. He's putting the Blaster on 2 for the monument. Let's go. Those are 2 map tokens, by the way, that scribbled white painted like self-made token on Giordano's side for anybody just tuning in. That's an Annex, and we're looking at 3 sweepers on the right end, so that Annex is going to sit, and we have to discard to hand size here.
Yeah, I don't think Daniel is too concerned with that, though. Mills 2 cards.
Yeah, it might just be a little too late here. I think going back to that stock up, alternatively, you could have taken stuff like 3 steps ahead, not played your Jace immediately. Like again, Daniela is running a little low on cards. He picked up the negate rather than the 3 steps ahead, but that might bite him down the line here. But Jace on 6 means already a mill for what, 18? Yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle, that is for sure. But I don't think Giordano is quite out of it yet.
How many cards has he used this game though? Like I think we're approaching 20 cards.
Yeah.
Which would be roughly 40 cards in the library then. So yeah, that Jace is gonna start doing work.
That Jace is milling for 9. Is that what's happening? And in response, exile of the vacuum. Very, very heads up. Oh.
No, it was a -2 ability. So mill 3, draw a card.
I thought it was on 6 loyalty. Oh, maybe I missaw.
Back to Giordano, who finally finds more land to play with. So he has a 2nd black source, another black source in hand, looking at 2 copies of Archfiend of the Dross. And yeah, I think this makes sense. You just, sometimes your only out is hoping that your opponent has 5 lands in hand.
Yeah.
And they're going to draw 3 more, right? And you have to play to your outs. He's not going to win by sitting around and playing discard spells or, playing 3/3s instead of a 6/6. Just make the best play possible and hope that your opponent, is going to get a little unlucky. Obviously, the odds of Giordano winning here are insanely low, but you got to play to your out. So still better try it out than not. So he plays out the 6/6, obviously, that dies to the right end right away. Jace sticks up, and the turn is passed back to Giordano.
That's a funny hand from Daniela. He has 3 copies of Day of Judgment and a Sunfall.
Sunfall, all the sweepers in his deck.
I would say for Giordano, something I would, in his position, think about right now actually is also you could consider conceding for time reasons.
That is a great point.
He is playing in a way where it makes me think he's not really thinking about time right now. So it could be a slow matchup, but they still have 22 minutes on the clock, so it's like not in the danger zone yet.
22 minutes is still definitely reasonable to, try to win the game, but I love that point because this is a tournament where we're playing 8 rounds, 6-2 makes it to day 2. If you pick up a draw early in the tournament because you played slow or, I hate seeing two aggro decks draw early. Like, how does a mono-red, aggro draw with prowess? Something was not
shady
right.
happened. They want to get paired into control decks.
Not shady, but sure. I mean, that's a thing you can do.
That does actually happen too. Yeah.
That's a thing you can do.
Not shady. It's actually allowed.
Right. But yeah, mind the clock and mind the fact that if you pick up a draw, that's almost like picking up a loss this early in the tournament because you really want those 18 points at the end of day 1. And if you have a draw instead of one of the wins, then you're still going to need to get 6 wins on top of that. So try to play fast and make sure the game doesn't unnecessarily end as a draw. There's a siege from Daniela. Teamer is the choice.
Yeah, another reason to concede, it's a minor thing because it's open deckless anyways, and so Daniela kind of knows what he's up against, but you could also conceal information. You could conceal information how you sideboarded by conceding earlier. Now you're showing the second Ghost Vacuum. It's not really that important. There's the Withering Torment. Like, Daniela knows about these things now. Yeah. But Giordano is a fighting spirit, laying it out. I think at this point in the game, there would need to be a miracle to happen for him to take this one down. Between Jace, the Siege, and the Riverturn Monument, I think this game is pretty much over. Yeah, there's a map token. I think it's Italian, self-made, with 2 Italian players facing off against each other here. That's the white scribbled card next to the Unholy Annex. 2 map tokens from Get Lost earlier cast.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Giordano has like 20 cards left in the library, around about that. Now he's going to cast a Crew Class Heist. Take a look at what Daniela's working with.
Thumbs up,
yeah.
Nice little smirk.
Daniela has his game face on for sure. There's no smirk on his side after revealing that hand. He's all in the zone right now. Archfiend of the Dross hitting the battlefield. It will get a drain in, but we all know it's going to die to one of those sweepers next turn. And yeah, Daniel is sitting, I think he was originally at 26. Again, off life total, we were working on that. Our life total tracker can't go over 20 right now, but Daniela, I think, is still over 20. It's like 24 or 22 or something like that. It doesn't really matter, to be fair. Yeah. Fabled Passage is the draw. The Jace minus 15 plus the Riverturn Monument should be enough here. I think Daniela is going through like 12 cards in the graveyard, and then the Jace milling 15 gets it up to 27, and then Monument mills for another 27, minus 1 Ghost Vacuum activation, which is 26. I do believe that is more than Mr. Di Stefano's library.
Okay.
Yeah, there's the concession.
So 1-1, back to the drawing board. Do you think this changes with now the mono black deck being on the plate? Do you think that changes your plans at all?
I like the negate a little less from Daniel's side because it's harder to counter the discard spells, and that leaves you with situations where Giordano can sort of duress you and then take your removal spells and just start on a Preacher and don't even play the Annex, wait with the Annex until the Day of Judgment comes down, take the removal spells, know about the negate, you know about it, it's easy to play around, especially when you have a wide variety of spells. He has a lot of creatures and he has only some non-creatures, so he can easily maneuver around the negate, activate his Soulstone Sanctuary or something like that in response. So I would maybe not be that high on those. I didn't see any Heritage Reclamations, so maybe he didn't bring those in, and he just brought in some negates for maybe some of those smites. From the mono black side, I mean, I think the way he did it looked good to me. I actually, there's a filigree Silex also in the main deck that can blow up Riverture Monument and the Siege. That's kind of interesting. That's probably going to stay there, just as an extra blast zone effect.
And remember, we're watching two brews, but we're also watching, I think it was table 28. Both players are 3-0. This is not just a brew that, hey, we're just showing you this because it's cool. Both players are actually, undefeated in the tournament 3 rounds in. So
yeah, absolutely. And you have to qualify for this event. This is essentially the European Championship, the best players in Europe. Oh yeah. Most of them are here. Most of them are playing. So the competition is definitely tough, and we have 1,000 players in attendance. Day 1 is, it's going to be a little bit easier, but day 2, there's a lot of sharks in the water, that's for sure.
I also love that we're in Italy. The pizza's good, the people are friendly, the weather is nice. We get to hang out in Bologna. Yesterday, Simon posted in our chat that there is a Michelin star pizza place here in Bologna that sells pizza for like 12 euros. I really want to go check that out because that sounds really cool.
Yeah, that sounds pretty amazing. Simon actually said Bologna is his favorite city.
Okay.
I'm sure he's going to spit out some fun facts during the tournament, why he likes the city so much. I mean, I've been here a couple times too, more than a couple times actually. There's been a countless amount of Magic tournaments here to this convention hall, Fira Bologna. And the food is pretty amazing. I've been here with some friends from Hamburg, and we went to the same restaurants 3 times in a row. It was so freaking good. And just took almost the same stuff, like always carbonara, the usual. And yeah, Bolognese is from here, so
that's true. Yeah. One of the regional championships last season was in Naples. That's what pizza I think originally comes from. So that was also fun.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, the Italian pizza is really good.
Oh yeah, for sure. 16 minutes on the clock. That should be fine to finish this game, hopefully. Ghost Vacuum again on turn 1. And a second Ghost Vacuum in hand. Oof, that's the second one you don't really want to see. That feels like a mulligan. The first one already feels like half a mulligan.
I was going to say, turn 1 island, that probably signals a hand that is little low on lands, because you typically want to start with the tap lands. And is that the Verge or is that a Surveillance? That looks like a Verge.
It does look. I think the Surveillance would have been played. I think it's a Flood Farm Verge.
I was actually thinking, if you do always play the Surveillance there, because there certainly were situations in the Temple format where you didn't always want to play the Temple on turn 1. Sometimes you wanted to either take a look at what your opponent was playing before you scried, or sometimes you were thinking, okay, I want to see my first draw step. This is a slow matchup. It doesn't matter if my second land comes into play tapped. So it's a slow matchup. Maybe I'll play my land with the Scry or Surveil effect on turn 2 because I want to have more information. I want to see if I already drew the third land, or if I'm looking for that land, or you don't always have to play these tapped lands on turn 1. Sometimes, in a control mirror or against a slow mid-range deck, there could be value in saving it for an extra turn or 2. But here we have Giordano on a discard spell.
You know what I would have liked from Giordano to see here? He already had the Crew Close Highs, the second one coming up. I think a sweet play would have been to take the Jace with the first one, and then to gift with the second one, and then to take the Stalk up for yourself.
Okay.
That's something I would have done just out of spite, first and foremost. But also because it would have been a good play, I think. Because his hand is lacking card advantage right now. He has those demons, but he doesn't have a 4th land, so picking the Stalk up from Daniele would have been able to find him a 4th land here.
So
another 4-drop. Giordano slamming the table. He just
that's frustrating.
Feeling it. I mean, you prepare for this event.
Is that 4 4-drops?
Yeah, he has a 5. He has a speed demon.
2 Archfiend's demon and a Shield Dread.
There's the land.
Okay. Crisis averted. Like the extra turn, it might already be 1 turn too late, but better than never. So here comes the demon. Here comes the Archfiend of the draws. 6/6 demon. That would be some quick pressure, but
he's not even picking up the oil dice. He's like, yeah, I know this is dying. Just
show me how.
Daniela's like, what do I use? Poppage? Do I use Get Lost?
So Monument gets activated.
You can see all deck lists on the Ultimate. I saw someone in chat on YouTube. You can see all deck lists when you go to MTG Melee and then find the tournament, regional championship. I'm not sure. Yeah, do we have a command set up?
Yeah, also exclamation mark deck lists. You can also do exclamation mark event. That is going to let you visit the Fanfinity page where you can read everything about the event. You know, if you're also thinking of visiting one of these in the future, you can check out the side events. You can check out, you know, all the cool stuff that we have here going on. There's a bunch of vendors, artists. You can have your cards signed. Really cool side events as well. I like the last round's qualifying structure. I like that there's these 4-round flights. You can play multiple of them on Friday. So even if you come to this tournament and you're not qualified for the regional championship, you can grind in on Friday. You have multiple opportunities.
This is a weird game. I mean, the Ghost Vacuum is really keeping that movement in check, and also exiling those demons can return them as 1/1 spirits sometime in the future.
That could be dangerous.
Yeah. I think I actually would have liked Giordano to put both under one, because he wants to keep one around and crack the other maybe down the line.
Okay.
I'm saying. But minor thing. Unfortunately for Giordano, I mean, he has 2 more big threats coming up, Shieldred and Speed Demon, but Daniela has the perfect lineup. He has 2 more Get Lost and a Paw Patch. So he can just handle all those big, black, powerful creatures. But he doesn't have card advantage, right? He doesn't have a Jace. He just has that Monument going, which is a bit of a slow clock against the 60 card deck.
Is there any consideration here to saving the Get Lost in case you untap and you draw the Glacierwood Siege?
He did it here in response to a map being cracked. Okay. Just preventing that extra card flow is probably a good reason.
That makes sense.
Otherwise, I do think that's a absolutely reasonable consideration you're making. There's a stock up, I think. Oh my god.
There we go. Best card in Daniela's deck.
Best card in Standard, question mark?
Yeah. So that's a Jace. I think that was 2 sweepers, Right's End, and a land. What do you like here? Jay's got to be really...
Yeah, Jay's 100%, and maybe a Right's End. But he took the forest there, making sure he has another land to play. That's also pretty reasonable. He does have Get Lost and Sunfall, so he doesn't really need more white removal. Giordano on 1 card in hand. Daniela's got to be feeling great about this.
Yeah, the extra land, I'm not sure how many blue sources there are. I think there are 3. The extra land does allow you to possibly next turn play Jace for 4 and hold up the negate, so depends on how aggressively Daniela wants to play this.
Someone in Twitch is asking, it is open decklist indeed, yes.
It is, yes. The regional championships are, and the Pro Tours are always open deck lists. You get to sit down for the match, and you have a 3-minute window to look at your opponent's deck list. You can also look it up on MTG Melee if your phone is on the table and you're not looking up something else. And yeah, you just get to look what is going on in your opponent's list, and then the game begins. Then there is a 50-minute timer that starts after those 3 minutes. You are allowed to make notes during the game, but not when you are consulting the deck list. So also keep that in mind. The Speed Demon makes an appearance.
We're going to get some speed here. Judge, hey, do you have a speed token? There it is.
Wow, okay, nice.
Let's go.
There it is.
So that card is going to draw a card at the end step for each speed you have. Get Lost is going to take it out, and Giordano is cracking up here. It's like, come on, bro.
How much removal do you have? I mean, to be fair, this is just not a great matchup for Giordano, right?
No.
He does have the discard spells, but you have all 3 and 4 mana threats, and that just plays right into the game plan of your opponent, which is winning with these slow mill cards and 2 mana removal at instant speed.
I think Daniela unintentionally used the Yavimaya coast here. We're on a slight delay. Oh, he's going to redo it. Okay, and that's fine, sure. So no damage taken. Has a negate to protect this Jace from a Shieldred's Edict. And Giordano's out of cards. Jace being plus. I think Giordano's going to bring back some of those creatures now.
Yeah, I mean, the Ghost Vacuums are doing really good work here. Really, stopping the Monument from maybe already having ended the game.
Yeah.
Otherwise.
Unfortunately, though, that Sunfall will clear that Monument. Oh, he's not going to crack it. Okay. Well, he has some maps to crack, I suppose. 4 of them here. The Quasi-Revenant.
Well, you can put that in the graveyard, but yeah, as you said, Lifelink and Flying and Death Touch not particularly relevant in this matchup.
It's also everything he keeps on top will just get milled.
Right.
Keeping cards on top, I guess, is smart against the mill deck. Just don't help him. But he could have used some more maps if he wanted to make the Preacher a more sizable threat. Oh no, another stock up.
I think we're reaching a point where you can just minus XJs, that's 18 cards, and then Exhaust Monument, right?
Yeah, I think we're pretty damn close to it, if not already there. I think Giordano is looking to activate that Blast Zone. That's why he's not using those maps. He wants to put it up to 2, so he can blow up the Monument, perhaps. Yeah, it's looking grim for our Mono Black Demons pilot over here. Someone in chat is asking why we're not seeing Red Prowess. No, Red and Prowess are actually the 2 most played decks. They're both together 26% of the format, but
we're
gonna show them. We're on 4 of a long tournament. We have 14 Swiss rounds coming at today and tomorrow, and plus a top 8. So you'll certainly see some prowess. They are well represented, but we wanted to showcase some of the sweet decks that are still undefeated in the tournament right now.
Exactly. Standard is not just Red. It's not just Gruul, Izzet, and Mono Red. There's a lot of other decks, and these players are 3-0 playing, 2 off-meta decks. So. Again, shout out to Frank Karsten for sifting through the lists and picking these cool lists out of the 1,000+ players tournament.
I kind of want to see a Ghost Vacuum activation. I know it's not good enough, but at least let's bring some 1/1 versions of Shieldred, Speed Demon, Quasi-Revenant, and Archfiend of the Dross into play. It's a really sweet graveyard hate card where you just have that 6-mana ability onto it. I have to shout out, I don't know who, but I have to shout out the game designer behind it.
Yeah.
Pretty sweet Relic of Progenitus variant.
I mean, shout out to the playtest group at Wizards and the R&D team. I think they're doing a tremendous job. There's a Magic set coming out in every 2 months or something, and we always get a new limited format. We always get new abilities, new cool cards. And I don't think that's very easy to do. Like it must be a super hard job. Obviously, you have 20 people that play test the set, and then you have millions of people that are going to play with the cards right away. So it's easy that something slips, and you have, oh, how could you print this? It's so good with this card or with that card. Their job must be really, really hard. And I think they're making Magic an incredibly entertaining game, despite the game being here for 31 years or something. And I think that's amazing.
I love the analogy of sort of continuous patching, continuous DLCing, which you see in other games, keeping other games alive that have been around for 10 years. Good examples like stuff from Paradox Interactive. Anyways, here with Magic, you also have that, right? You're just continuously improving and upgrading the game, which is awesome. And there we see a Jace activation.
Yeah, I believe that was -7, so that would be 21 cards getting milled from Giordano's deck, and there's also the Riverturn Monument. Something you can do in this situation, by the way, is you can oh wait, no, never mind. If Jace was an instant speed card, or if you could play the ability at instant speed, what you could do is you could activate the Monument first, and then respond by milling with Jace.
I see. Now the Blast Zone Destruction on 2 is on the stack, and in response, Daniel is going to activate the Exhaust. In response, we see I have a big stack right now. So Blast Zone trigger, Exhaust ability, and now we have Ghost Vacuum triggers on top of that Exhaust ability, resolving, exiling more of the graveyard, and then we have a little bit of an Exhaust just for free cards. The vacuum really prevented that painful ability from the Virtual Monument. But still 21 cards coming now. Is this already enough?
Even the counting is a little bit more on the slow side, but 3 minutes left.
Sweet time. Giordano certainly still has a curious face on him. Looks like he's still in the game. He's thinking about everything. I know myself personally how I would feel in the situation. I don't think I would keep that straight on the face still.
Yeah, I would be like, oh my god, playing it mill. Why me? I brought this
cards left in library. Opponents had more than 20 life. He has 3 cards in library.
Okay.
Is he going to? Is he? I mean, if he wins this game, I would love it, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
2 more lands, and then there's a blast, and I think there was a fountain port as well.
If he had like magically appear 2 duresses in his hand to take away the counterspell, and then to take away the sunfall, then crack the ghost vacuum, put a ton of power into play, maybe he would get there. But the speed demon actually mills him sooner, so that's not optimal. Regarding what's on the top tables, I mean, it's early in the tournament. You know, it's round 4. I think there's, I haven't checked the standings right now, but like there's a lot of red and Is It Prowess and various archetypes still in the undefeated brackets. We have a better picture of like what decks are really standing out in terms of win rates, I would say later in the day.
After day 1 is usually yeah.
We'll have Frank analyze the data after day 1 for you guys. It's such a blessing to have him on board, to have him in this crew. He's such a, absolute the data genius, and he's going to bring us all that data.
I love how Frank has so many tools also for this. It's not just, he doesn't just go through every deck list himself. He has so many tools and scripts and algorithms that kind of just do it for him.
Yeah,
which is really awesome as well.
His little minions at work for him. Okay, we have an attack. What is happening here exactly?
I think we might be at the end of turn.
Yes.
1 step ahead, being sort of cycled here.
Daniela playing very fast right now, going for the Glacier Witch Siege, casting a Stalk Up and winning the game.
There we go. Choose Teamer, and Stock Up is the play. Mill 4 cards and GG. So congratulations to Daniela. That was a cool deck, and he moves on to 4-0 with Bant Mill.
Can he be 8-0 at the end of the day?
I mean, that's not a deck I would pick as my choice to be, at the top of the standings after 4 rounds in a sea of mono red.
Yeah, you love to see it. You love to see it. He taking the win down here on the feature match with his own brew.
Yeah,
and isn't that the dream come true of any, competitive player? Awesome stuff.
Good stuff.
Glacier Witch Siege.
So before this round, Frank gave us an update on some of the cool decks doing well. He was like, okay, we have this Bant Mill, make sure you check that out so you know what's going on in that deck. There's also this Esper Reanimator. And I thought that we already picked the matchup for next round, and we were going to see Reanimator playing against Mill, which would probably be one of the most lopsided matchup in Magic history. Your opponent is doing the work for you.
Yeah.
So that would have been interesting to see, but anyways, this was round number 4. There's 8 rounds today. 6 and 2 is the cut. You need 18 points. So like we said, draws not particularly great. They can be useful tomorrow if you're trying to draw into that top 36 to pick up that Pro Tour invite for Pro Tour Atlanta. Edge of Eternities. It's going to be a modern Pro Tour later this year. Top 36 players here get an invite. Top 4 players, they also qualify for the next 3 regional championships, but also top 2 players, they qualify for Worlds. How many players do we have qualify for Worlds already? We already had one of these regional championships in Prague. So I think that was it Alex Rohan? With oh no, that was the teamer. That was Spotlight Utrecht.
No. I think you're correct. Alex Rohan took down Prague
he played a combo deck
with the Team of Breach deck. Yes, he made the finals there. took it all down.
Okay.
Yeah, we have those. We have the first set of regional championships all over the world, who in some countries it's the top 2, like in the United States and in the European regions. And then I think like in the Latin American, only the first, like only the winner, I believe. And then we had one Pro Tour where the top 8 made worlds, and also people that had 12 and 4 at that tournament, which I was one of the lucky ones.
Nice. No big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, Worlds is usually a 100 players tournament, $100 million prize purse at that event. So
the pinnacle of the game.
Do the math.
Yeah, I've only played 2 World Championships in my life. It's certainly the one event that I'm looking forward to most. I mean, World Champion, calling yourself that.
That's cool.
Who doesn't want to put that into his Tinder biography?
How insane is that Javier Dominguez is already a 2-time world champion? Are you kidding me?
Absolutely unreal.
Like this. It's so hard to do well at one of these events, like not to mention, being a 2-time world. Do we have multiple? Is Shahar and Javier, are they the only 2 multiple-time world champions?
Yeah, I think those are the only 2.
The last finals was between Seth and Javier, where they both have previously won worlds, so they were playing for the right to call themselves the 2-time world champion. That was a really cool finals in Las Vegas last year. Was it? No, it was in Marcio.
Marcio actually lost in the finals before.
And it was in semis. Semis was Seth against Javier, and then
that was the World Championship.
So many good players in that topic.
Kai Buddha as well.
Yeah, shout out to Kai. That was my,
talking about greats.
Oh my God! When I was growing up, we had these sideboard magazines in the local game store, and we were reading the magazines, and we're like, who is this guy? How does he win every tournament? We would get every new version of the Cyber magazine every month, and there would be Kai, like either he won a Grand Prix, or he won a Pro Tour, or 2 months later he won another Pro Tour, he won another Grand Prix, he won the Invitational. Just every tournament he played, he would just win that.
Yeah. I mean, when I started getting into competitive Magic around 2015, 2016, he was just this like retired mythical creature, mythical legend. Like people were like, Kai Buddha, yeah. I mean, he was in Hamburg for a year or 2. Like I started playing in Hamburg, where he was actually like, because he studied there or something, and they were, I remember I played once against him, and and like it was just this like they built him up so like this almost half godlike stuff. No, I mean for real, like from all the stories I hear, like what he did back then is just it's unbelievable today. It's impossible today. It was incredible. It was absolutely incredible.
I remember, I think he took a break for a couple of years, and then he came back and he played a Grand Prix, and I think he got a game loss because he played Forbid in back then it wasn't Modern, it was Extended, and the judge's like, hey, this is not legal in the format anymore. And he's like, I guess I didn't play for a couple of years, But yeah, that said, shout out to Kai again. We have a winner's interview, so let's see what Daniela gets to say about his banned mill deck.
So here we have a winner of the feature match. Daniele Maffei, you're playing Banned Mill, which is a very spicy deck. So, could you tell us, why did you choose this deck for the tournament?
Come mai hai scelto questo mazzo per il torneo? L'idea è stata l'idea di un mio amico.
The idea was from a friend of mine.
L'ho portata modificando qualche carta.
I changed a bit the list, but
sembrerebbe che funzioni.
It's performing, so fine.
Good.
Veramente, poi combo, io amo I combo.
I'm also a big fan of combo decks, so...
All right. So, what did you expect from the metagame? What did you expect from the metagame?
Cosa ti aspetti dal metagame? Allora, dal metagame mi aspetto più mazzi nuovi che sono usciti ora, tipo draghi, questi draghi qua.
I expect a lot of new decks like dragons. Control midrange.
Sì, combo non credo.
Not many combos.
All right. I've seen that your opponent boarded in Ghost Vacuums against you. how it was for you.
Ho notato che hanno sidato dentro Ghost Vacuum contro di te, come ti è sembrato?
Secondo me Ghost Vacuum contro di me non è forte, per via perché, ok, mi leva sempre quelle 2 carte, però quando poi vado a fare il meno di chase che gli vado a macinare tutte quelle carte, ok, lui magari sul passo mi leva quelle 2 carte, se risposta gli attivo il monumento, l'artefattino blu, gli faccio macinare, anche se mi leva quelle 2 carte, sempre, anche invece di 20 gli faccio un esempio, 18 e non sono poche.
Ghost Vacuum is not strong, I don't think.
Right.
Because it can maybe remove a few cards, but it's not relevant against Jace. I can minus it and then activate my artifact to kill them, even if they take out a few cards like a Simil for like a punch.
Okay.
Rest in Peace è una carta forte.
Rest in Peace, I fear.
Well, thank you very much. Good luck in the next rounds. It was nice having you. All right, back to the booth.
Good stuff. Congratulations again to Daniela, who moves on to 4-0. And we're back here with another feature match from round 4. I think we have a match between 2 Esper decks, but they're very different variants. I think we have 2 Italian players representing Italy here in Bologna. Tell me what's going on here.
Yeah, we have the aforementioned Esper Reanimator deck, which Frank put out there, and it's facing Esper Pixie. And Esper Pixie does play Hopeless Nightmare, so it does also help the Reanimator play a little bit, binning those cards, making Reanimate a decent choice against all those Hopeless Nightmare decks. We see that with the Omniscience deck as well, where they can just discard Omniscience. So yeah, that's going to be an interesting matchup to see in action. I would say game 1 probably favorite for the Reanimator deck.
Yeah.
Because, you know, there's not many counter spells, not Graveyard Hate. But then when the Graveyard Hate, when the counter spells come in, the Pixie deck can usually play that Delver-esque game and make it tricky for the Reanimator deck to deploy their thing.
That's what a lot of people at the Pro Tour compared the Pixie deck to. A lot of my friends were like, okay, we chose to play Pixie because we thought it was the Delver of the format. Yeah. We thought it was, you know, this deck that gets to play a lot of, you know, cheap cards. All your cards cost 1 or 2. You get to play multiple spells at every turn, and it just kind of feels like playing Delver back in the days. I'm not that big of a favorite of Pixie because the mana base in a field of mono red, playing so many pain lands, ooh, sometimes you just draw too many Adderker Waste and, you know, all the other pain lands, and it just doesn't really work out. But yeah, it has been one of the best performing decks, and I love the thinking. If this is in the minds of some of these deck builders, we saw Jesse Hampton, for example. He won a MTGO challenge with a Rakdos Reanimator. I love if this comes from the idea of, hey, I'm going to use the fact that a lot of my opponents are playing Pixie. Helpless Nightmare is a popular card in the meta game. Yeah. I'm going to play a deck where in closed deck lists, they're not going to know they're playing against me. So they're going to play, you know, turn 1 this, and I'm going to get a couple, you know, I don't want to say buys, but a couple of matchup in the tournament where my opponents are basically going to help my own game plan. Yeah. So that's really cool that people are able to do that in this format. But tell me what this Esper Reanimator deck is about, and how does it, you know, bring back the big creatures, and what are the big creatures?
So to get cards into the graveyard, we have Picklock Prankster 4 times. We have 3 copies of Founding the Third Path. And we also have 3 copies of Veil of the Forgotten, which is a variant of strategic planning that also has some other modes, like Bounce a Permanent, or discard a card, and then there's Descent 8 to make. We'll put it up on the screen in a second. And in addition to that, we have 4 Moment of Truth. So a lot of ways for 2 mana to put cards into the graveyard. Awesome. Then we have some removal, Bitter Triumph as well to discard stuff. And then Valgavoth and Atraxa. 4 Atraxa, 3 Valgavoth, 1 copy of Harvest of Misery, and 1 copy of Marang River Regent. We're having some trouble with our decklist tool right now, so we're working on that behind the scenes. But yeah, it looks like a lot of powerful cards to get back. Only 21 lands, which is definitely on the low side for a 3-color deck. But, you know, something had to be shaped for all those cards.
Look at this. So turn 1 of the match, Giancarlo uses the Helpless Nightmare and lets Gianmarco discard potentially one of his big cards. This is an open decklist tournament.
Yeah.
This is a very dangerous play to make, but looks like it resolves. He picks up the Nightmare again with the Pixie, and on the way back, it gets Spell Pierced.
Huge Spell Pierce there. Huge Spell Pierce. Nightmare is one of, I would say it's the best card in the Pixie deck. It makes the deck extremely dangerous. Damage output very high, card attrition very strong, of course, through the Nightmare. So countering it there with the one-off Spell Pierce in the main deck, pretty strong, pretty strong.
Yeah, luckily for...
two-off Spell Pierce, I'm sorry, two.
Luckily for Giancarlo, I think that's only a Harvester of Misery that was discarded from Gianmarco's hand here. So no Volgavoth just yet.
Still a pretty decent card to get back with that Rite of the Moth or Zombify. He has 6 reanimation spells in total, and he has those the Founding of the Third Path to reanimate or recast the Zombifies as well from the graveyard. But yeah, second Nightmare, the draining keeps happening. I think the life totals are not quite up to date yet. This is a recorded match. It's all, second feature table, so we can't fix it immediately maybe, but yeah.
Fear of Isolation picks up Hopeless Nightmare.
All right, looks like the life totals are fixed. Founding being cast. And with the first chapter, he could cast, for example, a removal spell for free from his hand, and looks like he's going to. And then the second chapter mills 4. And the third chapter can flash back a card like Snap Custom Mage from your graveyard.
From the graveyard, cool. So if you happen to mill a Zombify, you can end up casting it from the graveyard. There is another Hopeless Nightmare.
Discarding the Rite of the Moth. I mean, the Hopeless Nightmares are doing great. Oh my god, another Nightmare. Brutal.
And this is why this deck is so popular. Hopeless Nightmare, amazing in the deck with the Pixies, with all the ways to return it. Fear of Isolation. People also played the new Kirin, Sun Peril Kirin from Tarkir Dragonstorm.
Yeah, but there's a white source off. No, it is a white source. It is a white source on the front side. The Verge is not enabled, but it is a white source. And now the Founding can actually flash back that Harvester of Misery and get rid of those 2 Pixies. All right.
There we go. Okay.
Huge top deck with the planes. He could have also drawn any other land and milled over a Zombify with those mill 4 from the second chapter. Didn't find that, but now he can get the thing back. He's at 4 life though, so definitely not a lot of life to work with.
Yeah, so letting your opponent discard that Harvester of Misery ended up biting Giancarlo in the end. There is another Hopeless Nightmare, so down to 2 life. Does he have a way to bring it back? Oh my god! Are you kidding me?
Oh my god! I mean, going back to what I said earlier,
wow,
it is one of the strongest cards in the deck. The Hopeless Nightmare alone dealt, 12 damage, I think, this game.
Perfect draw for Giancarlo here.
Yeah, the Nightmare is just incredibly powerful in that deck.
Not only do you get to completely deprive your opponent of cards in hand, they're also dying in the process.
Oh, Zombie found that, but he is. How is he?
Yeah. Well, might as well look into my deck. Did I forget that I have a land that gains me a life when it comes to play? Like
Howard Barrett's.
Yeah, exactly. You always want to play to your outs, and if you why would you concede if you can just draw some more cards and look what's in your deck? Sometimes you forget that. Oh wait, I do have a way to gain life.
Right.
So it would have been funny if he did have one of those lands randomly in his mana base, and he would have been able to gain 1 life here. So now you might be thinking, why are these players looking at their phones? What is going on? Right. This is a competitive tournament. You also get to consult your notes or deck lists at Open Deck List Tournament between games. You cannot do it during the game. If you pull out your phone during the game and start looking at it, things are going to go pretty bad for you. But during sideboarding, you have 3 minutes for adjusting your deck. You can also take a quick look at the deck list again to see if you forgot about something, or if you want to look at the sideboard again, or perhaps consult your own notes which you made at home. So something like a sideboard guide, you can take a look at that during the game. game here, if it doesn't really slow down the process of sideboarding, you can do it in a reasonable time frame. Speaking of sideboard guides, Arne himself wrote a really good sideboard guide on Is It Prowess, which we're going to definitely see in the future rounds of this tournament. And if you are playing a tournament yourself, you can print the sideboard guide from that guide, and yeah, then use it during sideboarding, and you know, that's how you win at your next FNM.
Yeah, thanks for shouting that out. I actually already got approached early in the morning today by a player who's 2-0 in tournament running the sideboard guide from that list. But he did make one change, and I love that change.
Okay.
Because it's a card that I missed during my testing. He cut the Nemesis in the sideboard for 2 copies of Drake Hatcher, which is exceptionally good in the red matchups.
Why is
Combines
that?
very well with Monstrous Rage. Drake Hatcher being the 1/3 prowess creature that gets counters on itself for each damage it deals to a player. And then if you remove 3 counters from it, you can get a 2/2 flying Drake. So you play it on turn 2, the opponent can't burst landing it. Then you go Monstrous Rage, make it a 5 power, play any other spell, make it a 6 power. Get 2 Drakes immediately. Very powerful.
3 toughness is the key here.
Yeah.
In a world with burst lightnings and shocks, like that makes a lot of sense. How about the sideboards of these decks, though?
Yeah, so the Pixie player has quite a lot of stuff. He has 2 copies of Dreamers of Steel and Oil and 2 copies of Ghost Vacuum. Both of them absolutely incredible.
Okay.
And then we're looking at a Destroy Evil, maybe, to come in to kill some of those bigger creatures, get them out of the way if they do enter the battlefield. A copy of Duress.
Okay.
And 1 No More Lies. So only 1 counterspell on the sideboard, in addition to actually 2 counterspells in the main deck and a spell pierce. So 4 counterspells in total. You know, as for Pixie, it can be built in a lot of different ways. And those couple of flex slots are certainly always interesting to see what people fill them out with. Gianmarco going here with a more... Giancarlo, actually. Gianmarco is on the Reanimator. Giancarlo going here with a counterspell heavy main deck, kind of pre-boarding a little bit against something like Esper Reanimator or a more prevalent deck, Omniscience, of course.
Mm-hmm.
On the Reanimator side, we have not too much actually. We have like 3 Duress, 3 Into the Floodmore, 2 Exercise. None of that seems exciting to me. 2 Get Lost, not much. 2 Long River's Pull, 2 Negate, 1 Virtue of Persistence. Nope. I think I like the Virtue maybe to gain some life, and then the Exercise is reasonable to get rid of those Ghost Vacuums and get rid of Fear of Isolation. Yeah. He would have, something like a Lockdown would have been sweet maybe. Pest Control would have been really awesome. Having a couple copies of Pest Control on the sideboard, I would have kind of liked that from an Esper Reanimator type deck that can allow itself to play that sort of hard to cast black-white sorcery spell.
I haven't seen too many Rest in Pieces today. Did they kind of follow the metagame? I remember at the Pro Tour a lot of players had Rest in Peace in the sideboard because a lot of teams were afraid what if some other big team figured out some busted graveyard strategy deck? We just want to have our bases covered with that. So just to make sure we'll put at least 2 of those in the sideboard. Plus it was also good against the Oculus decks, for example. Has that kind of fallen off the?
There's a couple of reasons. Like, the Pixie deck does have Stormchaser's Talent, for example. So they do have some graveyard shenanigans going as well. And then Spell Pierce has kind of picked up in numbers. The Omniscience deck is playing Spell Pierce these days. So Rest in Peace is a lot easier to Spell Pierce than a Ghost Vacuum is.
Okay. And Ghost
we see Spell Pierce hitting a Ghost Vacuum. All right, well, Gianmarco was on the play here.
There we go.
But that is exactly like when you're Giancarlo there and your opponent passes with Darkslick Shore's Go, the creatures don't hit the battlefield quite yet. So he could have perhaps played that a little bit more patiently and played around that Spell Pierce a little bit.
Sure. Good point. Sun Peril Kirin end of turn for Gianmarco. And into a Planeswalker on turn 3. So that's a pretty good start for Giancarlo here.
Pretty good, you'd say. He keeps both cards on top, goes ahead and draws one of them. Gianmarco just passing a turn here. No bitter triumph.
He is sitting on a Zombify, but no way to fill his graveyard just yet. There's a Storm Chaser's Talent, so that's going to bring in 1/1.
It looks like Gianmarco has those 13 or even 15 card draw spells for 2 mana, but he's just not drawn any of them here.
Really good draw by Giancarlo. Again, 3 fast lands, you know, one drop into a current end of turn, turn 3 Planeswalker, sitting on some sideboard cards. Pretty good start. This is exactly how you want the Pixie deck to work. This is why the deck is so popular.
Yeah, that was Giancarlo shows us how
it's done.
How it's done, really, yeah.
Yeah, Kaito connects again. Look at top 2. We're gonna keep both of them again. That can be a good sign for Gianmarco, who again just draws a card, plays a land, and passes the turn. Yeah, that can be good. End of turn, we have the Kirin that we knew about that picks up the Storm Chaser's talent. All right, replay that. Prowess +1.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Pixie deck is as well positioned as it has been maybe in the past, but it is still an extremely good deck and definitely in contention with the other tier 1 decks. It's just what it does is very, very powerful. Is that 2 copies of Valgavoth? It's an alternate art card, but that would be... Yeah, I mean, if you play deck like Reanimator, you just draw your 2 Grizzle Brands, nothing to discard them. That is...
I wonder how...
feel bad.
How often Gianmarco... Oh, wow, yeah, there's the handshake. Giancarlo picks up game number 2, and that was a 10-minute match.
Yeah.
Those were the draws. This is why you play the Pixie deck. This was exactly, you know, how you want things to line up for you. Perfect draws. You have something to play every turn. Congratulations to Giancarlo Marchiano moving to 4-0.
He certainly showed us who is the better Gian. Yeah, no, great stuff. That was a good pitch on the Pixie deck. One game, Kaito on turn 3 after carving 1 and 2 into Kaito, and then the other game just obliterating his opponent, dealing like 14 damage or so with the Hopeless Nightmare.
I was going to ask one thing. How often do you think the Reanimated deck considers on the draw just discarding one of the big creatures? Just discarding, you know, I'm going to draw my 8th card. I don't play my first land. I just move on to cleanup, and I discard my Atraxa or my Valgavoth. Do you think are there any reasonable matchups in the format where, you know, you can do that against, I don't know, Mono Black Demons or Golgari midrange, something like that?
Maybe in game 1. In game 1, I could see a situation like that happening in a bit of a slower matchup, as you just mentioned. I think against the red decks,
probably not going to be fast enough.
Have the time on the draw to do that. But yeah, in game 1 specifically, because like if you do it in game 2 and they play a Ghost Vacuum, you'd be like, yeah, great, I just missed my turn. They exiled immediately. I didn't play my land drop. It's something like Legacy when you're playing Blue-Black Reanimated Force of Worlds. You go to discard, go play your Underground Sea Play Reanimated. Then that's a different animal.
The cards are a little bit cheaper in Legacy.
Yeah, of course. Zombify, not quite as good. But Zombify actually like one of the best reanimation spells we've seen in Standard in like a long time, I would say, right?
Yeah.
Pretty strong card for 4 mana. Just get it back. No downside.
Yeah. Good stuff. So that was 3 brews and Esper Pixie in round 4. And yeah, I'm curious to see what Frank has for us in store for the future round. So this was round number 4. Thanks for staying with us. We'll be back with round number 5 soon. Oh, wait, no, never mind. This is match number 3.
Match number 3?
So that second game was really fast, and we managed to put another match in the feature match area in the meantime. So sorry about that. A little confusion on my side. But this is going to be a matchup between... Is it Prowess, so the deck that is the most popular in the field today, playing against Domain Overlords, the deck that was the most popular in Pro Tour Chicago. That's table number 30. So both players should also be undefeated this round. As we mentioned, Is it Prowess 16 or 17% of the field today, so roughly every 1 in 6 players is running this deck. Why is this deck so popular?
It's revolving. The reason for that is a certain card, Cory Steelcutter. which I called in my article a mixture between Urabra's Forge and Fable of the Mirror Breaker. It's one of the best cards. Maybe you can already claim it to be card of the year, or at least in the discussion, even though we are just in month number 4. It's absolutely incredible. It is incredible. It's taking Modern by storm. It's taking Standard by storm. Pioneer as well. Just a rechurning, very aggressively slanted Urabra's Forge, essentially, that pops out Monk tokens that deal damage lethally very quickly. Can't just be 1-for-1 by something like a Go for the Throat or commonly played removal spell, similar to how Fable was so annoying against those. Yeah, just exceptional card that makes these prowess decks so good.
So, Jelko on the play with Aspire Bluff Canal and Storm Chaser's Talent, pretty much the best play possible on turn 1. Passes to David, who is on the left side, considering his options. I thought, before this tournament, we chatted a little bit about the format. I thought, Domain kind of has fallen off the radar a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
Online, on Magic the Gathering Online, Magic the Gathering Arena, the metagame is very aggressive. There's a lot of red decks. It also makes kind of sense, right? Sometimes you don't have a lot of time, so you just want to play some Magic. These decks are easy to pick up and get some games in almost no time. But here, I think it makes sense to bring in Domain, because if you can dodge red for a couple of rounds, you can start sort of beating up on those decks that beat up red in rounds 4+ or something like that. So I definitely can see Domain Overlords doing well in this event, even though it looks like a deck that is a deck of the past.
Yeah, certainly looking at David's list, he does have 4 copies of Temporary Lockdown in the main deck. Those will help. He added a High Noon to his sideboard. That's a hate card against the Prowess deck, allowing only one spell cast per turn. So that stops the flurry from Cory Steelcutter, of course. Makes all these Prowess cards a lot worse. Slick Shot coming out of the plot zone. There's 0 copies of Elspeth Smite here, so Jelko knows he can go crazy right now with that Slick Shot. David, I think, is looking at a hand. I saw it change the equation. We're in game 3, so sideboard cards are in. I think he has a lockdown, but I don't think he has a third untapped land, to be honest. Please keep
bottoming that lockdown with the first survey land. That's got to be a tell that
maybe a lockdown card.
You either have to be low on lands or you have a lockdown already, because that's one of your best cards in the matchup, right? It's a card that deals with Steelcutter. It's a card that deals with all the tokens with Storm Chaser's Talents.
Yeah. Well, Jelko is sitting on potentially a Spell Pierce here. He has 3 copies of Spell Pierce in the entire 75, so he's very prepared for the lockdown. He's not messing around with that card. He also has 2 copies of Sunspine Links, which some of these Is It Prowess lists run.
Yeah.
Very good against them.
That's one of your, I remember playing the Pro Tour and getting paired against Mono Red multiple times. Not only did they have 4 villages to give their creatures haste and play around the sweepers, but also some of them had 4 copies of Sunspine Links in the sideboard, and those were not fun times. Yeah. If you're playing Domain, you don't want to play against that card, let me tell you.
I have to say, I actually don't personally play the card in my own list, because I didn't love it too much, because it doesn't trigger prowess, it doesn't work that well with flurry, and I don't think Domain is much of a player right now. But hey, Jelko is being rewarded here with those links in the sideboard getting paired into David on Domain.
It's an expensive card, and like some of these decks are running 20-21 lands. I think Jelko is running 21. So yeah, I mean, having 4/4 drops in the sideboard, sometimes like Frank would definitely have an extra land to go along with that. But yeah, you definitely have to take that into consideration. Stock up is the play here.
Yeah, with that Spire Bluff up, I spotted a Spell Pierce in Jelko's hands, so he has to be feeling pretty great.
Yeah.
I see another stock up, I see a Cory Steelcutter, an Opt, and a red card, and a land. Yeah, that's a lot of good choices. Probably the Cutter and an Opt is pretty reasonable here for a very explosive next turn. That's likely lethal, to be honest with you. He's got to be thinking about Right's End right now. I think David chose to play around that spell piece a little bit, hoping to bait this spell piece with a Right's End perhaps. Right now he's taking 7. If he casts Right's End and there's a spell pierce, he's gonna take 11 damage, going down to 3 life. And then he can follow up with a lockdown. Yeah. It's a little bit of an interesting dynamic here, because he could also just let the damage happen and then end of combat, after the damage happens, Right's End to prevent those prowess triggers for more punishment.
That is a great point. There is an end of combat step, so you can have your creature deal damage and then still do something at the end of combat. You can have your creature deal damage and then ninjutsu your creature back to your hand and put Kaito into the onto the battlefield, for example. You can do that in this case to make sure your opponent doesn't get to play more spells. Sure, I'll take the the 1 or 3 or whatever it is. I'll take the damage. End of turn, I'll kill the slick shot so I don't get owned by multiple monstrous rages or in a counter war or something along those lines. So. Certainly something to consider.
So if David puts Jelko on Spell Pierce, I think it is smarter to not cast the Right's End and take the damage first. Yeah, there's the Spell Pierce, because it's just going down to 3 life here is so brutal. If he just takes 7, he goes to 7, and then end of turn cast the Right's End, he's a lot safer maybe, and he can maybe still bait out the Right's End, like Jelko might still cast the Spell Pierce, and then you've just taken 4 less damage. Being at 7 is a lot better than being at 3. Gets to resolve the lockdown, but we do know about that Cory Steelcutter. And 1 additional spell from Jelko. I'm not sure exactly what his hand is, but does he have lethal already? He needs opt. Yeah, okay, that's it. He just needed 1 more 1-drop, and then he had it. So now he's going to get a 2/2, and then he can make it a 3/3.
The card of the tournament?
I mean, that's a little... the card of Tarkir Dragonstorm.
The card of Tarkir Dragonstorm. Yeah, Cory Steelcutter. And there's a Monstrous Rage. Yeah, and that's game. So congratulations to Jelko. That was also very fast. Game number 3 is at Prowess. He moves to 4-0. This is the deck that we're going to be seeing a lot throughout the tournament. We had a couple casters pick it as the deck that's going to, possibly win the event.
Yeah, I think it's certainly the favorite, or one of the favorites to take down the event. But from my personal experience playing a lot of Standard in recent times, I think there's hope for other decks. Jesko Oculus, the Omniscience deck, so certainly an exciting thing to see play out.
Yeah. What did you pick as the deck that
Jesko Oculus?
Jesko Oculus. That's what I also thought, that people are going to come prepared for the red decks with Oculus and a lot of removal, and Oculus, big body. But yeah, we'll see how that shakes out. This was now actually finally end of round 4. My apologies for that. And we're going to take a quick break before Philippa and Simon come back with round number 5.
I think we're actually tossing to an interview.
Okay. We're tossing to an interview with the winner. So we're going to hear from Jelko how he feels about his deck choice for the tournament.
So here in the booth we have a very well-known artist, Irina Nordsoul, with her very unique and recognizable art style. So hello, Irina.
Hello.
How are you?
A little bit nervous, but overall really well. I'm enjoying the event. Thank you for inviting me.
Yes, you've been to so many big events, to Magic Cons.
Not so many, but yes, I had my share.
How do you feel about this regional championship? How's your experience here?
Amazing. First of all, Italy. Thank you for being so welcoming and having this great food. And I love meeting the players always, but especially I'd say Italian players are very passionate about Magic. Yes. So it's very noticeable. It's very pleasant. So yeah, I'm having a great time. We have a lot of great artists here. So I'm also hanging with my friends. All the good things.
Yeah, that's very, very nice. Okay, so we have here your art being represented. So this is a new one from Tarkir Dragonstorm.
Yes.
And this is the infamous Fear of Isolation.
Yes, I signed a lot of them.
Okay, so first let's talk about Fear of Isolation. how does it feel to see your art being so well represented, so popular? Like, as per Pixie, is the third most popular deck today.
Yeah, of course, it's absolutely amazing. And it can be a little bit of a lottery because despite trying to do our best every time with every art, of course, we have our favorites. And sometimes we have to sign a lot of cards that we're not that happy with, but this is not the case. I was very excited to work on this. I love all the hands, wings, things.
Yes.
Creepy stuff. So yeah, and of course I'm super excited for you to see some play. And I think that card designers don't get enough recognition because it's not really my card. Someone made the design. Yes, someone came up with how it works. And thank you so much, whoever you are.
Yeah, let's talk about that, about your creative process. Like, could you elaborate on that? Because you mentioned that you're not the only one designing, basically, right? You're creating.
Yeah, I'm only doing the art, and like there are so many people behind the scene that don't get enough of spotlight. So for when I get the brief, first of all, somebody came up with the card, how it works, what it does. Somebody came up with some world ideas and like how it is represented in this world. Then people did some concept art, and based on these concept art and this text and this game design, I make my art. So like it's a lot of people. It's an incredible process, and I have to say that in Magic the Gathering, it's all done so smoothly. Like you can see a lot of times, and sometimes exceptionally well, it works together.
Right.
So yeah, I'm very excited and inspired by this.
Thank you for sharing that. I'm pretty sure that nobody knew that.
Well, some people know, yeah. But I think more people should know.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's a good point. All right. And could you tell us what is your favorite Magic plane, artistically wise?
Magic what?
What is your favorite Magic plane?
Plane.
Or
plane.
Like the universe.
Dark here. No competitors here. I was dreaming about working for it since like I knew Magic. Like when I first set like I interacted with was Kamigawa, which was super exciting as well. But when I saw Tarkir, I wasn't yet an artist, and like
first one, you mean?
No, I wasn't an artist back then. When the Tarkir first Tarkir was released.
Yes.
And I was dreaming about painting it. I'm from Yakutia. It's a place that was part of inspiration for the plane. Yes, and like when I got to paint cards that were inspired by the place I'm from, by the people, by Yakutian people. Oh my God.
You could relate to it.
Absolutely, and it was a dream come true. And like this is my favorite art that I made for Magic.
This is absolutely beautiful. This is such a wholesome story as well. So yeah, Timur, right?
Yes.
Is your clan then?
Yeah. Timur, but also I really like Jeskai.
Jeskai, yeah.
Yes. But like I don't know, they all are so cool.
Okay, well, thank you so much, and good luck.
Thank you for great questions, and thank you for inviting me. Everybody, enjoy.
Thank you.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever, An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Welcome to one of the craziest Magic events ever. A vintage cube draft with cards worth over $65,000, but the twist is you get to keep whatever you open.
Let's do a vintage cube. We keep the cards. This is the most exciting event in a really long time.
They're giving away what? A black hook?
We are basically cutting off an edge to give it to you.
That part should not be on camera.
Adrenaline's pumping.
I was just kind of in shock.
It will take lots of luck.
We haven't even sleeved the cards yet.
I'm a little nervous, yeah.
My watch detected a shock, and it was like dialing 911.
Welcome back to round 5 of the Ultimate Card Regional Championships. I'm Philippa, joined by the one and only Simon Nielsen, and we are back for some more Magic. And Simon, the round 3 we were talking about how many different decks we're going to see throughout the weekend. That has been true all weekend long, and we have more spicy lists to show you all. They don't end, and doing well as well, because now we are showing people that are X and O, right?
No, this is a 3-1 match.
3-1, okay, still pretty good. I mean, and we have one player that is very well known to the public as well, doing quite well in the competitive scene. So we are going to have Sean playing Azorius Omniscience.
Goddard, that is.
Exactly. And versus Toby playing Orzhov Discard. Now, what is Orzhov Discard, Simon?
Yeah, so we have, it's like kind of similar to the black-white pixie decks we've seen. It does play the Nurturing Pixie, it does play Sunpearl Kirin, and like the whole like Hopeless Nightmare thing, but it also plays 3 copies of Bandit's Talent, which when it comes into play, makes the opponent discard either 2 cards or a spell. And then it has 3 copies of the new card, United Battlefront. That is the 4 mana. Look at the top 7 cards of your deck and choose 2 non-creature permanents with mana value of 3 or less. So it's like Collect a Company, but for non-creature things. And when your deck has like Temporary Lockdown, Bandit's Talent, Hopeless Nightmare, No Retro Run, Liliana of the Veil, there's so many things that this card can hit. So really, this is just a hyper-tuned, just super clean-looking version of the Orzhov Pixie deck, and it'll be really nice to see that one in action.
Exactly. Also exciting to see, as you said, Sean Goddard playing Azorius Omniscience, a deck that has climbed more and more popularity here in the competitive scene. A deck that first was seen a bit as a best-of-1 arena kind of deck, where you sometimes end up getting that Omniscience back to the deck and comboing, but now being even more consistent. So excited to see how that plays out. Now, I am thinking, Simon, you want cards in your graveyard if you're the Omniscience player, and your opponent is making you discard. How is that going to work?
Not great for the discard. So you don't want cards in the graveyard, to be fair. The Omniscient deck wants exactly 1 Omniscience in the graveyard. and then actually it wants the rest of its hand to have enough cards so that it can utilize its card draw effects. So I think one of the game plans that's going to come out of Tobia here is to just tax Sean's hand size as much as possible, so that maybe he can combo, get an Omniscience to play, but only having one card draw spell that he can play for free, and then hope that Sean breaks off of that situation. Because that's a scenario that can actually happen. And then once that does, if that does happen, then Tobia can find a way to clear out that Omniscience on his own turn and continue playing the game.
So players 3 and 1, as you said, we are now entering round 5. As a reminder, we have 8 rounds today. Players with 18 points or better are advancing into day 2. Tomorrow, day 2, we have 6 rounds and then top 8. Top 36, I feel it's where the players want to be to qualify for the Pro Tour, and that's going to be in Atlanta, a modern Pro Tour, so a bit different than what's going to be here. The next Pro Tour is actually a different one. It's going to be Pro Tour Vegas. Simon, what is going to be the format in Vegas?
It's going to be standard as well, so that's after the set Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy will come out. We'll have here, and here we see Sean here representing Team Cosmo here in those purple shirts, starting off as a Surveil land. Sean, of course, top 8'd a standard Pro Tour last year, Pro Tour Thunder Junction, playing a different combo deck in standard, and now plays a Fallaci Archaeologist that allows him to pick any one of these 3 cards from the top. Might take this Abuelo's Awakening. So the whole point of this deck that Sean is playing is to use Abuelo's Awakening, which lets him reanimate an enchantment from his graveyard to put Omniscience into play. Omniscience, a lot of people might know this card. It is just this 8-mana enchantment that lets you play all cards for free from your hand. And so since Sean's deck is chock full of card draw spells, it lets him just chain card draw until he finds his win condition, which is 2 copies of Invasion of Arcavius, through a complicated loop that I'll save for later.
Exactly, when you see it in action now, sacrificing a creature there and Stock Up already on Sean's side. Stock Up being a card that I feel like we have seen over and over on the weekend. If you're playing blue, you're playing Stock Up because this card gives you so much value. So Sean choosing 2 cards to go to hand and the rest at the bottom.
I want to highlight the value of that Fallaci Archaeologist there, because Momentum Breaker says if the opponent has no creatures, you force them to discard a card. And that's exactly what is Toby's game plan here. But the Fallaci Archaeologist just got in the way of that because it could just be sacrificed to the Momentum Breaker. And leaving Sean in a pretty good, position there. That was a great trade-off for him, and then also playing the Stock Up now. So his hand size is full and brimming. He didn't even pick the Abuelas here. I think Sean is just looking for an Omniscience. He might even try to get it into the graveyard by just moving to his discard step now, because I believe he has enough cards in hand that if he skips his land drop for this turn, he'll have 8 cards in hand and can just go to end step, discard the Omniscience, and then next turn... Okay, so he might not have that exact setup. Or maybe he has enough cards anyways. Right, yeah, so Sean is saying move to discard step. Toby using his Demolition Field here to try and catch Sean without basic lands. Of course, Sean has plenty of basics in his deck.
So that Demolition Field taking care of the land there. And as you said, not great for the discard deck to not really wanting to discard Sean's cards, because you might end up just discarding Omniscience, and then there it is.
Yeah, so Sean is actually going to discard here to hand size the Omniscience.
Yeah,
because
there
of
it is.
Playing those 2 Stock Ups. Brilliant interaction there. And now you see the Omniscience in the graveyard. Sean presumably has an Abuela's Awakening at the ready because he chose to not pick that card of the Fallaci Archaeologist. So Toby probably can't do that much except for representing instant speed removal like Nowhere to Run.
Yeah, because also doesn't have counter spells, not playing any blue, so that makes the combo deck more willing to commit to the combo.
Exactly. So when Abuela's Awakening reanimates the Omniscience, it turns it into a 1/1, and that gives Toby an angle of attack here, because Toby can then use Nowhere to Run to deal with that Omniscience. So Sean's plan is to find a counterspell, specifically Confounding Riddle, or found a second Omniscience, so that he gains priority right after playing the Abuelos and putting Omniscience into play. So if the first action he takes is to play out the Omniscience from hand for free, well then Toby can no longer interact with it because there's now 2 Omnisciences played.
Yeah, and a lot of people also just keep counter magic, so immediately you play the Omniscience, you have counter magic prepared to try to answer to any removal spell available as well. Yeah.
That's a specifically confounding riddle in this case.
Invasion here, so this invasion is part of the combo, right? Usually you play it when you already have the Omniscience.
Yeah, so I actually think what Sean is doing here is that he doesn't have this backup Omniscience. He doesn't have a counterspell. So he's using the invasion to try and find some security there. He might even find the Grand Abolisher or a counterspell like a change the equation here. Like some ways, basically the invasion here lets him search his deck or his sideboard for any card he wants and put it into his hand. I guess it's not any card, it has to be like a non-creature.
Change the equation is the card chosen there, so as you said, getting some counter magic ready. And looks like Toby here reading the change the equation.
Yeah, so an anti-red or green card, but actually does the thing it needs to do here because it can counter that nowhere to run. Which Toby is representing. So Sean just saying, yeah, I'm at risk of that thing happening, but I'm not under any sort of pressure, so I can just take my sweet time. I have plenty of cards in hand here. I can just play out this invasion, search up the protection that I need, and the way Sean's deck wins is by playing a second copy of Invasion and looping those with Jeskai Revelation, one of the new cards that let you return one of your permanents to hand. And so you can keep playing the Invasion, search your graveyard for that Jeskai Revelation, get into your hand, play it for free, and essentially draw through your deck and kill your opponent with that combination.
Great way to win. I mean, love to have some combo decks in Standard. And this one definitely going well for Sean here, 3-1 currently.
So now Toby is actually representing 2 copies of Nowhere to Run. So Sean might want to take it even slower again. And just wait on this Abuelo. So you can actually wait until you have 7 mana and cast it for X equals 3, which means that the Omniscience will come into play as a 1/1 spirit with 3 counters on it. And if it's a 4/4, well then you can't Nowhere to Run it. And since this is open deck list, Sean actually knows that the only way to interact at instant speed is specifically those Nowhere to Run. So by going for that game plan, Sean can just insulate himself against whatever it is Toby can do. So yeah, this is just beautiful, careful combo setup we see here from Sean. Knowing that whenever you play combo decks, you don't have to win as soon as possible. That is not the goal. The goal is to win before you lose. And so if the opponent is not trying to kill you that fast, you actually can just take more time, making sure that your win is inevitable rather than a 95%er. So
love to see the patience here, making sure to play around everything and that this combo does resolve successfully. So now we have Phalange. Let's see what cards are milled. Okay, that can bounce something back to end and Surveil 2.
Not a terribly great card in this matchup is the Ephar's Dispersal, because the only creatures that Toby's playing are ones you definitely don't want to bounce.
You can bounce your own, right?
But you can bounce your own, yes. So Sean is going to, like, his primary target for this is going to be his own Phalange Archaeologist. And it will help him surveil a little bit and get another Phalange for when he is going off and playing all of these spells for free through the Omniscience.
And Sean thinking, if it's free, it's for me, trying to get that combo online, but playing patiently to make sure that Toby does not have double Nowhere to Run.
And Toby, without even a second Sunpearl here and here, just can't provide any pressure, because if he taps out too much, well, he leaves only a single Nowhere to Run online, and then he knows that Sean has that counterspell for it. So we'll see here. I think there was a tap land from Sean at the end of turn there, so now he does have the 7 mana, and he's just going through in his mind, is there actually any way it goes wrong if I cast Abuelos for X equals 3 here? And that's exactly what we'll see. So this creates a 4/4 Spirit token of the Omniscience, and forcing Toby to play both of the Nowhere to Runs to kill it, and then Sean can just go ahead and counter the second one of those and be completely insulated here. So this is the turn we see Sean go off.
And that it is. This is a new card from Tarkir Dragonstorm, right?
It's Marang River Regent.
Make the deck even more consistent. So how does this work here with the combo?
Yeah, so this is, you just get to play it for free. So it is draw 3 and then discard a card, and you shuffle the dragon back into your deck, which means you can continue to have card draw available in your deck. So here we see, yes, the first Nova to Run resolves. The Omniscience doesn't die because of this. Remember, again, the Abuela's Awakening turns it into a creature. And now Sean can counter that second copy exactly as planned. And Toby just... Yeah, I've seen you do this. You can probably win from here. Sean is going to draw a lot of cards until he finds that second copy of Invasion of Arcavias. And once he does this, well, he can just cast Jeskai Revelation 4 times and kill the opponent.
Very well played.
Damage at a time.
Now, Simon, on round 3 or 2, we did see that Jeskai deck that relies a bit on the graveyard, so Jeskai Oculus. Now, we were talking about how this deck, even sometimes post-sideboard, doesn't suffer too much for the graveyard hate. It's a different story for Omniscience, right?
Yes, the Omniscience deck is completely reliant on its graveyard to do the combo, unless you give them enough time that they can hardcast the Omniscience, which doesn't happen that often. I mean, I guess the way the combo worked here, it was a 7-mana way to put Omniscience into play, so it's not like, it's not even that much of a discount compared to the 10 mana that it costs to play. But yeah, so the 4 copies of Leyline of the Void that we see in the sideboard for Toby here are actually going to be quite important for shutting off Sean's combo. And this requires Sean, obviously this is open decklist, so he'll be able to prepare for that, but he'll need to cite in his answers for this, which might be Get Lost, it might be Disenchant, Exercise. He does have like a few answers to this. And that's essentially, it just turns his like, the Omniscience deck right now is a 3-card combo deck. You need to have Abuelos, Omniscience, and a way to put Omniscience in the graveyard. By having Graveyard Hate in the sideboard, you force Sean to turn into a 4-card combo deck, where the 4th piece of the combo is a way to remove Leyline.
Let's see how this game plays out as these players are choosing some sideboard. And how do you think this game 2 is going to play out, Simon?
Hopefully not exactly the same as the first one. Hopefully the ley lines and the additional pressure that Toby can bring in. He also has like a 3rd copy of Liliana of the Veil. He has a Stone Brain in the sideboard. This is the big,
wait a second,
big trump to the matchup, because that one will be able to remove all of Sean's Omnisciences and completely render the combo impossible to do. Forcing Sean to try and win with just Marang River Regents. Sean doesn't have any like sideboard alternative threats like Riptide Gearhulk, and winning with Marang River Regent is like not going to be the easiest thing, especially as there are Momentum Breakers and Lilianas available in Toby's deck. So there's also the 3 additional copies, 3 copies of Preacher of the Prism, Preacher of the Schism, which is another way to put on pressure. It doesn't pressure that much, but it does draw cards for Toby, as he'll often have a higher life total than Sean. And that's another way you can pressure them. And then, of course, there are 3 copies of Shieldred the Apocalypse. We haven't seen that card at all, but in the first game here. But this is where Sean's if Ares Dispersals can be really important, because when you go off with Omniscience, you're really trying to draw a ton of cards.
Yeah. And
you just can't do that while Shieldred is in play.
That's true. And speaking of Shieldred, because you said it, Simon, that card is not seen a lot of play recently, but it was once, I don't know if you remember, while still legal in Standard, like 2 years ago, people were calling Shieldred to be banned of how strong it is. And now it barely sees any play, including in mono black decks that don't run Shieldred. So it just shows, and we were talking about this before, how Standard has evolved into a very powerful format. Shieldred the Apocalypse, not the same that it was once. Very sad. Do you like this more eye-level Standard format, or do you prefer the more grindy Standard until turn 7-8 kind of situation?
I don't know. Like, I think when I'm at New Year's Eve, right?
Okay.
I want to see fireworks that are like fast and like, you know, big explosions, right? Those are exciting. I don't want to see a fireworks that lit up a rocket. It takes like, you know, 10 minutes. You just have to stare in the air, and then it says poof, and there's a little, no, like that's not what I want. So of course I want these exciting, explosive, intense games of Magic. Of course, the one we just saw, I wouldn't call that either of those things. But
fair enough, fair enough.
But hopefully, I really hope we can see like what Toby's deck actually does, even though this, I assume, is a pretty bad matchup as he doesn't pack any sort of counter spells to deal with the Omniscience. Toby's deck is very much built to grind out these creature decks, returning all these removal spells like the Momentum Breakers and the Nowhere to Runs, returning them to hand, replaying them, temporary lockdowns. There's so many tricks in this Orzhov deck.
I mean, a great choice because we saw that a big portion of the field is actually aggro decks.
Yeah, no, the deck lines up quite well into mono red and is at prowess.
I mean, obviously doing pretty well at 3-1, so that means that something is going wrong right here for Toby. Now a bit unlucky to get this matchup, but we are always prepared for that. There's always that matchup that you're like, I don't want to go against this deck. I'll go against any deck, just don't. Just not this one. Does it ever happen to you that you go to...
Oh, I only meet good matchups.
Only. You have to tell us our secret.
I don't believe in bad matchups.
You don't believe in bad matchups?
No. So, the trick to beating your bad matchups, or to not having any bad matchups, is that if you just win.
Easy.
Yeah.
You just win all.
Win.
So then there's no bad matchups.
Exactly, yeah. If like you win whenever you play against someone, there can't be a bad matchup.
That's you're 3 steps ahead?
Well, none of these players are 3 steps ahead because they don't include that card.
That's true.
So.
But you are, Simon, and that's why...
Now that I'm an official control player, I'm definitely 3 steps ahead.
That's true. Now that you played one single game with Jeskai control.
The first game I played with control in my life, and I'm now converted.
Okay, players are ready here, and we see that ley line of the Void already on the battlefield. Exactly what Toby needs.
All right, that is going to put Toby in a much better position. And I think Toby kept a hand that was just 2 swamps, no white mana, and immediately rips the Concealed Courtyard. So this is going to be an exciting fireworks game. Invasion of Gobakhan here, letting Toby take a look at Sean's hand and making a card more expensive. And the beautiful thing here, you just take that Omniscience out of his hand, or in this case, you might want to take the Overlord. That's even better. Like these cards that have like alternative ways to be played, they get super hosed by Invasion because Sean can't. I'm pretty sure Sean can't impent this card for 4 mana. He can only play this card for 7+2 mana, which means it's just essentially being discarded from his hand. And if Toby can return that Invasion to hand, he might also be able to hit that Omniscience and put that in the exile, and then Sean can't discard it from exile, and that Omniscience is just gone.
We get a game here, so Bandit's Talent. Now Sean has to discarding Omniscience here. It gets exiled, of course, because of that ley line of the Void.
Yeah, so this is why we saw Sean. He had the Roiling Dragonstorm in hand, the way to draw 2 and discard a card. Didn't go ahead and play that to discard the Omniscience because you don't want to do that until the ley line of the Void is gone. But now sees that he's getting taxed so much on his card that he has to just say, this Omniscience is not for now. First, I need to get rid of this ley line, or I need to find an alternative way to kill. Toby already took away this Overlord of the Mistmoors, so Sean just says, I'm gonna to put this Omniscience away. It's not gonna be part of my hand for now, and then later, way later, once I've dealt with this ley line, I can try and think about fighting the Omniscience and setting up my combo.
Stock up. That's a good way to try to find those get lost or ways to deal with that ley line. So let's see if Sean finds a way to deal with the board.
Absolutely. Yeah, and actually see, like, this Overlord was part of Sean's sideboard plan. Bring in a couple alternate win conditions. I actually missed that when looking over the sideboard as an alternative threat, and it's like, should be quite effective into this matchup, but Toby just came prepared here with that Invasion of Gobakhan.
I love that. So we have a Pixie in hand, and I think a couple of lands, one of them being Demolition Field. We start with that Pixie, returning the Invasion of Gobakhan.
And so this should mean that the Overlord is still stuck, costing 2 extra, and now you can take away this Meringue River Regent, another one of the alternative threats. You could also hit the Get Lost, which is the answer to Leyline of the Void, but if you do that, Sean is probably pretty happy to just pay 4 mana for it. Alternatively, you can take away the Omniscience here, because Sean actually has the combo set up now. He can go Get Lost onto the Leyline of the Void, then play Rolling Dragonstorm, discarding Omniscience, and has the Arboreals next turn. So Sean is super well set up here. And Toby doesn't even have that much of a response to this. So I actually think Toby might have been supposed to take out the Omniscience from Sean's hand, completely shutting off that combo.
And looks like playing a Swamp here and not activating that talent. I believe it's still on level 1, right?
Yes, that is true. I don't even know what the second part of the talent does.
It's not doing anything yet. It's if you have, I think, if your opponent that in their upkeep they have like 1 or 2 or less cards, they
lose 2 life.
Yeah,
that's fair. So we're not quite at that anyways.
No.
Oh, and then the last level is where you can start drawing cards if the opponent has a few cards. But yeah, here we see the Get Lost hitting that Leyline of the Void, creating some map tokens for Toby, and now Sean can just run out this Rolling Dragonstorm, draw 2, discard that Omniscience, and is kind of ready to combo next turn. Except, right now he doesn't have any additional card draw in hand. So he's going to try and find that with his next few draw steps, ways that even though he can't get the Omniscience in play, actually take advantage of that and play a bunch of spells for free.
There it is, Omniscience is now on the graveyard. And Children of the Apocalypse is the draw here for Toby.
Okay, so that's actually a pretty good draw for Toby. Sean's life total is quite high. You might want to crack a map token, see if you can deal an extra point of damage, or just level up the banished talent now. Not attacking with the Pixie, I think, but yeah. So now Sean takes 2 damage, goes to 18, and we now see the Abuelos on here. Sean having stock up, it doesn't draw cards, it just looks at cards and puts them in hand. So Sean has a lot of time here, even with the Children in play, to try and find the Invasion of Arcavios, which will win him the game once he resolves that card.
So let's see if Sean manages to find it here, choosing 3 cards to go on the bottom and 2 go into hand.
And yeah, Moment of Truth, also not drawing cards, not triggering Shieldred. Yeah, I guess Shieldred is actually not that good against this deck, except for specifically the Rolling Dragonstorm and Meringue River Regions. So it's very possible that Sean can just find ways to just dig through, continue to dig through his deck.
Fishing.
He is going fishing. Yeah, we love fishes on the stream.
Let's see if he finds what he needs to win here on the spot. Stock up, I mean.
Can you imagine that you're going fishing out by the lake? It's a nice summer day, and what you get on your hook is not the salmon or the trout that you were hoping for, but you get a library that's being invaded by the Phyrexian Horde. Yeah, not the best catch, but for Sean it is the best catch, because that lets him go get Jeskai Revelation.
And there it is, the Get Lost taking care of that Shieldred, so no pressure now.
Oh, funny. Okay, so what we see here is the invasion gets the Get Lost from the graveyard, clears the Shieldred so Sean can actually win, plays the Meringue River region, bouncing his own invasion, playing invasion again, getting Jeskai Revelation, and Jeskai Revelation just bounce one of your things, deal 4 damage to the opponent, and you can then keep looping that interaction.
Very interesting game here. I mean, I have to say very well played by Sean Goddard that now advances at 4-1 in the tournament. Toby on the other side, still very good, 3-2. Cannot lose more games here today, otherwise he won't make it into day 2 of this tournament. Very good round and very good match. What did you think, Simon?
Yeah, I think what this match mostly showed is like how, first of all, the power of the Omniscience deck whenever it plays against people that can't pressure it how they normally would, because even though there's a ton of like different ways that Toby can pressure the hand size and have these like graveyard hate, etc., the Omniscience deck with careful play can just navigate around that.
And I have to say, Sean has been doing very well in the competitive scene, not only in the regional championships, but also in the Pro Tour. So I want to see why did he choose this deck here for the weekend. So let's have an interview with him and Maria.
See it.
Here we have Sean Goddard, the winner of the feature match with Omniscience, Omniscience, right?
Yep.
So congratulations, first of all.
Thank you.
How do you feel? What were your expectations going into this match?
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good matchup for me. So compared to, I suppose you might compare the deck to the Esper bounce deck. So the black-white deck is, I think, a lot less scary because they just don't have access to the counter spells. And I would say they're playing a more controlling, a bit of a slower game plan game one. So game one, I would say, is very easy for Omniscience, and post-board is just dodging the Stone Brain and dealing with the ley line. So,
yeah, so
I would say fairly straightforward.
Okay, well, and what do you think about Tarkir Dragonstorm? How do you feel it changed the format, in your opinion?
There are certainly a lot of interesting cards from Dragonstorm, particularly for the deck I'm playing, for Omniscience.
Exactly.
So you'll have seen Roiling Dragonstorm, Marang, River Regent, Jeskai Revelation in the sideboard, which not everyone is playing. So there are now a lot of different ways to build this deck. I have gone with pretty much quite close to the deck list I played last Pro Tour. I haven't tried to change too many things. I think there are a lot of interesting ways you can look at it now with the new dragon and with, for example, going to 0 invasions. I've seen people playing Founding.
Yeah.
I'm sticking with what I'm used to. I like maximizing the game one win percentage and not fizzling after starting combo.
Right.
So I'm still enjoying this.
Yeah, well, that's the most important part, to win and to enjoy it as well, right?
Of course.
So could you tell us about your testing process? Because here I can see that you represent Team Heavy Play.
Yes. So I've been working with 2 different heavy play teams. So I was testing with the brilliant World Council for this RC, but for the Pro Tour, I've joined the recently set up Team Cosmos. So both of us sponsored by Heavy Play, and looking to just win as much as possible, basically.
Right.
But both teams full of fantastic people and a lot of friends.
Of course. Well, good luck in the next rounds. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Back to the booth.
Thank you so much, Maria and Sean. Always lovely to hear more about our players. And we are ready for more Magic because that's why you are watching. We have a backup feature match here for this round number 5. And okay, Simon, we get it. You like Jeskai Control. So let's watch some more Jeskai Control here in our backup feature match. But to be fair, playing against a very interesting deck, Selesnya Geralk. Tell us a bit about this Selesnya deck.
Yes, so honestly, I'm so excited for this match. Like, I'm a die-hard, lifelong control play enjoyer. Believe that. And this is Wouter Noordzij of the Netherlands, who we've seen top 8 the last regionals, playing Jeskai Control here against Roach Corpus, playing Selesnya Gearhulk. And no, it is not the Selesnya Cage that we've been used to seeing with the Gearhulks. This is a deck that me and my teammates are actually working on last Pro Tour, and I'm so excited to see this deck. It is using the Gearhulk alongside a bunch of ways to create artifacts, Teething Wormlet to take advantage of it. Regal Bunnycorn is going to be enormous in this deck. There is like Warden of the Inner Sky and to take advantage of all these tokens, and the token creators are stuff like, of course, this Sentinel of the Forgotten City, but then also it's Tough Cookie.
Tough Cookie time.
Tough Cookie deck. And this deck rounds off with 4 copies of Herd Heirloom from the new set from Tarkir. This 2-mana artifact that taps for mana you can use to play creatures, and then you can tap it to give your 4-power creature trample and on hit draw a card.
What creature has 4 power? I don't know.
Well, the Gearhulk, the Bunnycorn, just giving trample to the Bunnycorn is massive. Like this, can you tell that I like this deck?
Yes, I think you are living in an internal dilemma, Simon, because you've been a long time Jeskai Control enjoyer since the one time you've played the deck in your life.
Exactly.
And now you find this Selesnya deck, cookies, let alone. And starting here with a Teething Wormlet, this seems like an innocent 1-1, but it is not, because every time you play an artifact, it's going to start growing, gaining new life, and eventually having that touch as well.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, like as long as it grows into a 4/4 and also gets Death Touch, that's huge. And it's not that hard to grow it into a 4/4 in this deck. Whereas right now, the creatures are going to start small, just a 1/1 Wormlet, just a 2/2 Bunnycorn. Voucher here, of course, the winner of the Arena Championship 6 at the end of last year and top 8ing the last regional championship here, has been playing Grand Prix since 2002 and is now, you know, seeing a bunch of success after all these hard years of work. And here we see the Sentinel of the Forgotten City making a map token. This will pump up the Bunnycorn to a 4/4. It'll pump up the Teething Wormlet to a 2/2. And all of a sudden, Olga's, you know, early creature development are starting to get pretty scary.
Yeah, I mean, this deck, it's, as you said, it seems like just an innocent Teething Wormlet, an innocent Bunnycorn, but then they all grow a lot. Now, this Get Lost is interesting because it's going to make you 2 maps, so that's going to make your Bunnycorn even bigger.
Yes, that's actually a huge Bunnycorn now. So Voodoo, of course, wanting to take the damage from that. Roche is going to gain life whenever an artifact enters the battlefield, and then it'll the Wormlet will then gain a counter the first time an artifact enters the battlefield as well. So these maps won't trigger the Wormlet.
Exactly, since we already had...
This is set up for a temporary lockdown, which he doesn't have.
Oh, but it has Split Up.
Split Up is still pretty good here, clearing those 2 creatures, but Roche is still left with all these map tokens. And if he needs to find a way, you know, like he doesn't even need, you know, any Google Maps or so for navigation. The map's already available. This Sentinel bringing even another one. No, I will...
It doesn't matter that the Sentinel is of the Forgotten City because we have all the maps to find.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, no, Roche knows where the Forgotten City is. Like he has the maps leading him there. And we see this Tough Cookie going into the graveyard. I think the second copy already in his hand here. So the Sentinel is actually another threat. Like it is bigger than the Lightning Strikes and the Braids.
Yeah, it's a 4/5 already.
Can't get hit by temporary lockdown, so it does dodge like some amount of the control tools from Wouter. And also it can outsize the 4/5 blockers like Beza and Shiko.
Definitely, and here we see Roach draw a card.
That's another untapped land. Now you can play this Tough Cookie, and it can turn these map tokens into 4/4s. So this is actually a huge attack coming in. Wouter can use a Braid here to get rid of that Tough Cookie, but I think he actually has a Meringue River Regent, and I think he might just be looking to draw some cards here, take 8 damage down to 5 life, and just try to control the game from there. Oh, no, has to use the Braid on the map token. I think Wouter's plan now actually is to play that Meringue River Region on turn 6 and try to control the board with that one. And now that Roche has 2 creatures in play, you can play the Beza and stabilize the board with some fish tokens.
Yeah, some fish tokens, some life, perhaps card draw, I'm not sure. No, probably not card draw.
Yeah, there's only 1 card in Roche's hand, and that's actually is the Shelter by Ghost. So I wonder if Roche is going to go ahead and just clear that Beza with the Shelter by Ghost, or if he's going to try and use the map tokens to make the Sentinel bigger than Beza here, because it is quite risky to use a Shelter here, especially if you use it on Beza, so that if Wouter has an answer to it, like the Meringue River Regent, can get right back. Of course, you also give War to your creature, so it all may be fine. Okay, so we see here, this is a Sentinel attacking as a 5/5. The Tough Cookie has a 2/2, and Tough Cookie animating the food token, attacking as a 4/4.
That's a lot of attacks. And the Sentinel also has lifelink.
Exactly, yeah, and brings it with it another map token. Still 4 maps in play here, and a massive attack. I wonder if Wouter is trying to just chump block these 2 creatures. I actually even wonder if this... oh yeah, you could double block the Tough Cookie, getting rid of that threat, still taking a huge chunk of damage, 9 damage coming in with these creatures. And this Meringue River Region, it's a powerful card, but now the Sentinel has Ward, you can't bounce that. You can bounce the Shelter by Ghost, but that doesn't even sound like a good idea. So I wonder what Wouter is even trying to do, because this Sentinel, you could just crack some map tokens on it and grow it to outsize the River Regent.
I believe there's a Split Up in hand from Wouter.
Oh, that would actually be a good draw here. If you could just split up here and get your Beza down.
Oh no, it's Get Lost.
Get Lost works too. You just pay the ward and you're fine.
Yeah.
Of course, giving Roche even more map tokens, 6 maps, means that any creature he draws is going to be scary.
Especially if it's a Bunnycorn.
Yes. Yeah, but even like just something like a Novice Inspector, you just crack 3 map tokens on it and it's already lethal.
So Walter deciding what to do, deciding not to play anything right now.
You can wait. There's no like instant speed protection spells in Roche's deck, so you are kind of fine with this. And you can try and bait Roche into using a map token. But Voucher just says, yes, you can just do that. You can draw your land. Is that a man land? No. So there are some copies of two copies of Restless Prairie as well in Roche's deck. And that is a huge top deck here.
That's the Geralk.
Coming next turn for Roche, and they'll be able to find 2 more creatures. The Herd Heirloom here,
that you
also
were just
able
talking
to trample to that Sentinel, which is huge. Attacking for 6 damage now, and Voucher has to go ahead and use the Get Lost. Actually, I realized what Roche was trying to do. Growing the Sentinel big enough so that if there's a Get Lost on the Shelter by Ghost, the base can't just eat the Sentinel.
Oh, smart.
So now you force Voucher to kill the Sentinel itself, get back the Besa, get your 4 life again, go up to 8. So yeah, the life gain from Besa here, having gained 8 life in this game, kind of huge.
No fish this time, but...
No fish. There is a single teething wormlet, which Roche can go ahead and try and grow as well with these map tokens.
Growing it 1 time and passing the turn here. So currently a 2-2.
I actually wonder if Roche was supposed to use even another map here, because that means the Gearhulk next turn will grow it into a 4/4 Death Touch, so you can attack through the Besa. But of course, you're also putting a lot of faith into that one Wormlet, and if Voucher does have an answer like a Lightning Helix, for instance, you do lose out on those map tokens.
6 mana. Let's tap out. Let's play that dragon, and we can bounce some things.
It's bouncing the food token and the Wormlet, not the map token.
Also 6/7, right? So pretty big stats there for this dragon.
But this Gearhulk is gonna come down here and get, it can get 2 copies of Duskrose Reliquary, which will just be 1 mana answers to both of these creatures. So actually what Roche can do here is play out the Wormlet, play out the Gearhulk, and get rid of both creatures. I think it might be better to just get rid of the Meringue River Regent and get like a Novice Inspector. So you only fetch 1 Duskrose Reliquary and a Novice Inspector. I think that will be better, so you have a little bit of a rebuild in case Voucher has a sweeper following this up. And I don't think you care that much about the base deck, because it's just a measly 4/5, which is going to be smaller than your creatures. Oh, this is even better.
Oh,
there's Abbotsford Boots in this deck list.
And why does Roche here wants to play the boots?
So this gives haste to the Gearhulk, and now you can play the Duskrose Reliquary, take out this Meringue River Regent, and now you're attacking with the Gearhulk, which is a 5/4 first strike trample. So the base deck couldn't even block it, even if it hadn't attacked. And yeah, now Voucher down to 3 life, and anything Roche plays can get haste as well through those boots. And there's just a Lightning Helix in his hand. So he's in a lot of trouble at this point, especially with the Heirloom, giving the Gearhulk ability to, if it hits Voucher, there's going to be life gain for Roche. So I think we're going to see a map being cracked here, just making sure that it's lethal even through a Lightning Helix. Didn't hit a spell, so no counter on that Gearhulk.
Playing a land there.
I had a second Herd Heirloom. So, so now Roche says, if this thing hits you, you will you'll take lethal damage, and then I'll draw 2 cards. But Voucher just announces, yeah, I'm just going to chump block with this Besa. The first strike on this Gearhulk coming in clutch, and yeah. Maybe Roche is supposed to play out this Teething Wormlet, or maybe is supposed to wait on it, just in case that there is, like, even like a temporary lockdown would be kind of problematic here, because it will free up the River Regent. And that is an answer.
Removal there.
So that actually works, right? You can use Get Lost on that, and then you can use your Lightning Helix on the Wormlet. So Voucher is in an okay position now, and that's a dead draw here. These Sheltered by Ghost that you need to play in this deck, there's 2 copies in the main deck for Roche. They don't, like, they're not here for this matchup. They're here to deal with, to deal with Mono Red. They increase your win rate in that matchup by a lot, having access to them. But it also means that when you play against stuff like Jeskai Control, they're going to be pretty bad cards.
What about the land that becomes a creature? Is that available to
No,
Roach?
the Restless Prairie is not being drawn here. And yeah, we see the Lightning Helix take care of this. So there's still a lot of good top decks in Roach's deck, and Voucher is completely out of cards. So he needs to top deck something good.
Oh, I think, is that
a Jeskai Revelation?
I think that's a Jeskai Revelation.
That would be insane. That's the best possible top deck. He has 7 lands. It's an instant. Return target spell or permanent to its owner's hand. Deal 4 damage to any target. Create 2 monks with prowess. Draw 2 cards. Gain 4 life. That is massive. And even this Sentinel is going to die.
Oh no.
This Jeskai Revelation. What a huge update from Bowser.
That's insane. And Roach like, I cannot believe this is happening right now.
But so kill your Sentinel. Bounce your map token. I get 2 monks and I draw 2 cards.
Seems good.
Wow. What a massive card. Just a one-off in Voucher's deck. Absolutely perfect top deck in this scenario.
I mean, they are in the deck to be drawn and to win games. It's for this exact situation.
And this is the power of Jeskai Control. Look how far behind Voucher was. He has to chub block with a base set.
I think it's your fault, Simon, because you wanted fireworks and now you're getting fireworks here.
Yes.
Stock up. I mean, we already know.
I create the chaos and I live in it.
Well, that stock up also getting the Monk's prowess and
yeah, like Roach is probably not that far away from dying.
Yeah, at this point things are swinging quite fast.
You heard heirlooms certainly don't look great at this point in the game, just being extra mana sources and with no creatures to be able to give trample to. Of course, again, there's a lot of good top decks available to Roach, but they are slimming by the minute as Voucher is finding more and more answers. I think there's a Lightning Helix in hand here. Still, a Bunnycorn off the top would dodge the Lightning Helix. 4 damage being dealt by Voucher there, and putting Roach down. Oh, maybe there was a Power Trigger missed. I don't know. Maybe we weren't clear. Oh, that is the Bunnycorn!
Oh, and that gets trample, right?
Yes. So you equip it with the Lava Spirit Boots. That means it's going to be a 6/5, and then you give it trample. So of course Voucher doesn't die to this interaction here, but even the Shelter by Ghost puts it up to 8, so that's still not lethal. But you can use the heirlooms to make the bunny draw 2 more cards. Wow. This is incredible.
We love the bunnies.
All ins. And yeah, I do like Roach's play here to not play out the Shelter by Ghost. Because you might draw into things you want to spend your mana on. And that's a Gearhulk and a Bristlebot Farmer.
Oh, wow.
I love the Farmer
Value.
in this deck. It makes 2 food tokens when it comes into play. And then when it attacks, you can sacrifice an artifact to go get a permanent from your top 3 cards into your hand. So getting a Haywire Might here, I'm not even sure what the intended target is for that. Probably it is for a temporary lockdown, which would be one of Voucher's good draws at this point. And then just getting a Teething Wormlet as another big threat.
This game has been, I think that Voucher is winning, then Roach, then everything is happening.
It's completely unclear what is
madness
going on here. Oh, that's a counterspell drawn from Voucher. Dispelling Exhale counter unless Roach pays 2 mana. He'll be quite happy to do that here. And at 5 life with all of this trample stuff going on, you know, there's a naturally trample Gearhulk. There's the Bunnycorn that can gain trample from heirloom. You can play a Bristlebot Farmer and give it haste, and that's another trample threat. I don't know what Voucher's supposed to do here.
I think it's one of those situations where Voucher is like, call the ambulance, and Roach is like, but not for me.
Yes, exactly.
Now we just go and win the game.
I feel like the ambulance workers are like just completely like unsure which person to help at this point.
No.
Arrive at the site, but it's very unclear who is the person dying and who is the person thriving.
Okay, I think we're going to see the Farmer here that we were just talking about, creating 2 food tokens. It's also a 5/5.
Bristlebot Farmer. What a card here. That's actually also one we found playtesting for the last Pro Tour, working so well in this deck. And Voucher says, can you pay 2 mana, please? Just out of respect. And Roach says, yeah, sure, whatever, I have plenty. I don't even care. Can then go ahead and put those Lava Spirit Boots on that Farmer here and attacking with all of these trample creatures. Just a couple 2/2 prowess monks here. They can grow up to 3/3. Voucher can go up to 8 life with this Lightning Helix. I don't think it's enough. I haven't done the math, but It feels like it's not enough.
Let's see. That bunny is giant.
Oh, yeah. We see the trigger resolve even from the Bristlebot Farmer. Mill 3 cards, put one of them into your hand. A permanent card. Oh, no. I think Roche just milled over a sideboard card. What is happening in this game?
I don't know.
That is the... that's the... the Heritage Reclamation that is in Roche's sideboard. Which apparently was, a classic mistake that you might make to forget to put it in. I think there was a Warden of the Inner Sky that should have been in his deck instead of that Heritage Reclamation. This sometimes happens when you sideboard, of course, in the last game you played, and then you have to, at the start of your next round, bring it back to the main deck you registered. But sometimes you forget a card, you miss something, and you actually end up presenting a deck that isn't the one you registered. So this is a problem in the sense that Roche was playing with essentially an illegal deck. It hasn't mattered until this point. It won't matter right now. But it is up to the judge's discretion to just figure out if there's actually any advantage gained, or if we can just swap the cards and keep playing on, giving Roche a warning.
Let's see what the judge decides. I mean,
it is such a funny moment because it's like attacking for lethal. Back in the day, this would actually be a game loss for Roche. Like no questions asked. This is not the case anymore. There would be a tragic end to this situation here. But if the judges determine that there's like too much of an advantage gained, let's say that Roche has drawn, if there's like more cards that we figure out that are missing, maybe some of the sideboard cards that are important in the matchup, like let's say like he also has another Sheltered by the Ghost in his deck, and he's drawn 2 copies of these.
Yeah, true.
This is not a matchup where it's good in, but if it had been, you could see the issue with actually being more likely to draw your card mattering. In this case, the judge just decides, yeah, okay, it's not that big of a deal. You can just switch out your sideboards. You can resolve your lethal attack. And of course, Roche will receive a warning for decklist error, but we move on here, and this is not that big of a deal.
Yeah, looks like we keep on moving, and attacking here. Does Walter if something, or is this going to be the end of the game?
So give Trample to that bunny, and that's an attack for, so that's 8, 14, 18. Yes, so this is 18 trample damage. Voucher goes up to 8 and prevents 6 of the damage with his prowess creatures. But yeah, that's still not enough to keep him alive. He's still 12 damage coming through here.
Yeah, so counting how many permanents are there for the bunny. And that's game.
Wow.
So Leslie Garrel taking game 1 here, and I must say this was a high emotion game.
What a fun game.
Now, again, Simon, I'm blaming you for asking for these firework games, and we definitely got it.
Didn't you enjoy this too?
I did. I'll have to admit, I liked it. I liked the chaos, I will admit, Simon. So we are going to have a game 2 now, yes, with sideboard. So let's talk about the sideboard. What are players bringing in here after this game?
Yes. So from the Gearhulk side here, there are a couple options. The main ones are 2 copies of Invasion of Gobakan, coming in as protection against sweepers. One of the big issues with this deck is that it is relatively weak to sweepers because you are trying to expend so much on the board at the same time. So so an easy swap could be cutting 2 copies of Sheltered by Ghost and adding 2 copies of Invasion of Gobakan. Other than that, we actually don't see that much else from this deck. We see 1 copy of Twist and Turns. If a creature you control would explore, instead scry 1, then that creature explores. And if you control 7 or more lands, it turns into a land that will that can look at the top 4 cards and reveal creatures. Okay, so I think Twist and Turns also comes in. This is a convoluted card draw effect, but essentially it's a 1-mana enchantment that can turn into a land that is similar to Search for Azcanta. We've seen many years ago, but instead of looking for non-creature spells, you can pay 4 mana, tap that land, and find a creature to put into your hand. So it's quite of a non-interactable card for the Jeskai deck. As soon as it transforms, there's no way for the Jeskai deck to get rid of the land, and there'll be a continuous stream of card advantage for Roche here. Just a single copy though, so we'll see if that comes up. And on the other side, yes, so The issue with the Jeskai deck is that its anti-aggro tools are based on the red decks. So it has stuff like Authority of the Consoles and like the Will Live Leeches against the Pixie decks. And it has Ghost Vacuum against the Oculus decks. It doesn't actually have that many relevant things here. Like there's 2 copies of Negate. Like all of these cards don't really do much. But there are 2 copies of Tishiana's Tidebinder. This can counter a trigger from Gearhulk and could be quite important. And then there are 2 copies of Destroy Evil. This one quite nice at dealing with the big boys coming in from Roche. I do actually think though that Voucher doesn't need to sideboard that much anyways. His deck is like, he doesn't really have any bad cards in his main deck anyways, so it's not that big of a deal that he can't quite sideboard that much.
I'm excited to see how this game 2 is going to play out. As a reminder, we are in round 5 of this tournament, the regional championship in Bologna. We have 8 rounds today. Players with 18 points or better will advance into day 2, where things start getting really exciting. Let us know at home, what deck would you bring here this weekend? I'm always curious to know. I know, Simon, you would bring Jeskai Control. Yeah. I would bring Golgari Obliterator Fight.
Yeah, we saw that deck last round, I believe, right?
We didn't. We did.
Oh, okay. Well, there is a Golgari Obliterator in the tournament, which may be shown at some point or maybe not. We will see. I have not said anything.
Don't do this to me, Simon. I hope so. I love that deck. But yeah, I mean, a lot of exciting decks here all weekend long, and I cannot wait to see more archetypes. And I really liked seeing that mono white token deck, for example, emerge. That was fun. And good. Now we have the Selesnya Gerolk as well. We had a mono black deck as well, Demons. We have the Orzhov discard. So a lot of interesting things this weekend.
Yes, I mean, we saw the other category being like basically as large as the most popular deck in the field. 16% of the field playing decks outside of the top 10 most popular. And that leads to decks like the, mono-white tokens, this green-white Gearhulk deck that looks just so beautiful here. Bunch of big creatures slamming in.
I'm curious.
I mean, that's not beautiful. I'm sorry. I'm a control mage, and I do not like creatures.
I'm curious to see how that deck would play off against our prowess decks that we see here this weekend, being quite represented. One thing that I also really like is when Frank starts analyzing what's the most played card from Tarkir, what's the most played sideboard card. So hopefully we'll have some fun segments throughout the weekend to discover
Frank
more.
Had me guess what the most played card in the field is. And it took me like 10 guesses before I got there.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it a land?
It is not intuitive. No, Mountain is the most popular card, but
okay,
not
so
counting basic lands.
Mm-hmm. It's a non-intuitive card.
Yeah, you can guess yourself in chat too. Write your guess. What is the most played cards between main deck and sideboards, non-basic land card in this tournament?
Stock up?
Yeah.
No.
That's number 3.
Okay, not too bad. Okay, Simon, not
I won't reveal
bad.
anymore, though. I won't reveal anymore, because that is Frank's segment coming up at some point. Maybe tomorrow.
We'll leave it as a little, you can guess, and then you have to stay throughout the stream and discover the answer, because I also don't know.
Have to rediscover the way.
Very interesting choices by Tweet Chat and YouTube, so exciting to see tomorrow what's going to be. Players getting ready here for game 2 now. Jeskai Control by Walter on the play.
Starting off, so I really like in the standard format how the 3-color decks mana bases operate. Because you could choose to either do the pain lands and fast lands, or you can choose to do surveil lands and verges. And it's really nice that depending on whether you're an aggro deck or a more defensive deck, you can go either way. So we see the domain overlords in this Jeskai Control deck choosing to go with the verges and surveil lands path, whereas decks like the Jeskai Oculus deck is only fast lands and pain lands. It's quite nice to have different selections of types of lands that work well in different decks.
And we have things starting here for our Selesnya Gerolk player already. That Novice Inspector being removed with the Lightning Helix.
That never feels good if you have to spend a removal spell on this Novice Inspector. But this speaks to Voucher's hand not being very heavy on sweepers and just wanting to clear away troublesome things that can get better later. I see a 3 steps ahead in Voucher's hand, can line that up quite beautifully with that Sentinel of the Forgotten City.
Always 3 steps ahead, and now we are going to have here another turn 3 play, and this is a new card,
yes.
right?
Rediscover the Way. So this card lets you look at the top 3 and put 1 into your hand. There's that the Jeskai Revelation that was so good for Wouter last game, almost won him the game, but instead puts an Abrade in hand, I believe that was. Next turn, whoa, Wouter is fiddling with the fabric of reality here, putting ripples throughout the whole feature match area. This reveals to the audience that we do not have a table that just looks like this. Yeah, I'm sorry you had to see that, but the show must go on.
Yeah, the show must go on, and Walter playing land for the turn. Now we have Roger's turn. 4 mana available, 5 if we count with that ramp spell that only works with creatures.
Plenty of options too. Actually, I really like that Roche had 4 mana last turn through that heirloom and could play the Gearhulk last turn, but decided not to into Wouter's counter magic. And now Wouter's tapped out. Can go for that Gearhulk. Has to decide which land to leave untapped. Of course, just leaving a green-white land untapped. And going to get maybe just some more card advantage. Maybe some more Novice Inspectors. Or the Lava Spirit Boots. Yeah. That we saw do so well last time.
We see also the Haywire Might being put a bit aside, maybe thinking about choosing it.
It's not the best spot for Haywire Might though, because Temporary Lockdown isn't really a threat against Roger's hand at the moment. So, but I do like this, because this is saying that if there is a big creature like a Shiko or something from Wouter now, you can actually clear it out for just 1 mana, or even better, the Meringue River Regent, which actually as a 6/5 is big enough to be threatening. And I like not getting the Novice Inspector when you have another one anyways to follow up. So these 2 Clue tokens, they're not relevant right now, but as we go later in the game, these will keep the gas flowing for Roche.
More value from that enchantment here, from the Saga. We see Beza and stock up.
So which direction does Wouter want to go here? The Beza does a good job of stabilizing here, but there is no 5th land. So Wouter might just want to take the land here and guarantee the land drops and try to use the answers. Like you can abrade the Gearhulk because it is an artifact creature, and you can, and then you can get lost something else later. So there is. Wouter's not really in trouble if he just takes the land and doesn't have the Beza. Issue is if he plays the Beza, gets the fish, of course, yes, that's good, but then the Lava Spirit Boots will put that Gearhulk as a 5/4 and they'll actually attack through your Beza and then draw a card of the heirloom. So that would actually be a dangerous scenario. If you took the Beza here, even though it's quite tempting, that just lines up so poorly against the cards you know from Rose. So Wouter anticipating this, knowing that he has to use the Abrade to clear off that Gearhulk, and keeping up more mana. Of course, these 2 islands here are working out so awkwardly with that Lightning Helix, not actually allowing Wouter to use that. I wonder if that's even part of the reason why he decided to Lightning Helix the Inspector on turn 2, is because he had this double island draw and knew that the Lightning Helixes wouldn't be that easy to get out of his hand.
Ooh, Invasion of Gobakan here, so let's see what Roger is going to choose from Wouter's side.
Yeah, and Wouter has an option now to like spend the cards at this moment. Of course, you can't kill the invasion because it is a battle and you have no ways to interact with battles. But there is the argument that you could kill off the Gearhulk and then also kill off the Novice Inspector, spending your mana at this moment. I think that's not that great though. You're probably better off just clearing off the Gearhulk right now, and then, because that's the thing you know you're gonna do, and then just save your answers for other things till later. Revealing those cards to the invasion, accepting that one of your cards will cost 2 more mana and that is okay.
And here Walter saying, wait a bit, let me think if I want to do something else.
If you do clear the Inspector here, it might help you not lose your invasion to something that gets, like if Roche plays another 1-drop here and then plays the Lava Spirit Boots, it's only 2 damage and can't actually clear off the invasion, unless it is a Teething Wormlet. The invasion is 3. So let's see if Roche has that exact combination. No, there's no 1-drop here to haste up with that Lava Spirit Boots. So yeah, Wouter just using his cards as he could. The last chapter of that Rediscover the Way was just read there. It doesn't do anything here. It gives double strike to your creatures, but well, that's not relevant in this moment.
We have the Sentinel here making a map token. A lot of artifacts, but no bunny.
No bunny yet. Oh, and there's another Beza here. So this might be a bit more of a comfortable spot to play the Beza, but still, the Lava Spirit Boots or all these map tokens, I guess, can make the Sentinel bigger than the Beza, and then the Heirloom can make it trample and drawing cards when it hits. So it's still not the best of a position. Or you can just give it trample and use take down this invasion and flip that, which is in some ways good for you, but not necessarily, because the invasion only puts counters on tapped creatures on the backside, and well, the Sentinel has vigilance.
Both players 3-1. That means that they are still competing to making day 2. They need a score of 18 points or better, 8 rounds total.
I like this play from Mauter here. Just accepting that none of his control tools are that good right now, but he's also not in that much trouble. He can't just take off this entire turn, play essentially mana efficiently here, even though this looks horribly inefficient. This is his most mana efficient play, spending all of his available lands. And getting that stock up out now rather than getting it stuck later. So you can take, there's even 2 copies of Shiko there. Voucher could just grab both of those and just use those to try and outgrind Roche's position. You could also grab 1 Shiko and maybe something else. I don't know if that was a land. Just setting up for future positions. But I do like the Shiko here. That is my boy. That's my friend. You know?
Shiko-wise, they never lie. And...
yeah, it was a land there.
Here for the turn.
Okay, so we're going to start, if Roche can get this Sentinel up to 4 power, we can see this Heirloom target it and make it... oh, wait, what is that card?
Good question. So this is an alternative art card.
Oh, this is a scrap... I see. This is incredibly good. So that's the scrap shooter. So it's a free mana 4/4.
From Bloomberg.
Yeah, that's... that Roche just slammed down, played the boots, gave it haste, attacked down 5 damage to Voucher, actually. And the Sentinel clearing up that invasion, and now gets to put counters on... what does the Sentinel have? 2 counters? From what?
Maybe the map tokens, or... just 1 counter.
Yeah, I don't know what the first counter came from. Maybe there was a map that was being cracked and we just missed that. Or maybe, no, it's each creature that has attacked this turn, right?
Yeah.
I think that's what it says, yeah. Okay, so that actually does work with the Sentinel. And yeah, now, that was an incredibly fast play turn by Vouts, but essentially, the Scrap Shooter is a 3 mana 4/4, with no text. It can come into play and kill an enchantment artifact from Voucher. There's no such thing. It's just there to be a big boy. And it's like a raccoon as well. We like all these animals from Bloomburrow. We've seen fishes, we've seen mouse, now we're seeing the raccoons showing up. Not the biggest player in Standard at the moment, but it is here.
And that flipped Invasion of Gokpakan, pretty good as well, making a lot of pressure, but it's Shiko getting that stock up back.
Yeah, the interaction that we see over and over again. I think actually from Voucher, I think I might have liked to get the Rediscover the Way instead. You don't get look at as many cards right now, but so if you're looking for something very specific that's going to help you at this moment, it might be better. But the Rediscover the Way giving double strike to Shiko can actually help you get out of this position, because you are dying and you might need to turn the game around and find lethal instead of focusing on survival. That's a beautiful thing of this Jeskai deck here. But anyways, the power of Shiko here, big creature, not quite big enough to really block here. That's a 6/5 Sharpshooter and a 4/5 Sentinel. And of course, there was that Duskrow's Reliquary, which has ward, by the way, so you can't even hit it with a Braid at this moment.
We have that Novice Inspector, but looking like tapping a wrong land here, correcting it.
Yeah, it's not that big of a deal, because I believe that Roche is just going to use the Forest to equip the Lava Spirit boots here.
Exactly as you said, equipping the Novice Inspector here.
So that's an attack for 11 at this moment. If Voucher has nothing, I believe Voucher must have some sort of interaction here. Maybe just a Lightning Helix, and he can't even use that because of the ward that the Lava Spirit boots give. So yeah, this is just an attack for 11, putting Voucher down to 6, activating the Heirloom to draw a card when the Scrap Shooter hits. And there's a temporary lockdown in Voucher's hand, but it doesn't hit these 3-drops that are getting so big. And the backside of Invasion of Gobakan can be sacrificed to give a creature, like all your creatures, hexproof and indestructible. So Voucher needs even more removal spells to deal with this board, and this is just so much damage. I really love how this Celestial Gearhulk deck's creature sizing is matching up against Jeskai control. That is one of the downsides of this control deck, is that it is very specifically good at dealing with small creatures and small removal spells.
That seems...
Because you can use your creatures to outsize them, but here, the Celestial deck is outsizing right back at you.
And we saw Walter there dealing some damage phase with the Lightning Helix just to gain some life. Now, let's see if he's able to do something to come back from this game.
It's quite a desperation mode when you have to use your temporary use your Lightning Helix just to gain life, and the temporary lockdown just to clear a 1-drop. Alongside, of course, clearing the Light Shield array. The backside of Invasion of Gobakan.
Yeah, all the clues, the heirloom. So cracking that that resolves. Getting the Shiko back.
Right, that is an ability of the lockdown that is actually quite important here. So getting Shiko down, and now you can use... Actually, you don't even have that much. You can just play the Rediscover the Way and try to use this to find some sort of answer to the situation.
So there it is, the Rediscover the Way. And let's see what Walter can find.
Clearing the Lava Spur boots is also great, and Roche actually doesn't have that much mana to navigate with. So if you can like set up to be an okay spot after this turn, you can play your Marang River Regent and potentially stabilize with that one. So this is not over.
It's definitely not over. This deck does a very good job at coming back from behind, I believe.
Whoa, that's right. Because Voucher only has 2 white sources, there was a get lost in that Rediscover the Way, but you couldn't take it because you can't actually cast it here. So instead, Voucher had to take a stock up, hope to hit an untapped white source and another removal spell. Let's see if he got there. Did get there. Destroy Evil and... Wow, the pathway here, the Verge, the Sunbillow Verge, allowing you to play Destroy Evil. So Voucher can take the damage from one of these attackers, kill the other one.
Oh, that can take care of the temporary lockdown.
Right. That wasn't even picked up by Roche from the Gearhulk. That wasn't a known factor, I don't believe. That's just an answer right away. Well, maybe it actually was picked up by the Gearhulk way back when. Yeah, I think it actually was many turns ago. And Voucher pausing there probably forgot about that card. I certainly forgot about that card.
Yeah.
But the Haywire Might hasn't forgotten about me and hasn't forgotten about this temporary lockdown, taking it down, getting all of these creatures back, now able to play a Bodycorn and haste it up. And this is just too many hasty threats for Voucher to deal with.
That is true. I mean, Walter here, considering where to use the removal spell, but...
It doesn't matter. However way you slice it, it's just got to be lethal. And that Haywire Mike takes the game for Roche here with a beautiful Lava Spirit Boots completely overperforming into this control matchup, making Voucher's options just shrink so much. And yeah, what a nice deck. I mean, I kind of want to just hop on Arena and play that right now. I mean, after I'm done playing my control matches.
Of course, of course. So congratulations here to Roche, advancing now 4-1. And this round number 5, and this round number 5 was a very, very good round. I mean, we saw a lot of different things happen in the beginning. You were begging for some fireworks, and I feel like our players deliver it.
That Jeskai Revelation top deck on 7 mana with no cards in hand was incredible, and it wasn't even enough to turn the game around because the top decks of the Bunnycorn that came right after to be hasted up, and there was just a bunch of beautiful stuff here. We definitely saw a lot of these synergies that have been, I think, underexplored in the standard format that these green and white decks can do. Between like going back all the way to Brothers War, where there's like Teething Wormlet that cares about artifacts, and all these ways to make artifacts throughout these years. Yeah.
What a round. We are excited to bring you more Magic. Before, we are going to show you a video, and then Arne and Martin will be back for round number 6.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed folder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Welcome back, everybody. We're live here from the Regional Championship in Bologna. My name is Martin Hughes. I'm sitting here with Arne Huschenbed. This is going to be round number 6. We have 8 rounds total. We're playing standard all weekend long, and the cut to day 2 is the 6-2 record. That's what's needed for you to be in day 2. We have a little over 1,000 players competing for 48 slots for the next regional championship, 36 slots for the next Pro Tour, which would be in Atlanta.
It's going to be modern.
That's going to be modern.
Yeah, Edges of Eternity, I believe.
Edge of Eternity, exactly. It's going to be the Modern Pro Tour. And then the top 4 of this event, on top of all of this, they also get qualified for the next 3 regional championships. And then the big finale, the 2 finalists, they also get qualified for Worlds.
Yep.
Good stuff.
Pretty good, pretty good.
Okay, so round number 6, we have some more exciting matchups for you this round, and I think we can jump straight into the match. So what do we have going on this round?
We're in the thick of things. We have both players sitting at 4-1.
Okay.
Pretty. And we picked out a little bit of a spicy one for you guys. Azorius Artifacts on one side here, in the hands of... well, we have Azorius Artifacts on one side, and then we have Jeskai Oculus, which is my deck to take down the tournament. And the sweet Bruscarino with Simulacrum Synthesizer as sort of the main thing. And from Taki Dragonstorm, this Artifacts deck has received United Battlefront, a 4-mana Collected Company variant that is capable of looking at the top 7 cards, and then you can take 2 non-creature, non-land permanent cards. That,
yeah, Collected Company for shenanigans,
for non-creature stuff. So you get like Simulacrum Synthesizer ×2. That means you get 2 constructs immediately from both triggering, which is giving you at least 2 4/4s. And here we have Thomas starting with a Candy Trail to surveil him towards that powerful card. He really wants to get the Simulacrum Synthesizer going. He has those Candy Trails in the early game, Iron Crack on turn 2 and Clay-Fired Bricks. A couple copies of Repurposing Bay in there as well. And then 4 copies of Perilous Snare and Spring-Loaded Saw Blades as removal spells. Iron Crack is the play. Tapped immediately for another Candy Trail. He's really just using his mana to the very best of its ability, having spent a total of 4 mana worth of spells at turn 2 of the game. That's pretty good.
So, tell me how this Jeskai Oculus deck works. It was one of the most popular decks at the Pro Tour. Half of our team actually played it. People like Gabriel and Steve, John Finkel, they decided to run at the Pro Tour. What's the appeal of this deck, and how does it typically play out?
So the deck now is kind of it has 2 main game plans. On the one hand, it is doing what Marco is doing right here, putting Oculus into the graveyard, and then I see a Helping Hand already in the hand there, reanimating it on turn 3, which is obviously extremely powerful. We've seen that from the Blue-White Oculus deck for the last year. And then the alternative game plan now is that they play 4 copies of Prophet's Eidetic Memory, and they have a lot of creatures that have draw abilities attached to them. Fear of Missing Out, the Terza Light Shadow from Taki Dragonstorm, the Steamcore Scholar. So they all synergize very well with each other. They also all cost less than 3 mana, so you can get a Bag of Helping Hand. They put your Oculus in the graveyard. Really a nice synergistic deck, and Proft really is incredibly powerful. It's just this kind of like blue beanstalk, you could call it in a way.
Okay.
Instead of drawing more cards, it just keeps putting counters on all your stuff and growing everything. I mean, imagine that, a 2-mana cantrip that just buffs your creatures over the course of a game by 7 power and toughness.
What I especially like about this card is that in the post-board games, your opponents typically have all these, Ghost Vacuums, Rest in Pieces against you, and all the graveyard hate that they can have in their sideboards, and that's where Prophet's Eidetic Memory shines the most, in my opinion. It's a sideboard games where the games are a little scrappy, the games are a little slower. You have a much harder time bringing back Oculus, and you have to just kind of work with fewer, I don't want to say resources, but fewer ways of executing your own game plan, and that's where the card shines the most. But yeah, back to the game. Repurposing Bay looks like it's getting activated, and it's bringing a Mesmerizer into play. So that's one of the best cards in the artifact deck.
Absolutely, that is the engine piece, and the Repurposing Bay are 2 of here. Being able to sacrifice a Saw Blade that was just able to kill that tapped Oculus. Super nice that the Helping Hand was able to sort of give the Saw Blades the premium target through its downside of being tapped when it comes to play. And yeah, tapped out now Thomas is, but he's going to be able to scry from that Simulacrum entering the battlefield. And with the Repurposing Bay in play, he can sacrifice his Iron Crack next turn theoretically and get another Synthesizer, and then play a 3-mana artifact and get 2 constructs. And looking at his hand, he does have a Braided Net, so he's implementing his game plan really well here. This is turn 4 of the game, and he has a lot of permanents worth mana. Like the Iron Crack turn 2 certainly did a lot here for him.
All All right, back to Marco, who is considering his options. And I do want to say that this blue-white artifacts deck, it is always kind of flying under the radar. But when I was preparing for the last Pro Tour, it was actually the deck I was losing to the most with Domain. And Domain is typically good against the, mid-rangey strategies. But this deck is super resilient. Synthesizer is just incredibly powerful. And I think this deck is just, waiting for that one tournament when it can finally break out. Maybe it's this weekend.
Yeah, United Battlefront from Tarkia certainly seems like a new addition. Notably, Glacial Dragon Hunt. Interesting. So the interesting thing about Glacial Dragon Hunt is if you discard a land, it doesn't do anything. You have to discard a spell.
Right.
And you can just play it to draw a card.
Yep.
It's a 2-mana cantrip.
Not great, but,
not great.
Times are tough.
Marco actually decided to discard an Adaka Waste, which he didn't need to. Reason being, that's not play by him, is because he wants to fill his graveyard, because he's sitting on an Oculus.
Okay.
He wants cards in his graveyard. So nice play by him there. Unintuitive. And yeah, Proft providing 2 additional power to that Fear. Already 3 power and toughness added. And there we see the Iron Crack being sacrificed. Thomas taking a quick look at his hand. But I would be surprised. Okay, he's going for the Braided Net. Excuse me, for the Perilous Snare. So he's choosing to go a little bit more into active instead of implementing his own game plan. Being fine with having just one construct come to play each artifact he plays. I guess that's already pretty strong.
That's pretty, that's okay.
Additionally, I should say that the land being in a graveyard is also, of course, great with the fear of missing out.
Yeah, working on that Delirium. But that's a great point. It's like you said, it's very unintuitive, and typically you don't want to, use the downside of the card against you. Why would I put a card in the graveyard? I'm losing resources. But yeah, it makes a lot of sense when you have a couple extra lands and then Oculus sitting in hand, waiting to hopefully be played.
I'm a little confused right now. Actually, I'll mention what I'm confused about after this turn is over, because Thomas is really going off. A lot of constructs. There's 7 power right now. That's pretty powerful. Looking at an empty board from Marco, this blue-white deck can do some stuff. But I think Marco had Delirium last turn. I see a sorcery, a creature, a land, and an enchantment. That's 4 types. So he forgot to untap his Fear, I believe, and get those additional 2 extra counters from the Prof, because it does re-trigger with the Fear having Delirium, and he could have attacked for 7, putting Thomas to 3 life. A swing for 12 with the Fear, which is one of the best cards in the Oculus deck, for exactly that reason. But I think he missed that he had Delirium.
Dorja Tower here, I don't think that would be quite enough to deal with the constructs. Yeah, once this Arzoria's artifacts deck gets going and you start pumping out artifacts with Synthesizer, your opponent only has 1 or 2 turns, because it starts being bigger and bigger and lots of power. There's the Oculus, so yeah, Dorja Tower was used just to fuel the graveyard a little bit more. Past the turn, we're gonna get a Manifest Dread token here.
Some nice value of the Dragon Hunt into the graveyard. I think you're right. This seems tough to overcome.
Yeah, now even the 5/5 body of the Oculus is just not going to be enough to deal with the constructs, right? The more artifacts Thomas plays, the worse it's going to get for Marco. And he sure does have more coming. I think that was a snare that dealt with one of the creatures, and yeah, it looks like he's just going to attack for the win. So 1-0 for the artifact deck here.
Yeah, that was certainly very impressive. The artifact deck is very powerful. Simulacrum Synthesizer is very strong. I guess what you would always be scared of with that deck is sort of the aggressive decks, playing artifacts, not interaction with the board. When you're playing against Izzet Prowess and whatnot, that is the danger. But looking at his list, he does have 4 lockdowns in his sideboard, so he is prepared for mono red and is it prowess in that way. In this matchup, he's not going to bring in those lockdowns. He's certainly going to bring in those 2 copies of Rest in Peace he has access to. He has 2 Negate, 2 High Noon, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 3 Get Lost. The counter spells are not good. High Noon is only good against prowess. Get Lost is certainly reasonable. It's a 2-mana catch-all.
Answer for Oculus.
A fear that grown out of control. Anything really. And he's looking, if I look at his main deck, I mean, those Cryptic Codes he might not need. That seems like a pretty grindy card.
Yeah.
That he might not need in this matchup. And maybe something like Kayla's Reconstruction, that's a 2-off. That he could take out against like the negate spell pierce type of effects that his opponent has in the sideboard available to him to punish him for tapping for that expensive spell.
What about the Jeskai deck?
So the Jeskai deck, we have 3 copies of Destroy Evil. Destroy target enchantment. Yeah, that's no disenchant, so
yeah,
not very good here. 2 Chandra, which a little slow, I'd say, in this matchup. A little too slow. 2 Disdainful Stroke. Doesn't hit enough. It does hit the Battlefront and the Kalas, but it doesn't hit anything else. So I don't love it. Negate 1 copy and 1 copy of Lauren. Those are great, fantastic. And 2 Ghost Vacuum, 2 Pyroclasm. They are not interesting at all here. And the last but not least, I guess, 2 Sheltered by Ghosts. It does interact with non-land permanent, but it opens you up to get blown out by something like Perilous Snare. If you can combine Sheltered by Ghost with a Spell Pierce type effect, or like a negate to protect your creature, that would be reasonable. But yeah, I mean, he doesn't have much in the sideboard, but looking at his main deck, I mean, the nice thing about the Arcutus deck is it's extremely proactive. It doesn't have much cards that are like dead anywhere really. It just has these Torture Towers that are really bad in this matchup, so he doesn't even have to take out that much. Yeah,
I like that the Oculus deck can play some situational cards because you can basically loot through them with all the various effects. What I like about the Azorius Artifact deck is it's not something you play against every day. Even if you grind a lot of Magic Online or Magic Arena, it's not a deck that you pair up against a lot. So bringing that into a tournament, you might catch a lot of opponents off guard that just don't really know how to play against you. They don't know what the right lines are, how they should sideboard in the best possible way. They might open themselves up to getting blown out by some of the cards you have or sideboard incorrectly. So I like that shows from that perspective. Clearly it's been working out here. 4-1, pretty good record going here into round 6. Quick reminder, we're playing the regional championship, so most of the players here are trying to qualify for the Pro Tour, but if you are interested in finding out how you can participate in one of these tournaments, how you can qualify for a regional championship, make sure you visit fanfinity.gg, where you can read about all the upcoming tournaments, all the regional championships, all the spotlight events, and you can also find RCQs near you using the store and event locator that you can find on locator.wizards.com. And you can also go to your regional organizer's website, which in this case is obviously Fanfinity. So once again, fanfinity.gg. Make sure you also follow all the social media channels, especially Twitch, especially Twitter. And that way you can hear all the news about all the upcoming regional championships, all the upcoming Spotlight series, which the ones that are going to be played after this event are the Spotlight Series Liverpool, that is coming up at the end of October 31st. And then we have the Regional Championship in Antwerp, which you can currently qualify for in your local game stores. And that is coming up in November 21st.
Yeah, also tomorrow we're going to have the big Ultimate Guard Open, where you can also qualify for on Sunday. For the people that didn't make day 2, they can qualify and maybe learn something from the hard lesson on day 1 for that Sunday Open to qualify for Antwerp as well. Yeah, the Artifact deck, it received a little bit here and there over the last few sets. The Perilous Snare coming out of Ether Drift. Repurposing Bay as well. Those were some nice ones. And now we have that United Battlefront to really explode. Like, if you can get 2 cards worth 3 mana, that's good. Yeah, cheating a little bit, right? That's what you want to do.
How many hits do you have actually in this deck? Because I remember all the collected company decks from like Standard and Modern, and 22, 26. Like sometimes it would get a little dicey, but this deck looks like it has plenty of hits because outside of lands and Battlefronts, you only have 2 copies of Carla's Reconstruction. Most of the cards in your deck are going to be
extremely maximized.
Yeah,
it
is
30 hits. 30 hits is way
30, right? Yeah.
I think like 23 is the number for the United Battlefront. That's sort of like where you want to be at least.
Yeah,
23. So 30 is good. He's not going to look at many.
Yeah, breaks.
That only have one. Let's say.
Speaking of numbers and all that stuff, like meta games, like the number of cards you should be running, with your collected companies and United Battlefronts or your mana bases, make sure you also visit the Metagame Mentor articles from Frank Karsten. He writes these on the magic.gg website for Wizards, and you can learn about what's good in the current formats and how do you get a leg up on the competition. But back in the game, it looks like we have a pretty quick start from Marco here, who starts on a Marauding Mako, which is also a modern all-star these days in the Holo One decks, followed by Fear of Missing Out.
Yeah, it's a really good card in the deck since Tearza and Glacier Dragonhunt just power it up so much.
But there's the Rest in Peace. So yeah, Marco's gonna have his work cut out for him.
Well, the thing is, though, as I said, the deck has 2 game plans now. It has the Proft aggressive discard game plan with Makos and all these discard creatures, and then Oculus is the side game plan. So it can win even without it, and it can discard the helping hands when they're bad, obviously. Unfortunately for Marco, he doesn't have a discard outlet, and he is actually sitting on 2 helping hands, so he got definitely got by this.
You know what I really like about Thomas's deck? He can actually put Rest in Peace into play at instant speed. With United Battlefront, it's actually something you could do during your opponent's turn. So that's pretty cool.
No, sorry, it's a sorcery actually. It is a little debuffed.
Never mind. But you do have additional ways of finding Rest in Peace. So you don't just play the 2 copies, you also have the extra United Battlefronts. And there it is, but Marco is ready with
Thomas was not impressed though. He was like, yeah, sure.
Whatever, yeah.
It's like, I feel like he's certainly confident right now, and he... Oh, Tearza. That is a great draw. He can get rid of both his helping hands. That's fantastic for him. Thinking what mana to keep up. The Shivan Reef is able to cast Spell Pierce and Mako.
These are not very useful at the moment. Gonna ditch them to Thursa, attack for 5, and I think he picked up 2 copies of Profts.
I mean, at least it's not a land, I guess.
Yeah, I mean that's
That's
pretty good. Yeah.
That's actually threatening lethal, isn't it?
Yeah.
5 power plus 2 Profts, 7. The format for Liverpool has not been announced yet.
I'm hoping it's going to be limited. We don't have any information on that. I think it is up to Wizards to decide.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping for a cool limited event.
Braided Net, a very powerful card in these artifact decks. It is, Tumbling Magnet. Is that the card? Back in the days, Tumbling Magnet, like a limited card.
The one that you could tap something for like 3 turns before it ran out of counters. Yeah,
that's pretty much what it does on the first ability, and then on the last ability, you can draw a lot of cards, as many cards as you have artifacts in play. Like if you craft it, and then it also re-triggers your Simulacrum. So he's definitely gonna not prevent. He's preventing his death here for sure, but tapping the Tearza. Yeah, there's a Fear of Missing Out, discarding the 3rd copy of Helping Hand here. The pressure is on.
Marco picks up a copy of Negate. So yeah, looks like Thomas is going to have possibly 1 more turn to figure out how to deal with this board before Marco is going to have Negate up. Attacks Thomas down to 2, passes the turn. Yeah, I don't think there are any sweepers in the blue-white list. Was there anything in the sideboard?
He has the 4 lockdowns, but he is presumably not bringing them in here. But that was a good draw. I think he didn't have that, and now he can go Get Lost plus Snare and tap the last creature. So he's actually stabilizing. Marco can't be happy about that. Well, Marco doesn't know about the get lost yet, but now Thomas has to. That's a big decision point here. Does he want to keep it up? Oh yeah, he's going to keep it up, and that might be costly because Marco does have a negate.
So second profs is the play. Draw a card, legend rule the other.
Drew a Steam Core Scholar and has a mountain here, so can go for that or hold up the negate. He knows one of his creatures is going to be tapped, so whatever creature he buffs here with the Proft is the one that Thomas is going to tap with the Braided Net. That Marco already knows.
This is an interesting situation because if I'm Marco, are you thinking that, hey, if you had a way to remove, you know, one of my creatures, would you have already played it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but decides to hold on, keeps the negate up, and it looks like he's going to get rewarded because now as Thomas fires off the Get Lost, he does have the opportunity to counter that. Question is, does he want to do that or play the Scholar instead? Oh,
okay.
Decides to let it go. Interesting. So no damage gets through. The Fear of Missing Out is tapped. There is a couple of map tokens, and now he can play land number 3 and the Scholar, but I mean, you do want to add another creature to the board here, right?
Yeah, so, yeah, I agree with you. I think if you are not countering there, you play Scholar. I don't like this middle ground of holding up negate. I don't like it too much.
But that's the thing. That's the thing about playing against this Azorius Artifacts deck. What is the correct line, right? Like,
it's really difficult deck.
How often have you been in this exact spot? Like, should you be holding up negate? Like, sure, I had 3 minutes to look at your deck list, but do I remember all of it? Like, yeah, it feels like maybe just sitting on the negate is just a safer play here.
But as I touched on earlier, there is a Shelter by Ghost now from the map on top, and he does have the negate to protect it, so that's a really nice combination at least. But this Braided Net is going to prevent him from attacking for 1 more turn at least.
That was a repurposing bay, and that one gets negated.
That is a fair thing to do.
Yeah, so Marco rewarded for sitting on the 2 untapped lands.
Yeah, Clayfire Bricks, not a card that you see very often. It's a 2-mana artifact stone. It gets your planes and gains 2 life. And you can craft it with an artifact for, I think, 7 mana, and then you get like a hymn, like 1/1 for every creature to every creature, and you get 2 1/1 servo tokens.
Cool.
So yeah, Thomas is kind of out of gas, I guess, but he can flip that Braided Net and draw a lot of cards. But that's 6 mana of an investment to make, so not the greatest either.
And he's pretty close to stabilizing.
Yeah. What is this Shelter gonna do? I guess it's gonna take out that Perilous Snare. Get that Fear into play. It's either that or Braided Net. You could also start with Scholar to see what you draw. That's pretty reasonable. Yeah. Deciding to do that.
All right, so Scholar is the play. 2 cards drawn. There's another Sheltered by Ghost, and I think that's another Proft or another Scholar.
Another Scholar. So he can either discard 2 Sheltered here or the Scholar. I would think that keeping both Sheltered is a little bit better. The Scholar is quite good, of course, with the Proft also in play. It's a guaranteed 4/4 for 3 mana.
Yeah, those cards just line up so well together.
Yeah. Absolutely, they're an incredible combo.
Why do you think Marauding Mako was not that popular at the Pro Tour?
Just not enough discard outlets that were playable or like good. You didn't have the Glacial Dragon Hunt, which is so nice with the Mako, and you didn't have the Terza.
Yeah, Terza makes the deck so much better, and I love Terza in the Ragdos Reanimator deck that Jesse Hampton played online to win one of the challenges. I think that's one of the sleeper cards of the set. Like, maybe it's not really a sleeper anymore, but feels like one of those cards that, you know, we're gonna start seeing more and more in successful decks.
Actually, I have to correct you there, if I may. Jesse did not just play it in a challenge, he qualified in the last final stage of the Mox.
Oh, it was okay.
for the Magic Online Championship.
Oh, cool.
So like the pinnacle of Magic Online.
Even better. That's really cool. That's
really
awesome.
Impressive. And he apparently figured the deck out like in the morning before.
That's cool. Yeah. Using your opponent's hopeless nightmares against them. Sure, I'm gonna discard this Atraxa. In the meantime, Fear Missing Out picks up Sheltered by Ghost. That takes care of the snare.
This is the Fears being tapped by that last Tumbling Magnet counter.
Okay.
Net. And now we can put some free counters on the Scholar and play an island and crack that map.
I really like the APAC lands from Marco here. The Fuji Mountains, one of the nicest ones. Shivan Reef gets picked up for free by Marco off the top of his deck thanks to the map token, and he passes the turn. Thomas picks up another land, and he does have one more non-land card, but is it going to be enough to deal with the board? I didn't quite catch...
It is a repurposing bay.
Okay.
I honestly, like, there's no artifact sweeper you can fetch up here. Like, I don't really see it, I have to say. Looking at his deck list, there's not anything that he can get that's like... He can get single spot removals that's going to take care of one creature, but that's not enough. He's probably trying to figure out... We'll see what maybe he finds something that I can't see right now.
Perhaps there is a way to craft some of the artifacts. No, he's going to activate the Bay, cracking the clay fired bricks. And what is he going to get? Another snare, but is that enough?
Yeah, he can... Oh, it actually is enough, isn't it? Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, because he has the 2 mana open, that extra land was actually really useful here.
Mm-hmm.
He can now take out the Sheltered by Ghosts equipped Fear, get that other snare back, and exile the Scholar, and then he's facing just a 2-free. Okay, yeah, that actually works.
He just needs to dodge Marco drawing enough cards on his turn to make that Fear into a lethal threat.
Yes, absolutely. Thomas playing this very well. Both players almost empty-handed, used up all their resources. Fair game, I guess.
Yeah, Thomas says, yeah, that's all I got.
Oh wow, there's
Do your worst.
Off the top. That was a great draw.
That's a good start, okay.
So Marco has the Shivan Reef and the Fear, and he's thinking if he should play the land before. Is his thought process that he might draw the Anchorage and he would want to play the manland there? That's like a next level deep type of thinking. Because the obvious play is to just play the land, get the extra land and play. If he draws the Restless Anchorage there, I'd be very impressed.
So decides to just put a counter on one of the Fears, attacks for 3, Thomas is down to 3, and passes the turn. This needs to be something good.
Oh.
Synthesizer.
That's pretty
good.
Interesting. Like, the thing is, though, okay, so he has the Bay now. Yeah, I mean, he can just sacrifice his Saw Blades and get another snare.
Yeah, anything that creates value, like puts a creature on the battlefield or deals with one of your opponent's creatures, is going to be good here, because presumably he can deal with one of those creatures by activating the Bay.
Yes, and then he has one blocker, for like a gigantic blocker. Man, barely stabilizing. But he's gonna snare away the bigger Fear, and then the small Fear is left, and the small Fear isn't even lethal at that point. So even if Marco finds a removal for the 7/7 construct or whatever size it is, he just has 2 power right now. Oh, he's going for a Braided Net. Interesting. Kind of similar to a removal, I suppose.
Yeah.
Thomas seems to be playing this deck very fast and tight. He knows the ins and outs of it. And then he's going to craft this other Braided Net. Oh, that only costs you 2 mana, huh? Okay. Yeah, that's... And then now he's going to get another Simulacrum trigger, because this is a 4 mana artifact coming into play. So he has 2 blockers and the Braided Net at the ready. And the backside of Braided Net is pretty good. It's a Braided Quipo, and you can tap it for 4 mana and draw as many artifacts, draw as many cards as you have artifacts in play and shuffle it. After that, put it like in the 3rd position in your deck or something. So he has a draw, I don't know, 7 coming next turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7 artifacts. Or 8 even, I guess. The construct says 8.
Marco plays another Props, draws a card, Legend rules the other one away, and yeah, he's probably gonna need to close out the game right now, because if he doesn't...
Oh, he drew a Lauren.
Lauren is pretty good here, and a Spell Pierce also.
He can blow up the Snare that has a Scholar under it, get a Flyer into play, find something useful.
I mean, do you want to let your opponent draw, you know, 7 cards next turn? Well, I guess they
the question, like, mana, yeah, I mean, maybe you can, maybe the only way you win is a Flyer, but the Flyer will just be killed next turn, you say? Yeah. This is tough.
There's too many good targets for the Lauren. Like, you want to deal with the Repurposing Bay, you want to deal with the Braided Quipu, you want to deal with the Synthesizer. I guess what you have to consider here is, how does the game look like where I win? As you mentioned, maybe the route to victory is I just get a big Flyer. Maybe I just need to put multiple creatures onto the battlefield this turn. Maybe I need to stop you from drawing 7 cards.
Yeah, I'm afraid that, I mean, Thomas has another Braided Net, so he has access to the draw again down the line if he wants to.
Well, there's the Lauren. What's the target? Okay, so Snare is the target, so he does get back the Scholar, like you mentioned, draws 2 cards. And that was 2 fast land, not ideal, so puts those in the graveyard. Trigger Profts.
Lauren also a synergy with the Proft.
Right.
Getting you... Yeah. Getting you, drawing you and your opponent a card there. Turned out to be an interesting game here.
Oh yeah.
Looked like Marco was almost able to get it done, at least had the ability to put Thomas to 1.
I thought it was game. But then Thomas somehow turned it around, and now we're here. Now the constructs are too big for Marco to even attack.
Yeah, now we're gonna see a big draw, I presume. He didn't even have to use his Tumbling Magnet because he had 2 blockers in play. All those counters still there. So what is this? Draw 6?
Does it count itself? It counts itself.
I don't think it counts itself, does it? Oh, it does?
I think it, like when it's resolving, it's in play, right? Either way, he looks like Thomas is drawing 2, 3, 7 cards. And they might just be checking with the judge now whether it counts itself or not, or did you flip the card around? Yeah, I think that's...
Yeah, it does count itself.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what Ricardo was checking. Okay, can you show me the actual Oracle text, or can you show me the card? And he gives him the thumbs up. So Thomas draws 7 cards, and let's see what he's able to do now with a fully restocked hand. 2 Synthesizers, there is a Plains, there was another Rest in Peace.
Yeah, he's looking at a full grip of cards. He hasn't played a land yet. So he has 4 mana available to himself. 4 mana means he can cast a Get Lost and activate the Repurposing Bay. But the Repurposing Bay doesn't really have any good fodder left here. He doesn't play any 4 mana cards, any 4 mana artifacts to get. So he can sack a Construct to get a Candy Trail, which, you know, it's a bit slow, doesn't trigger your Synthesizer, and sacrifice your 7/7.
Yeah, you don't really want to do that.
He's staring down 4 creatures. He has 2 blockers right now. If he goes Simulacrum, he gets a 3rd blocker in play. And he can tap the Flyer with the Braided Net. Lauren just having 2 power, that will change likely, although... he goes for the cryptic code. Yeah, that's actually kind of smart. I like that more than the synthesizer. That gives him 2 additional blockers. Oh, and there's a spell spears. Yep, nice for Marco keeping that. Okay, so now Marco doesn't quite have lethal, but he's close to it. He can put him down to 1 again. The problem is that the Proft and the Lauren, like, if he puts the count on the Scholar is just going to get tapped. If he puts the count on the Lauren is going to get tapped, and the Scholar can attack for 2, putting Thomas to 1. So the Lauren here isn't lethal with that Proft synergy.
But that was an insanely impactful spell pierce, because that also means that Cryptic Code doesn't hit the battlefield, doesn't trigger the synthesizer. You don't get to make another construct token. And remember, Thomas's deck is really good at turning the corner very quickly, right? Because these constructs, you just need 1 or 2 turns of playing more artifacts, and all of a sudden you have an army of constructs that can just kill your opponent in 1 swing.
All right. Sorry, Chad. Yeah, he already played the land, right?
He did play an island before drawing the cards, yeah.
I think the Iron Crack earlier being in a mana base confused my brain. Anyhow, we're looking at a Mako probably being cycled at this point. Oh, the Lauren was activated before attacks. Interesting. There's an Arculus, which is a total blank. With Rest in Peace in hand, in play.
I do have to say, Marco is doing a really good job of, making this an interesting game, despite the fact that there was Rest in Peace in play since turn 2. So basically half of his deck doesn't work. Helping Hands doesn't do anything. Oculus doesn't really do anything. And despite the fact that there is a Rest in Peace in play, his deck is still, doing almost all the things.
Yep. Now Thomas untaps with 8 mana.
Yeah, he has to be stoked about that.
Yeah.
I didn't die, now I have a full hand, and I get to possibly make such a big army that if I just pass the turn one more time, next turn you might just be dead.
Yeah, he's looking, he can spend 3 mana each on the 2 Simulacrum Synthesizer, making a total of, 3 additional tokens?
And still hold up the get lost.
Hold up the get lost. That is a pretty good.
Yeah, that sounds like a good turn. Synthesizer number 1, exactly as you said. There it is. Does it resolve? Yep.
I mean, with that resolving, you can almost attack with these constructs at that point. It's going to be like 12 power each.
We are certainly approaching the spot where you can do that.
One of them has to be blocked, actually. And with one of them being have to be blocked, that means, an additional attacker goes down on Marco's side, and then he just is down to the Scholar and the Lauren the Fear against 4 blockers on the ground. Oh, okay, he's deciding to go for this line instead, playing a little bit more carefully, interacting a little bit more, casting Iron Crack and sacking it immediately.
Yeah, uses that repurposing bay one more time to get another snare. An artifact came into play, so I'm gonna get a couple more construct tokens, no big deal. I think he's counting how big they are right now, and it's certainly gonna be 10 plus pretty quickly if it isn't already.
This is game 2, by the way, and they're down to 30 minutes on the clock.
Yep.
And this is quite a game.
And by no means are we trying to say that they're playing slow. There's just so many things happening. It's just a typical Magic game in 2025. Everything has 7 abilities, 17 lines of text, so many different interactions.
Oh, he's just going for lethal. He just...
Wow, look at that.
Going in there. Wow.
Oh my God, congratulations to Thomas here for picking up game number 2 and moving to...
Love it.
5-1?
Simulacrum Synthesizer.
Yeah, okay.
That was not my bingo card. Thomas knows that deck inside and out. That he really showcased that during these games. Just going for the lethal there. I mean, he had the get lost as a insurance policy. Smooth play. I'm impressed. I want to see more of him.
Yeah, I mean, it was really close, right? If you're the Jeskai player, you're thinking, oh my God, just 1 more damage, right? I can attack with the 2/2s. One of them needs to get an extra counter. Like, I'm so close. But then you see your opponent draw 7 cards. And I think at that point, you're like, okay, I have one more turn. If it doesn't.
I'm sure Marco is going to think about that game for a bit more.
Yeah. That said, we do have an interview waiting for you, so let's see what they have to say about this match.
Here we have a winner of the feature match, Thomas Chenery, right? So you are playing a very spicy deck, Azorius Artifacts. First of all, congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
It's very exciting. So how are you?
Bit nerve shattered. That's a
shattered.
It can always be a rough one, that match. So
right.
There were times I think I am up against it. So
could you tell us what did you expect going into this match?
I guess I expected game one to be as it played out. I think I've got an okay matchup game one. Game two, even with the graveyard hate, the pathetic memory always can always steamroll me. So
yeah, I can imagine it's a tough one.
Yeah.
Sure. But tell us about your deck. I've seen that you're playing 4 copies of Iron Crag.
Yes.
Could you tell us about your deck building process?
When I was going through it, there was an option between Fabrication Foundry, which does something similar, but taps for white and only for artifact spells, whereas when we're looking and we're playing the Iron Crag, the ability to play United Battlefront on turn 3 felt a lot more worth more than having that random bit of graveyard interaction.
Okay, and then you can just sacrifice it for a purpose,
exactly.
Right?
Yeah, you sack it off for like say a synthesizer after that. Then you play another one, and then sack that one off. So.
Oh, that's very exciting. And why did you choose this deck? What was your testing process?
I like playing my artifact cards. Always have done. This was a deck I qualified with. It felt wrong not to bring it. It's also just it's just a load of fun as well.
Amazing. But it was before Tarkir, right? So it was before United Battlefront.
December, so this was I was winning with melding Urza of all things together.
That's great. Isn't it a dream to win with your own deck?
Yeah.
In a big tournament?
Yeah, it's been great fun.
Okay, so are you here alone or with your friends?
Travelled here by myself with my fiance, and then there's a couple of people I know here. I'm quite good with in our local. They come from the same place, our local LGS as well.
Great. And what would it mean for you to win this Pro Tour slot? Have you been to Pro Tour before?
No, this is my first RC, first probably big event ever.
And you're doing so well with your own deck.
Lucking my way through, but it'll be great. I've always wanted to ever since I started playing. It's been just a lot to do, so we'll just see how the luck goes out for the rest of the day.
Of course, of course. Well, thank you so much, and good luck in the next rounds.
Thank you very much.
Back to the booth.
Wow, good stuff. Congratulations to Thomas again. We have just been talking about the fact that this is his first RC using a rogue deck. You're one round away from locking up day 2 and getting close to that PT slot.
Impressive indeed.
Really good stuff, and yeah, get those synthesizers before it's too late. That said, this was round number 6. We're going to take a quick break before we put Simon and Felipe back in the feature match area for round number 7. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, They shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Welcome to the interview area. I'm here with Frank Karsten again. And now we're going to talk about top 10 cards from Tarkir Dragonstorm that are represented the most at the regional championship in Bologna. So, Frank, what are you going to tell us?
Well, I ran the numbers indeed. Also curious for anyone watching, can you post some guesses in chat? What are the most played cards going to be? For now, let's just go over cards 10 through 6. We'll get 1 through 5 later. But one by one, number 10, just based on the total number of copies across all the deck lists that are being played in the regional championship today, It's Voice of Victory.
Voice of Victory. So it's a 2-mana creature, 1 and 1 white, 1/3 with Mobilize 2, and a static ability that your opponents can't cast spells during your turn.
Yes, indeed. Now, when I first saw this card, I thought, well, the Mobilize element is certainly going to be the most important. And indeed, it is being played in 5 Celestia Cage decks here today, mainly to put pressure on the opponent and combine with like token synergies. But as it turns out, it is actually mostly played as a sideboard card. In Azurius Omniscience, where it's that last line of text. Your opponents can't play spells during your turn.
Exactly.
That is essential to just stop them from interacting, from countering, and like stopping your combos.
Of course.
Now, we already had Grant Abolisher for that role, but this one, an extra point of toughness, an easier casting cost, and I don't think Azurius Omniscience is gonna win after sideboards too much by attacking with Mobilize, but you never know.
Yeah, who knows? And of course, it's a good card to protect your combo. So this totally makes sense. And next up is...
It's Dispelling Exhale. So across 69 Jeskai control decks, this card has been seeing a lot of play. 2.24 copies on average in Jeskai control decks. The new set has brought a bunch of dragons, which we'll see later. We'll see later.
Yes, yes.
And when you have a deck with enough dragons, this is kind of a supercharged mana leak, which is exactly what a control deck wants to have access to.
Yeah, so this card, Dispelling Exhale, for 2 mana, 1 and 1 blue, instant. Counter target spell unless the player pays 2. Or if it's a dragon was Behold, meaning if you control a dragon or if you show a dragon, counter that spell unless its controller pays 4 instead.
Indeed, and that is just perfect for a control deck. The worst case, on turn 2 you just counter anything. The opponent is never going to be able to pay the extra 2 mana in the early game.
Exactly.
Once you get to the late game, perhaps the opponent may have like 2 or 3 mana lying around now, but surely you will have found a dragon if you've built your deck around it. So it's as close as we can get to a full counter spell as we have in Standard, which is pretty powerful.
Yeah, so hence Jeskai control, right?
Indeed.
All right.
And next up, number 8, it's actually mostly a sideboard card. It's Heritage Reclamation.
Yeah, Heritage Reclamation for 2 mana, 1 and green, instant. It's a modal card. You have to choose one. You either destroy target artifact, or destroy target enchantment, or exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard and draw a card.
Yeah, so this can basically do anything. It can destroy a Core Steel Cutter. It can destroy, I don't know, a temporary lockdown. Perhaps exile an Omniscience in response to an opponent's Abuelo's Awakening. It does it all, and that makes it just a supercharged Naturalize. It has found its way mostly in the sideboard, indeed, of a whole variety of different green decks, from Domain Oculus to Gruul Prowess. Those are like the main homes, but also the main green decks in the format. But
mid-range.
Yeah, exactly. And it's also being played in like Golgari and Celestia.
Yes.
Effectively, any green deck can add this to the sideboard and find a use for it.
Yeah.
Super versatile.
Very versatile. But the question is, would you board it in against Jeskai Oculus, or is it too specific?
Jeskai Oculus is still your favorite deck, so
yeah, it is. So I had to ask.
You're interested in. I think it is possible, but you don't have all that many targets. Sure, you can take out like a Fear of Missing Out, that's an enchantment, or ideally counter a Helping Hand when they try to reanimate the Oculus, but it's also kind of narrow. So I think it depends on the type of deck that you would be playing. If you're playing like a mid-range or control deck that wants to drag out the game, I would be happy to board in such a situational answer that can give you some value. If I were playing like an aggro or proactive linear strategy, then I would be more hesitant to dilute my deck. That's typically where I don't want too many situational cards. You have the danger of overboarding. So then I might not board it in against Jeskai Oculus.
Right.
And save it more for matchups where it has a more certain or bigger impact.
Yeah.
But having the option is awesome for any green deck now.
That totally makes sense. All right, moving on to the number 7.
It's Glacial Dragon Hunt. This is one of the new Harmonize cards, but it's particularly powerful on turn 2.
Yes, so it's 2 mana, 1 blue and 1 red, sorcery, draw a card, then you may discard a card. When you discard a non-land card this way, Glacial Dragon Hunt deals 3 damage to target creature, and it has Harmonize for 6. So one interesting thing that you actually don't have to discard a card if you don't want to.
Exactly, and this is basically a removal spell when you are playing against an aggro deck, or just a cycling card when you're playing against control. It's never dead.
Right.
And it is seeing a bit of fringe play in Izzet Prowess, but most decks don't run it. The main home is in a Jeskai Oculus.
Of course.
On average, 2.5 copies across all the Jeskai Oculus decks here, played by almost all of them, where it is just perfect. It will discard the Oculus if you want. It will set up Prophet's Eidetic Memory by just drawing more cards. It grows your Marauding Mako because you're discarding.
Exactly.
And well, it's also effectively a removal spell if you want it. So an excellent addition to that deck, and a strong card
also,
from Tarkir.
I totally agree, and it's also nice to pitch for fear of missing out, for example, or if you need to discard a card for Teresa. So I feel like it just gives so much flexibility to Jeskai Oculus.
Yeah, for sure. When you don't know what to discard, discarding a Harmonize card is an easy way to get some value later on in the game. You effectively have it stashed already in the graveyard for use later on.
Yes, definitely. Okay, and number 6 right now.
It is, well, we referred to some dragons earlier while talking about Dispelling Exhale. Here is one of the main ones, Shiko, Paragon of the Wave.
Yes, this is probably the most exciting one among the cards that we've just reviewed.
Yeah, if you're a Jeskai control player, for sure.
So it's a 5-mana dragon, 2 and 3 in Jeskai colors, blue, red, and white. Legendary creature, dragon 4/5 with flying and vigilance. When it enters, exile target non-land card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard. Copy it, then you may cast the copy without paying its mana cost.
Yep.
Very powerful.
In a Jeskai control deck, you can effectively flash back a Lightning Helix if you need to control the board, get back a stock up if you just want some value. It also enables the Dispelling Exhale, and it is a strong body that will just dominate the battlefield, both on defense and on attack thanks to Vigilance.
Exactly.
So Shiko has almost single-handedly propelled Jeskai control into a major top-tier contender in Standard. And it was the 6th most played card from Tarkir Dragonstorm.
Yeah.
We'll get to the other ones later. I'm still curious about all your guesses.
Yeah, me too. Very exciting. Okay, thank you so much, Frank. All right, back to the booth.
Thank you so much, Marie and Frank, for this awesome segment. I'm really curious to see the cards 1 to 5 later on. I have to say, I was here trying to guess with Simon. Of course, Simon guessed, and I didn't. I
guessed my boy Shiko.
That's true. So now we have also our caster predictions. So before the tournament started, we, the casters, decided to do some predictions what decks would do well. You chose Jeskai Control, surprise, surprise. I chose Izzet Prowess. I'm excited to see tomorrow with the meta breakdowns how these decks are doing. Why did you choose Jeskai Control?
I mean, I played one game with the deck, and it felt nice.
Love that. I chose Izzet Prowess because Corey Steelcutter seems like a card that has everything to make this deck win. I mean, I feel like it's super powerful, and I lost against on Arena so many times that I was like, this has to be good. Now, I have to say, I'm curious to see how the decks perform, and there's still a lot of Magic to be played. We have a total of 8 rounds today, and we are already going for round number 7.
It would be great if we could see these decks play against each other. Then we would really have a garage match.
That's true. Unfortunately, we will only have one side of this equation. We are indeed going to see Izzet Prowess, but playing against another deck that actually we also took kind of a prediction what decks were the most played of the weekend, and the casters were a bit split. Some of the casters said it was going to be Izzet Prowess, and the other part of the casters thought it's going to be Esper Pixie.
And I said mono red, actually.
You said mono red.
I wanted to be a special kid.
True. You were the only one that didn't say that.
Prowess would be the most popular?
I did. No, I did say Esper Pixie, so I was wrong.
You don't admit when you're wrong. You just say that you typed the wrong thing.
No, I definitely said Izzet Prowess.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But Now we are going to see EZ Prowess versus Esper Pixie. So here, one of our most played decks of the weekend battling each other.
We haven't actually seen any Esper Pixie or any Prowess decks so far in the tournament.
Yeah, at least not in our round, so I'm excited to see how this Corey Steel Cutter plays out. I mean, this makes quite a board.
Yeah, exactly. This is a card. Yeah, we haven't seen it in play yet, but I was walking between the tables and I saw someone with like 6 monk tokens in play, and I was like, oh no, that's something has gone terribly wrong for the opponent there.
It's funny because yesterday one of the staff here from Funfinity was running around getting monk tokens because we were like, yeah, there's going to be a lot of monks, and they went running around, shout out Emma, to grab all the monk tokens, and yeah, it was amazing. Definitely we're going to need them now, so thank you so much. And the players are getting ready now. Who is piloting these decks? That's the question. They're already getting ready here. We have Adrian with the EZ Prowess versus Matteo Tassa playing the Esper Pixie. How do you think this particular matchup is going to play out, Simon?
Yeah, so I have no idea. No, I think in general how it goes is that there's a lot of the cards in the Prowess deck that lines up pretty poorly against what Pixie's doing, right? Like if you just try to play creatures like Monitor Swift Spear and like and Slick Shot, etc., and they just run into the removal spell and recursive access of the Pixie deck. The discard spells are gonna get you down, etc. But then the Prowess deck has one big important card in the matchup, and that's the Corey Steel Cutter. Because this card, on the other hand, lines up incredibly well against what Pixie's doing. Because the Pixie's trying to run you out of stuff to do, and the Steel Cutter says, I will never run out. Are you trying to 1-for-1 me? What do you even mean? What is that? Here's 2 damage with haste. And
yeah.
So the matchup is going to probably come down to a lot of whether or not we see the Steel Cutter from the Prowess deck. I even wonder if they're supposed to mulligan for it.
And we also see in this EZ Prowess 2 copies of Drake Atcher. Talk us about this card. What is the purpose of the card here?
So the Prowess players predicting that the mirror matches would be the most common match to be played, and the Drake Hatcher having 3 toughness. This is a 1/3 that can create, when it hits the opponent, it can start creating drakes. And since it's a 1/3, it means that you can't really touch it in the mirror match because you have your Burst Lightnings and Torch the Towers at removal spells. And the Drake Hatcher just hitting once can already create a huge board. Combined with a Monstrous Rage, that's like 2 flyers coming in already there. So the Drake Hatcher is one to keep an eye out for.
We did see that being removed immediately, that little otter that was created by the Storm Chase talent, Green Bubble taking care of it. And there it is, the card of the moment.
The Steel Cutter. So this is going to be quite an important piece here, as we mentioned to the matchup. Adrian's hand wasn't actually looking that juicy with just a sleight of hand and a Hearth Elemental. I think that even looks like a mulligan. But yeah, decided to keep that and then just top deck the Steel Cutter, and it's now ready here. Obviously, you see the 1 copy of Grim Bubble from Matteo. From Mr. Tassa, deal with the deal with the otter token.
And here our Esper Pixie player also playing a bit of more enchantment deck as well.
Yes, because there is the entity tracker we actually see in the hand of Matthew, which will allow him to just draw extra cards. There's both the stock ups and the entity trackers as a way to have card advanced engines into this Pixie deck, leaning away from being this more aggressive decks we saw at the last Pro Tour with the optimistic scavengers and such, and now is just fully all in on being a grindy deck that is trying to leverage all of these card advances engines by using Pixies and Sunpearl Kirins to pick up enchantments that have good enter the battlefield effects. Like this Nowhere to Run, which did take care of a Monastery Swift Spear in response to the Prowess trigger there. Luckily for Matteo, there was no Monstrous Rage to punish that play, and but there was a monk token being generated from that Corey Steel Cutter.
And that's the power of the card. I mean, you just start getting advantage compared to your opponent, and 1-for-1 is not going to do it here for Matteo.
Yeah, Adrian has a very interesting card here, the Hearth Elemental. The adventure on it allows you to play 2 mana, discard your hand to draw 2 cards, and Adrian's hand is just 2 more lands other than that Hearth Elemental, so might just be priced into making that play here. It's not very, doesn't feel very good to just turn those 2 lands into something else. But if you do draw another card off of this ability, you can trigger your Core Steel Cutter again, and that's essentially what Adrian is trying to do every single turn of this game.
Prowess here as well, so let's discard our hand, but Matteo deciding if there's something.
Yeah, if Matthew's deciding to respond with a nowhere to run or not, but I think Matthew would prefer to not use the nowhere to run yet, instead running out the entity tracker now that there is the mana available for it, and then follow up with the nowhere to run. Actually, Matthew is in kind of a trouble here, because there's only 1 black source on the side of the board, and here we see the Drake Hatcher triggering the Core Steel Cutter. And you can move over the equipment, but actually you might not be supposed to, because now you have 2 2/2s, and if you attack with them, then they're just gonna get eaten by the entity tracker here. So even though this is open deck list, I think maybe Adrian forgot about the entity trackers being in the deck and is now giving up a monk token.
Okay, blocking here 1 of the tokens.
Yeah, taking 2 damage is Matthew, and feeling pretty good to get away with that. Another black card drawn here, though. There's also, it seems to be a second entity tracker in hand, and you probably can't go that greedy where you try to play out the second one yet. So yeah, gotta play out the nowhere to run, hoping to draw a black source. I think that is acceptable. It is a tap land, but it means next turn you can actually play 2 black enchantments if you need to. Clearing up that Drake Hatcher, making sure that it doesn't get a bunch of incubation counters and start to make 2/2 Drakes with flying.
Both players here at 6-0, so they already are into day 2.
That's true. Yeah, this is where the leaderboard is really like condensing at this moment. There aren't that many people who are at 6-0 at this moment. It is 16 people at this point are undefeated. So that means that we'll actually have exactly 4 people at 8-0 at the end of this day. It's a huge tournament, thousands of players.
That's true. Over 1,000 players here in Bologna. For this regional championship, 36 will qualify for the Pro Tour. And I mean, honestly, the Matteo deck really getting a lot of value.
Yes, right now Matteo is set up to actually outgrind this Core Steel Cutter. I wonder if that's part of why the entity trackers were put into the deck, because it gives the Pixie deck another way to interact with this continuous card advantage from the Core Steel Cutter generating creatures.
Swift Spear here and another Storm Chase Talent, so that Steel Cutter is going to get another Monk.
Right, and Adrian just building the board here. Currently doesn't have anything good to get back with that Storm Chaser's talent. Has only drawn a single instant and sorcery. Quite uncharacteristic for this Is a Prowess deck, with just a sleight of hand in the graveyard. So the ability for Storm Chaser's talent to buy back an instant sorcery later aren't going to be as impressive as we would normally have hoped. But it is 4 Prowess creatures in play right now. The deck really living up to its name in that sense. And this is a 3/3 Monk now. With the Core Steel Cutter. Adrian deciding not to equip the Steel Cutter to the new Monk this time around, so that the Monk can attack through the entity tracker, utilizing that prowess effect. And now can re-equip it as he sees fit.
How much does this Art Elemental cost right now? Because I cannot really see the graveyard. But
no, there's just 1 instant sorcery in the graveyard, the Sleight of Hand. So it costs 5 mana. This is not really part of the equation yet.
Not yet, but we can always change the equation.
That's another black. No, in this matchup, we cannot change the equation. Nice try, though.
I know.
I think there's another entity tracker in Matthew's hand, and I wonder if he's actually interested in just playing out that one and then playing the nowhere to run. Because Adrian has no cards in hand right now, so the Hopeless Nightmare, I mean, it still draws cards, but it's not that exciting. Getting the second entity tracker down and then playing nowhere to run, getting rid of probably the Swift Spear might be kind of nice. But Matthew's saying, deciding to wait and see what is better to hit at instant speed, of course. This play, both cards have flash, so you can just wait and see if there is a better target presenting itself. Or maybe you could disrupt a Monstrous Rage if you wait.
Very good here, Mathieu waiting for the perfect time to use those cards. And now we see Adrian tapping 4 mana for that level 2 of Storm Chase talent. Can get back that Sleight of Hand. And yeah, that's back into end. Not the best turn for Adrian here, but trying to develop something for the following turns.
Yeah, I think you might even want to hold on to this sleight of hand, because triggering prowess once isn't actually going to affect that much, and you're not going to be able to play a second spell. The issue with waiting is that well, actually, this way you also end up with a card in hand, so you're vulnerable to Hopeless Nightmare. So I actually wonder if you're supposed to just pass there with the land and the sleight in hand held back, so that if you get hit by Hopeless Nightmare, you can discard the land, and you'll have the sleight of hand next turn to try and set up an actual big attack with all of these prowess creatures. Because essentially, right now, this level 2 of the Storm Chaser's talent is going to end up accomplishing nothing because of the Hopeless Nightmare that is coming down next turn. Of course, Adrian doesn't know if there's a Nightmare coming or not, but at least knows that there wasn't a good turn to play the Nightmare so far into this game.
Yeah, and Matteo deciding here exactly how to play this turn. So playing the creature first and then going to draw 2 cards with nowhere to run. Oh, yeah, wow.
Matthew very happy with the way this turn went out. Just need to make sure not to target the Swiss Spear, because that one is 4 toughness now. But yeah, seeing Adrian end up with a card in hand, only triggering prowess up to 2/2s, so they can't really attack through. The Swiss Spear could have attacked, but it would have then just died to the nowhere to run anyways, mid-combat. And that's a hard elemental being discarded there, so still only one single instant sorcery in the graveyard for Adrian here. I guess can still play the Hearth Elemental next turn, but it is not looking too great. And that is a stock up. That is a this town ain't big enough. There's so many options here. This town ain't big enough can bounce a token and a nowhere to run. And a nowhere to run, killing another thing and drawing 2 more cards from Matteo. So the game is completely taken over by this Esper Pixie deck and this Card Advantage engine.
Oh, wow.
Created by the two these 2 entity trackers.
Returning the 2 nowhere to runs with that this town ain't big enough.
So technically this is more value, because the second one will also draw 2 cards. I don't think it's necessarily necessary. It probably would be better to just kill off the token and have slightly fewer cards in hand. But you know what? Why resist the value?
Win the game or draw 20 cards.
Yes, exactly, yeah. Which one do you choose?
I choose to draw 20 cards, of course.
Yes, and previous versions of me would have said win the game, but now that I'm a control player, I am with you.
You are now one of the control players after 1 game with Jeskai control. I love that, Simon. I must say, a 1-mana Hopeless Nightmare, 1 mana, enters the battlefield, each opponent discards a card, loses 2 life, and you draw 2 cards. Seems very good to me.
It is quite insane. I wonder if Adrian can get out of this situation by leveling up his talents to 3 and then trying to get there with the Otter tokens. That might actually be a way it can happen. The issue is that it's quite weak to this town ain't big enough. There's a lot of ways for Matthew to interact with that. It's quite slow and clunky, but it does give you a power spike where you can potentially essentially storm off, create a bunch of creatures, and maybe get back into this game.
I guess it's Otter winning condition here with this 3rd chapter.
That's a delicate joke. And Otter.
Yeah, I'm very bad with my puns. I know, Simon.
No, I like it. No, I'll give you a solid 3 out of 10 for that one.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. I'll promise, like, when we casted, this is our 3rd event together, and I'm already 3 out of 10. In our 10th event together, my puns will
be 10 out of 10. Yeah, yes. I'll be on the floor laughing whenever you say something, and it's going to be glorious.
Cannot wait. So, Matthew just has so many options here.
Attacking with the creatures, and here see Matthew just double blocking the Otter, not even moving his creatures in front, just grabbing the token and putting it on top of his own creatures. And Adrian says, yeah, that was a bluff. I was hoping you wouldn't block, which is totally fair to play in this way at this point in the game. You're kind of trying to see if you can bring Matthew's life total down enough, so maybe you can draw 2 Burst Lightnings and win the game. The possibilities to finish the game off from Adrian's perspective aren't great here, and this sleight of hand clearly didn't hit the things you were hoping it would. So now we see the Fear of Isolation, maybe picking up a Hopeless Nightmare and drawing 2 cards. Hopeless Nightmare also drawing 2 cards. This is just absolutely massive.
I mean, at this point, it's too many cards. Are there ever too many cards? Maybe not, but...
Absolutely not. You just have all the abilities available to you. Is that like 11 cards in hand? It is.
Yeah.
That was a Rain Man count.
Yeah, this deck needs to run the profs.
Yeah, exactly. To go with actually, there has been like previous versions doing Entity Tracker and prof together to finish the game, but I think people figured out that you didn't really need the prof to win when you had 11 cards.
I mean,
in
this
hand.
seems pretty good. Storm Chase Talent now on Matthew's side. That's going to draw 2 cards, make a little other. And we have the card preview there making a little joke, enter the infinity.
Yes, exactly. That's essentially what's happening here. And as you know, both us casters in the booth as well as the card viewers, which might be Anna, which might be oh, I see it's Anna. He's all smiles. I see him through the screens over there in the background. Yeah, we can just have a good time right now. You know, like you and I, we're having a good time. Anna having a good time. Matthew having a good time.
Adrian not so much.
He's just here. Adrian is just hanging out.
Yeah, I mean, it feels bad, but I mean, come on. These decks, sometimes the Exit Prowess also does these kind of things, you know? So much value going on.
So Adrian is a player who started playing tournaments recently, but Matthew is someone who has did quite well at the regional championships in Naples, exactly the type of tournament we're playing here. Qualified for the Pro Tour in Amsterdam, and you know, showed up there, and that's like. And that's the sort of like storyline that these players are trying to go for. These like getting to play at the Pro Tour. Matthew already having achieved it once and wants to do it once more.
My favorite part from these events is always seeing the players here in Europe over and over again. We start seeing these familiar faces and players, new players, old players, coming here together, trying to qualify for the Pro Tour, for the World Championship, and it's lovely to see these players also grow and do better and better in the tournaments.
Yes, absolutely. It's like nice to see the names. There was, for instance, we haven't seen him yet. I hope we will see him. Sebastian Saxe,
oh, yeah.
who we saw with almost top 8ing with Mono Green Brute Scale the last tournament. Or did he top 8? With,
I think it did. Or
yeah, he did top 8 with Mono Green Brute Scale.
So,
yeah. In the last tournament in Utrecht, and playing Blue-Red Cauldron here with Arcanis the Omnipotent. So he was doing well earlier. We decided missed getting him in the feature match area, but hopefully that is showing up. That's the sort of thing where we just create these storylines. We also had, you know, Bartek being picked by Arne for the the fantasy draft, and that's another player who top 8'd in Utrecht, and so we can kind of see these players showing up consistently at these tournaments, and we start to notice, and you start to not just become a player, but become a storyline.
Do you remember when you started becoming a storyline, Simon?
Yes, I do. Do you remember?
No.
I was in the dawn of time. That was in the finals of the World Magic Cup with Team Denmark, where we were extremely far behind, opponent just having like 7 spells in hand. We had nothing, we were just in top deck mode. And then we just top decked Dune Blast into Siege Rhino, into Wingspan Rock, and ended up winning that tournament. And I was wearing this red tie with badges on, and I thought, wow, this is going to be my identity now. I'll wear this tie to every single event forever and ever, and I'll be known as the goofy guy with the tie. And yeah, it turns out I realized that I can actually just make my image about more than just a single object.
Is there like a diss to Yellow Hat?
Yes.
Gab, if you're watching, you heard it here. We now have a Simon Nielsen throwing these at you. Now, let's talk about the sideboards here for the players. Maybe we can start with the Exit Prowess player, Adrian. What does Adrian have prepared against Esper Pixie? This version that is maybe a bit different than the one we saw before.
Yes, so I do wonder if the Pixie list right now are so slow in controlling that you can get away with boarding in Ral Crackling Wit. This is the Planeswalker that decided to visit Bloomburrow. You know what happens when you visit Bloomburrow? You turn into a cute little animal. And so this is Ral as an otter, creating otter tokens and potentially being the source of card that can actually grind you out in a game that looks like the one previously. You might also want to bring in So none of Torch the Tower. These can take out the flyers, help protect your RAL, but also get rid of the entity trackers. If you can sacrifice a spare token or something that is being targeted, get rid of that entity tracker. But otherwise, not a lot that is like really sticking out as anti-Pixie cards.
What about on the other side? What does the Esper Pixie deck as against EZ Prowess, which I'm sure that Mathieu here was prepared for this matchup?
He is. There is like, it's possible that 2 copies of the rest are going to come in, and that's not a guarantee. Even though it's a deck with a bunch of non-creature spells, you would think the rest is good, but just having a target is not a reason to bring in a discard spell by itself. You have to have something specific in mind that you have a hard time dealing with. But specifically, the Core Steel Cutter is a card you have a hard time dealing with. So the rest is going to come in for that. The temporary lockdowns can also answer the Steel Cutter. And so I think those are the 2 most important cards in the sideboard for Pixie.
Excited to see here game 2 how this is going to play off. I have to admit, really liked seeing game 1 here. The Esper Pixie getting so much value and drawing so many cards. This deck, though, I must say, it's one of those decks that I don't like to play against.
Oh my god, Yellow Hat is in chat and and attacking me, and now everyone else attacking me. Oh no.
Yeah, Simon, you messed with the wrong person.
I messed with the wrong person. Oh my god. Oh, my time is over. I am done. I am dead.
Simon Nielsen.
Do you think I could take Gabriel Nassif in a fight?
Of Magic?
No. No, we played in the last Pro Tour and he beat me savagely. So
okay,
that has been determined.
Outside of Magic. Yes. I think he would beat you just for the fact that you would miss your plane to meet him, so then you couldn't fight.
Oh, Christopher Larson says I couldn't beat him in a fight. Well, I know I can't beat you, Chris, but also probably can't beat Gab. That's fair.
So don't try to get this battle here between you and Yellow Hat. You couldn't win, Simon.
I thought I would have a weight advantage, but yeah, maybe I can't.
You have 2 advantage in Magic next time that you face him in a Pro Tour or World Championship.
Yeah, somewhere down the road.
I would love to have Gabriel Nassif card, so just for that reason, I would love to see Gabe win the World Championship. So we could have like a yellow ad.
To assign his own
Maybe
card?
It could be something like OTJ, you know, like where they had the cowboy ads, but it would be like a yellow ad.
Yeah, well, you just have an entire set that's just like Murders of Karlov Manor, and it's just yellow hats. We call them the hat sets, and the yellow hat set, I kind of like that.
I like it too, but we are ready here for this game. Number 2, we are currently round 7, so the day is going by so fast. We only have 1 more round after this one for day 1. Players with 18 points or more will advance into day 2, and tomorrow we are back with more action as well, and things get pretty spicy when players try to get into the Pro Tour.
Absolutely, and it's going to be quite hard to top 8 this event. X&2 record is probably what people are going for. That's not only the record to make day 2, but also to make the top 8. So that is what's at stake here. As you see these players both in a mulligan to 6, we do see the RAL in Adrian's hand here. No Steel Cutter top decked on turn 2 this time. So what are you supposed to do now? I do see an Oblivion Bolt and a Burst Lightning. Is that an Oblivion Bolt?
Land here for Mathieu, passing the turn.
Oh, it's a Ren's Resolve from Adrian, playing 2 copies of that card main deck as another way to generate card advantage. And Adrian deciding not to play it on turn 2 because of the risk that you might not be able to play the card you get off it. It's much better when you have more mana available, but playing right into Matthew's Spell Pierce as well, just as much on turn 2 as it is on turn 1. And yeah, that was a aptly placed Spell Pierce from the Pixie player. Just 1 copy in the main deck of this deck.
I feel like we have a lot of Spell Pierces this tournament.
Spell Pierce is good. And it's funny that the Omniscience players are still showing up that much with Spell Pierce being that important, but Adrian might think now, so you just use your Spell Pierce. You don't think you have any more answers for this RAL, and Matthew is just sitting on a Pixie, a Fear of Isolation, to this town ain't big enough, and I think the last card is a land. Yeah, it is. So this is sometimes the issue with this Pixie deck. It has a lot of inconsistencies, both in terms of its mana base, but also that you're trying to combine artifacts to bounce or enchantments to bounce with these bounce effects. If you draw too much of just the bounce effects, they don't actually work. Like, there is no there's nowhere to run from Matthew here. There's like he is in a hopeless nightmare at the moment, wishing he just had a hopeless nightmare so that his hand would turn on and actually function.
But this town ain't big enough, so...
This town ain't big enough for 2 people, and it's certainly not big enough for an army of otters coming in, running over the town. And I wonder, like, Matthew is probably just supposed to develop at least one of his flyers here, just his Fear of Isolation, at least. And maybe also the Pixie, just to have free power in the air so you can take out the Rel in 2 turns. But it's... Oh, you do have a second Fear of Isolation picked up here, so you might be able to play out that one, but then you have to pick up a second land, and that's quite painful. So yeah, Matthew says we just gotta have this be good enough. But with the 2 Burst Lightnings in Adrian's hand, there is a way to take care of that fear. We see Rel doing the -3 ability, allowing him to draw 3 cards and discard 1 card.
That is pretty good here. So Adrian discarding 2 lands, 2 mountains, looks like. Look at those lands all signed.
I wonder who the signed by. Do you think it's the artist?
I would think so, but I'm not sure. I don't even know what lands these are.
You don't know that it's a mountain?
Yes, I don't know what said, Simon. Come on.
I was confused.
You think so
what do
highly
you
of
mean?
me? But honestly, sometimes when it's the oiled basics, I'm not sure.
Is it like the APAC lands? Maybe. It could be Kilimanjaro.
Oh yeah. They are pretty though.
I guess Kilimanjaro is not in Asia, so maybe that's not totally correct. Anyways, here we see the Burst Lightning going to face, just triggering prowess, and also putting counters on Rel. This is, of course, the beauty of this card, is that the Planeswalker itself kind of has prowess. Whenever you play a non-creature spell, it gets a loyalty counter.
Oh, that's true. That's a nice way to look at it. So...
so Matthew here, seeing this opportunity to try and save his Fear of Isolation, bouncing the Rel, delaying that for a little bit rather than killing an auto token, and bouncing his own Fear of Isolation to save that here. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, still Adrian in a pretty good position, I would say.
The issue is for Matthew that the best play you can do might be the same exact play you did last turn, which is just play a Fear of Isolation and pass with 2 mana up. So you're not really developing your own board state here, while Adrian now has 2 others.
Yeah, Lens is not exactly what this deck wants to be bouncing back.
Oh, that's another bounce effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, the deck is, with the Sunpearl Kirins in the deck now as well, the deck is quite heavy on these bounce effects, and it makes it so much more reliant on actually drawing the Nowhere to Runs and the Hopeless Nightmares.
Yep. So here it is, Fear of Isolation, picking up the land back. And exactly as you said, we have a deja vu here.
This is a lot better of a situation though, because of the Sunpearl Kirin.
That's true.
So that one has flash and doesn't have to pick up anything if you don't want to.
A 2/1 flyer.
Of course, the all these removal spells in Adrian's hand. Oh, now discarding the 2 lands is actually coming back to bite him, because he doesn't have a 6th land, so he can't play Rel and represent 2 removal spells.
So Rel enters with 4 counters. Now...
Wonder if it's just ticking up again, making an order and passing the turn, or if Adrian wants to get a little bit more aggressive. You can use this Torch the Tower to try and kill the Fear of Isolation, sacrificing your Storm Chaser's talent. Because you have so much stuff here, that's not an unreasonable thing to do, but of course you will get blown out somewhat by a Sunpearl Kirin saving that Fear of Isolation.
Attacking here with both otters and 1.
These are 2/2 otters, so you can again Burst Lightning face to get him to 3. And yeah, I guess this is another way where Matthew could just use Sunpearl Kirin here to save it, or can just bounce the Rel again. But I wonder if he's actually pausing now, realizing that it's actually like that this play is just not like getting him any traction. Like his plays are like, you know, fine. His cards are, you know, being used, but the issue is he's not generating anything. This is the exact same spot he was in 2 turns ago. Nothing has changed. except the Ral is not in play, but in Adrian's hand. Instead, there are now 2 more auto tokens in play for Adrian, and he has more cards in hand.
Things are not looking up here for Matthew, that is up a game currently on this round 7.
Again, having to play the
I'm having
picking up this case of toilets.
Did you ever see a Ral crackling with -10?
Oh yeah, I've done it in limited. It was fun.
Oh wow. I have never seen it, but it's in my bingo card for this weekend.
Wow, you actually have a bingo card? You mentioned it twice now.
Yeah, I do have a bingo card.
What else is on your bingo card?
Crater Hoof.
Yes, Crater Hoof win, yeah, absolutely.
What else? I don't know. I still Obliterator fighting.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm developing it.
That's fair, that's fair. As you see cool things happen, you'll be like, that was on my bingo card.
Yes.
Yes, that's a nice way to play the game.
Do you have anything
I just want to see a level 3 Storm Chaser's talent.
Okay.
Because it's actually quite good in this, it's a prowess deck. In the Pixie deck, it just never came up because you didn't have enough instant sorceries to trigger it. But here in the prowess deck, with all these cantrips, it's actually quite nice. Ral coming down once more alongside Immodesty Swift Spear, and yeah, all of these tokens, they're now 2/2s, and Adrian is probably quite fine to just play this, charge the tower, maybe sacrificing the auto that was just created and attacking for 12 damage.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of orders.
And just pointing out, using all 5 fingers to point at 5 permanents in play, saying trigger. The Sunpearl Kirin can come in and save it, but it's too small to block all these creatures here. So it's too small to take out this Ral. So that's an attack that's going to put Matthew down to 1 life, and he needs to draw a temporary lockdown right now. Otherwise, he's done. And because he needs to draw temporary lockdown, it's better to just jump lock here, go to 4 life instead. And that is not a lockdown, and you cannot contain this board.
The good news is that now both players have a win, which means that we are going to have a game number 3.
You love game 3s.
I love game 3s because, you know, each deck did their thing. When you go on camera, you don't like to just go 0-2.
Yeah.
That's just so sad. But if you at least win a game, it's a bit more exciting to show
Makes
home.
sense. Yeah.
Yeah, not that you know that, because every time you're on camera, you just win everything.
I lose a lot on camera.
You do?
Yeah.
You have the camera curse?
No. I think I just lose a normal amount on camera.
A normal amount, okay.
Yeah. It's like...
You just happen to be on camera a lot, so
yes.
then you lose a lot on camera, got it. I love it. So players here looking at the sideboard, this is an open deck list tournament. They can have access to each other deck lists.
This is what I like about being in the booth, actually, because I can be on camera without losing.
That's true.
Yeah. Guaranteed wins all around.
I could say that I'm undefeated on camera, but it's not true, because the one regional championship that I decided to play instead of casting, I lost on coverage.
No, Philippa, no.
It's true. But it's okay. We live and we learn.
Did you learn?
No. But I lived.
To be here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But these events are so fun. Just the dream that you show up here and you might end up having a place in the Pro Tour, a spot in the Pro Tour. I know it's a dream for a lot of players. I know, Simon, you've been there over and over again. For you, it's just so normal to go to the Pro Tour, World Championship, all of that. But I'm sure you still remember the first time that you qualify and that feeling.
I did. Yeah, no, that was incredible. Like, at the first, like, many times, because I was, like, really on the brink as these players, like similar to Matthew, like played a Pro Tour last summer, but then was no longer guaranteed an invite for the next thing. And just like trying to like chain together these invites, playing in the big tournaments, trying to, you know, needing to top 8 at Grand Prix to get that invite, etc. Like those situations I've definitely been in, and it is tough. I've never won a PDQ. Actually.
You never won a PTQ?
No.
Oh, wow. They have to bring it back.
I don't think I've ever top 8 at a PDQ.
I have top 8 at a PTQ.
Yeah.
Yes.
There you go.
I have top 4 to PTQs, so yay.
Nice.
I'll put that in my Simon never top 8 a PTQ. I did. That's going to be on my achievement list.
Sure. Tombstone.
I do miss the Pro Tour qualifiers though. They are nice.
Yeah, the ones that are direct. Yeah, those were like quite great. Like you had like once a season there was like one PDQ somewhere in Denmark, and like the entire country like came together to this one event, seeing who could qualify for that one, and it was always the same 3 people.
You and no.
No, it's not me.
The other Simon Nielsen.
Not him either. Neither of us were good back then. Now it's a different story.
Players choosing here whether to keep or move, and they are ready for game 3. Looks like we have turn 1, Authority of
the Consuls. This card lines up extremely poorly against Rel. But let's see if Adrian has a similar game plan as what happened last time. So Authority of the Consuls is really nice if the opponent is trying to do a lot of small, hasty creatures. Because you get to delay them a lot and gain a bunch of life. It is not that great if your opponent is playing a bunch of big creatures. And essentially, the prowess creatures are all huge creatures if you get to trigger the prowess. So it lines up well against the Core Steel Cutter, etc. But it's like kind of a contentious card in this matchup. Of course, it would have been amazing last game, as you could just bounce it back to your hand and enable your cards to work. Here we see the Duress hitting a Core Steel Cutter, but there is a second one in Adrian's hand.
I wouldn't be very happy duressing this hand, I'll be honest.
I wonder if you're supposed to take the sleight of hand. Because Adrian's hand is extremely clunky. You do need, like, you have to look at your own hand and figure out if you can actually take advantage of leaving Adrian with a super clunky hand. But then these Steel Cutters aren't being triggered until turn 4 if you take the sleight of hand. Unless Adrian, of course, top decks something, which is, I think, fairly likely. Like, that's the thing that can absolutely happen. Or you can just take a Steel Cutter and say that it's like less damage than dealing with 2. Because if your hand is not aggressive enough, you can't really take away the sleight of hand here. It's going to be too greedy. And even though you make Adrian's hand clunky, having a clunky hand in a matchup that's going long is not actually that bad. It might even be an advantage.
So...
Yeah, and Matthew's hand does not have pressure. It has Entity Tracker and Grim Bobble. So it's a completely different type of game that Matthew wants to play, and it makes a lot of sense to take away the Steel Cutter in this scenario.
The second hard elemental.
That's a Burst Lightning, I think.
Oh, a Burst Lightning, yeah.
I love how Adrian is playing, like, the cards that are known to his opponent are upside down in his hand right now.
Oh, nice. It's a nice little way to remember what your opponent already saw or not.
Exactly. So it's interesting that the Grim Bubble was not used to take care of the Otter there. I wonder what the plan that Matthew has in mind for that Grim Bubble later down the road. Especially since it doesn't trigger the Entity Tracker anyways. But it was held.
Choosing here what to do.
So that's a Wrench Resolve, which... and is that a Sleight of Hand being picked up? Wait, how could it be 2 cards? Oh, right, the Sleight of Hand was still left in hand. Yeah. So, yeah, you could do Wrench Resolve into Sleight of Hand and trigger your Steel Cutter that way. It seems like not the most unreasonable play. Of course, you want to lead on the Resolve in case you hit 2 lands.
So, 1 land and Ral.
That is huge. The Ral coming in here and triggering, and being, as I said, the perfect counterplay to this Authority of the Consuls. Matthew's hand is not at all set up to play this type of game.
No, a lot of pressure here. That Monk does enter tapped.
Yeah, doesn't get to be hasted up, but still is in play. And later down the road, when you play 3 spells in the same turn, it's going to attack for 4. And the Authority of the Consuls won't actually have mattered that much.
So that Otter right now is a 3/3. Attacking here, so it does attack well into Entity
Tracker. Adrian is not going to make the same mistake as before. Now remembering to not get ambushed by Entity Trackers, and let's see if Matthew can draw a string of enchantments here. There's a stock up, so that could actually help find the enchantments you need. You can use the Grim Bubble here to delay the situation a little bit, take care of that Monk token. And you know that the Ral coming down next turn is only going to buff the Otter to 2, so it can attack through this Entity Tracker. So you actually have time to resolve this stock up.
Yeah, 3 mana, stock up, and let's take a look at the top cards.
Is there any enchantments here?
O plus Nightmare and...
and a second stock up, I think?
Yeah, not bad.
It's definitely not what Matthew would want to have here, because once you have an expensive card draw engine in play, you don't want to pair that with more expensive card draw. Ideally, he would have found a nowhere to run or some way to answer the RAL by putting more pressure on. But it'll do for now. Maybe the stock up can find that answer down the road. But yeah, Adrian basically is gonna think about it, just give it a good think. Am I actually supposed to not play this RAL here? You are allowed to give it up. Of course, you're giving up a ton of like advantage by not playing the RAL here. But you also have the opportunity to point 2 burst lightnings at that entity tracker, making sure that Matthew doesn't run away with the game, similar to what happened last game. So Adrian, maybe scarred from game 1, is choosing to value this entity tracker quite highly, willing to spend essentially 3 cards to get rid of it, 2 burst lightnings and a RAL that you won't get to play.
So right now, Matthew is O+ Nightmare, this Towning big enough, and a landing hand.
Oh, it's this Towning big enough. It was not a second stock up. That is way better for Matthew. Much easier to navigate around this RAL if you have that option. And it seems like Adrian is actually going to go ahead and not play out this RAL here, giving up that card to just like develop a bit more to the board, trigger that core steel card at this turn, and cracking in with an auto token for a bunch of damage.
Difficult choice here.
So now I assume he's probably just going to play both of these burst lightnings, taking care of that entity tracker. Actually, you could technically attack first, but I guess Matthew is never blocking anyways. Monk coming down, giving a life to Matthew.
Burst sliding, so double burst sliding to take care of that entity tracker. So 3 spells.
Yeah, it's a 4-power attack here. As I've been saying, the prowess creatures, they might look small, but they actually attack similar to green creatures.
That's true. They become pretty stonky.
So that's the awkwardness of Authority of the Consuls. Yes, it did gain you a bunch of life here, because the Monk token didn't also hit in for 3 this turn. But on the other hand, you also, when each of the creatures attack for 3 or 4 damage each, it doesn't take that long to make up for the few life points the Authority gains.
And Authority being MVP here as well, like allowing some...
Oh, this is the beauty of Adrian's play I didn't realize. It allows you to also just play out the Hearth Elemental onto the board, putting a bunch of pressure on here. So purposely choosing not to play the RAL here, choosing not to engage in this sort of like play where you try to milk as much value out of your hand as possible, thinking that this just plays too much into Matthew's entity tracker, and instead deciding to just develop a ton of pressure on the other hand there. But Adrian's last card is just a land, so quite reliant on this Storm Chaser's talent, being able to pick up a sleight of hand to keep the train rolling here. And it's possible that this Hopeless Nightmare is going to take care of that land even.
Hopeless Nightmare, here it is, and last card, the island.
So I think Adrian, like, by making this play that is quite aggressive, did put himself in a position where Matthew is, where his moves are not as good here. You can even bounce the Nightmare and the Hearth Elemental,
and then
getting rid of it that way.
Oh, wow, yeah. That's a good play. So again, that goes to the graveyard. And now Adrian only has that Monk and Otter. Yeah, just 3 power in play in total. Can top deck a land and get back sleight of hand to make it 5, but that's not even that impressive. And I wonder if Adrian is supposed to level up here and get back Rent's Resolve to try and make this like big turn where you attack for a lot, keeping whatever you draw in hand as well. So in case Matthew has a way to bounce this Hopeless Nightmare, you can always discard that other card. Adrian considering here what is the best course of action.
Because if you attack for 3 now, and then you put Matthew down to 11, and next turn, I guess you still have to play 4 spells to make these lethal. So it's not very easy to do that.
4 mana here.
Yeah, leveling up this Storm Chaser's talent, getting back the Rends Resolve, and keeping the other card in hand to discard in case there is, for instance, this Sun Pearl Kirin. So Matthew has a choice now. Do you... Oh, there's a Monstrous Rage as Adrian's other card. So that actually means that lethal is possible to do. It means he needs to... I think he just needs to hit another spell of this Rends Resolve, and the attack will be for 12 damage.
That's true. And he will be exactly at 12 life after gaining 1 life from the Monk entry.
Yeah, from the Monk. Yes, true. So that lines up perfectly. So if of course Matthew has ways to interact with this. Either killing one of the creatures with Grim Bauble or going for the Hopeless Nightmare. So Adrian has to make the tough choice of what to discard here. You probably have to discard the Monstrous Rage, but I'm not quite sure. Because I think you'd rather just want like an extra trigger from the Rends Resolve. That's an extra prowess trigger is very similar to a Monstrous Rage.
And discarding there the Rends Resolve.
Okay, just banking on the top, needs to draw some way to draw extra cards. Didn't quite get there, but you can use this Monstrous Rage to push through the Kirin. Matthew is completely out of cards as well. So the advantage of keeping the Monstrous Rage here is that you now have created a board state that is pretty strong.
Matthew does have that Restless Anchorage into play. So that can maybe get something eventually, but...
Right, but whatever creature gets the roll here can be equipped with the Cory Steelcutter and attack for 3, so it actually attacks through the Restless Anchorage. So yeah, we see here, Monstrous Rage breaking through there. This is the card Adrian chose to keep over Rends Resolve, being highly impactful in this position here. And the Otter is going to get through for 4 damage, and the Monk is going to get through for 3 damage. So it puts down Matthew down to 4 life here with the Trample and all of the prowess triggers.
Yeah, so they are doing some math. So that Otter right now is a 5/4?
Yes.
We trample the 2/1 blocks, 4 damage pass through, as you said. And land was the pickup there from Adrian.
Yeah, not wanting to keep it in hand because there's no reason to allow another Hopeless Nightmare to hit something. But yeah, this is 4 power in play, threatening lethal. Of course, the Restless Anchorage can block 1, forcing Adrian to equip the Cory Steelcutter onto the Otter, attack for 3, and Matthew will go down to 1 life. Instead, Matthew is saying, I would rather try to draw something better.
Ooh, there's a Lorians that can destroy.
Yeah, scrying with the Hopeless Nightmare here. Can find the Lauren, can get rid of the Cory Steelcutter or the Monster Roll token. But that doesn't really put Matthew in that good of a spot, and is instead deciding to just draw a random card. If it is an untapped land, you do still survive. I wonder what it is. We're not getting to see it. It might be a nowhere to run. Can Adrian find anything that triggers prowess?
We will find out. The players are keeping the cards to themselves, not revealing us, leaving us on the edge of our seats. Attacks.
Just shrug and attack with both. What do you have? It's a nowhere to run. So that takes care of the Otter with the Monster Roll token. Unless Adrian has some sort of response, it doesn't really take much here to finish off this game. But if Adrian just drew a land here, I guess it can be a land. There's some posturing. There's some thinking. What could it possibly be? Is it an opt? No? Is it a Monstrous Rage? That would also be lethal as long as you don't play it on this Otter right now, because the monster rolls will cancel out. So you only yeah, just I think Adrian, I wonder what he drew, because he also didn't play a land and leveled up the Storm Chaser's talent. So it must be something. And here we see the Grim Bubble surveilling 2 now and trying to hit something, not these discard spells. These are not good enough.
A land,
tapped land.
That's going to be game, right?
Yeah. Because he didn't pass with the Restless Anchorage mana up, Adrian couldn't get... Oh, it was the Into the Flood Maw. which can bounce non-land permanents from the opponent. Wouldn't actually be able to do anything against the Restless Anchorage.
Good game here, and is it prowess winning this game here? Adrian now advancing 7-0 undefeated in this tournament, winning 7 rounds in a row. It's not easy, Simon.
No, it definitely isn't. Like that is a lot of Magic to be played. And the worst case is, or the best case, is that you still have 7 more rounds to play. So this is only halfway through the tournament. Of course, if you do similar or even slightly worse, going 5-2 in the next rounds, that's a great result for you. But still going 5-2, the rounds are just getting harder and harder. It is not easy for Adrian from this point, but it is a great start to this tournament.
And you know what, Simon? In our caster prediction, I did predict that Is It Prowess would be the deck that does better here in the tournament. Looks like Adrian agrees with me, so
Absolutely.
let's see what he has to say in an interview with Maria.
So here we have a winner of the feature match, Adrian Breakdown. He won with Is It Prowess. So congratulations, first of all, on making the day 2 of the regional championship. How do you feel?
Yeah, I'm feeling very excited. Yeah, my team was supporting me all along by the way. So yeah, I'm really exciting, and yeah, it's my first time going 7-0. So
amazing.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
This must feel very good. All right, I noticed that you have Drake Hatchery in your list. Could you tell us more about it? I feel like it's kind of an unusual choice.
Yeah, so basically for the past 2 weeks we were testing different cards in UR Prowess, and actually 2 days ago we decided to cut the third Elemental and the third Resolve for the Hatchers. So on MTGO the meta was mainly the Jeskai Oculus, Jeskai Control decks, but here we expected to play against Aggro decks and Esper Pixie, and that's why we changed it and we added Hatchers for the main deck.
Yeah, that's a very nice find. It totally worked out for you.
Yep, thank you.
And yeah, as you mentioned, you have a group of friends over here.
Yep.
So what are you going to do next after the tournament? Do you have plans to stay in Italy for a holiday?
No, actually, we are leaving tomorrow to Poland because everybody is working on Monday or something. Yeah, hopefully I will get my PT invite tomorrow and we'll go home.
Of course.
But the thing is that if I do it, then I need to buy the dinner for everybody. So that's the rule.
I think it's worth it.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Back to the booth.
Congratulations to Adrian once again on being undefeated here 7-0. That's quite the feat, and good luck for the rest of the tournament. Now we are back for more action. We are actually going to watch one more match here for round 7. This one starting in game 2, and it's a bit of a battle. Which is the best Jeskai? Jeskai Control or Jeskai Oculus? Let us know in the comments. What do you think, Simon?
Well, you know what I think. It's Jeskai Control. It's Chico, my baby boy.
I'll say Oculus just for us to be battling up to see who is right.
Also,
here.
you just watched your prediction win the match.
True.
So you want to watch my prediction lose the match, right?
True. That's correct.
Absolutely. So Adriano, I'm actually also rooting for him because he's on my fantasy draft.
Oh.
And these two players, these are Magic Online giants. Nif Shmueli versus Adriano Moscato, better known as Il Nato, and I forgot Nif's online name, but is one of the grinders. Always in these challenges, Adriano is especially a standard expert here. I walked up to him and said I had picked him for the caster prediction for the fantasy draft, and he said, "It's a good pick. I haven't lost a game today."
Oh, wow.
So now he sits here. He wrote the Jeskai Oculus guide and posted it for free, which is rare to see these days, but just has been playing the deck a ton. He's playing the exact same list that he won a challenge with just last week.
Do you know the Twitter or something that we can share so people can follow and see?
I think it's Ilnano probably on Twitter. ILNANO. That's at least his Magic Online name. Maybe it's just Adriano Moscato. I actually don't know what his Twitter handle is, but
somebody in chat will write, I'm sure, and
exactly,
yeah, very nice.
A good player to follow. A lot of results, like kind of a underappreciated player. I know that Gabriel Nassif always picks him for the fantasy draft as well.
I mean, you do pretty well in these fantasy drafts, I have to admit, Simon.
The first one I did horribly. I got dead last, and then I got first in the second one.
You got really good at it.
That's because I believed in the power of friendship for the second one.
That's true. So we do have here players. Looks like I thought we were going to game 2, but oh yeah, game 3 actually looks.
No, this is game 2. Wait, oh, okay. Unclear what happened here, but we see Adriano being on the play at least, suggesting that he did lose the first game, or it's very possible that this is actually just the entire match. Yeah, I think it is, because you see the timer as well at 51 minutes. So yes, this is, we're gonna watch a full match it seems, and here we see the good start of fear of missing out, discarding that abhorrent Oculus.
I mean, that's a good card to discard. I wonder if there's a way to bring it back.
Might be. I do see a white card in Adriano's hand, and the only white card in this deck is the Helping Hand.
But look at that. Change the equation.
Change the equation, counter a spell with mana value 2 or less, but Spell Pierce says, no, I am resolving this Oculus, I'm getting it into play, and you are in a lot of trouble now.
A lot of trouble, so that Oculus is going to be manifesting, and I mean, it's a 5/5 flyer. Also important to keep track of the graveyard, since there's a fear of missing out to see when we can get Delirium. There's sorcery, instant, and creature right now. Ooh, but look at that temporary lockdown. That doesn't quite take care of that Oculus, but it does take care of the fear of missing out and a land. Oculus staying alive though, and that's
That's huge. Like this is exactly the sort of scenario this Oculus deck wants to set up. It is an aggro deck, but it really wants to take advantage of the format being vulnerable to lockdown by itself relying on 3-drop creatures, dodging the lockdown. Tursa, Steamcore Scholar, and Abhorrent Oculus. And you see the speed that Adriano is playing with. This is a Magic Online Blitz-style player, just churning through these motions, knows exactly how to play his deck.
I was wondering if we had the times wrong and there were like 3 minutes left, so the player was playing very fast.
Yeah.
No, it's just the pace of the player. That's fantastic. So very fast here. This board is quite...
Niv, once again, just doesn't... It does actually did pick up an answer to the Abhorrent Oculus. There is a Get Lost in that hand, as well as a Stock Up and a Rediscover the Way, 2 card advantage tools and a Beza. So there's catch-up tools and card advantage tools here. But step 1 is getting rid of that Oculus here. And so... Adriano going to turn away these Charge the Towers. They very happily hit the graveyard. And there's a Prof actually picked up, I think. But I wonder if Adriano is holding on to that and not... Oh, it's a Winter Night Story. So even more card draw here. Draw 3 cards, discard 2 cards unless you discard a creature. But his hand is flush with land, so just has to discard 2. And this card can get harmonized later. Get Lost, hitting the Oculus here. Now we just see a few ground creatures, Niv down to 4 life, but this Beza is going to really change the equation here. Oh wait, I did it. That was not even on purpose.
See, you did it. It was not on purpose?
Oh no.
See, that's why your puns are better. They are just natural.
Well, I thought maybe the... Okay, I guess that was a pun. Actually, Beza also making the treasure token here.
Tokens,
getting a couple player token here.
Couple of Hall of Fame.
Exactly, yeah. Bob Baher and... What, that was it seemed like the Prof got revealed as if it's lethal. It might actually be lethal because of the fear of missing out. So now you can crack your map tokens onto the Steamcore Scholar. If you have Delirium, you can attack... Oh, I see. You can draw the cards from the Winter Night Stories, yes. Make sure you have Delirium. The Prof will trigger once on the Scholar. You attack with Fear of Missing Out and the Scholar. And untap the Scholar. So this is like dealing, what, like 6 damage in the air? But then you will get an extra combat step. This will trigger the Prof again. So actually, this is a ton of damage. This is attacking for 16 in the air.
That seems like enough, because he's at 8.
Yeah, Adriano knew, as soon as he drew the Prof, you saw the way he played it, he was like, yeah, I have this. But then realized, okay, I should probably show why it is lethal. But I know, as soon as I draw my card, that it is indeed lethal.
Showing why also Adriano is 6-0 here this weekend.
Yeah, that was a brutally fast game there. I do wonder if that was actually like the entire match being shown, or just the game 1. Okay. That was just game 1 of the match here. They're just setting up for us to view game 2. But
that's amazing, I must say. So I'm a bit ahead because I said Jeskai Oculus would do best. But I want to see more of this Jeskai control during the weekend. Do you think Shiko is an overrated card or not?
Overrated?
Yeah.
Overrated?
Yeah.
Shiko?
Yes.
Have you seen the card? Are you hearing this? Overrated? Shiko, it's a dragon. It gets a card, it gets a stock up. It's a 5-mana card that draws 2 more cards. What's not to like? Okay.
Shiko is good, okay?
I really got triggered there. I'm sorry, chat. So you have to see that. It's not very professional of me.
It's okay, Simon. I forgive you just because Oculus is going to maybe win here. So let's see if Shiko can redeem or not itself with this Jeskai control.
Oh, we see again the Spell Pierce here, though. So crucial for Adriano in this first game here. And is that a Ghost Vacuum? It is. So Ghost Vacuum actually stops the Shiko. And this is how Adriano rates the Shiko. He's not overrating it. He's saying this card is so scary. I need to bring in an entire sideboard card just to make it into a 5-mana 4/5 vigilance.
I mean, that does work there.
Ooh, and I love here Adriano waiting to play the Proft until he has Spell Pierce up. Now getting to resolve it and knowing that this card is just so important for the way his deck works.
There's Helping Hand in hand. Another one, 2 Helping Hands, but nothing in the graveyard to reanimate yet. We do have the Scholar, so that can be an opportunity to put some cards in the graveyard. Does it resolve, though? There's a Tishana's Tidebinder countering the trigger.
I see. So the Scholar's not going to get to draw any cards here, which means it's not going to trigger the Proft. And now Niv can actually, his hand was full of removal spells, but can actually now start to clear away these creatures. And you see actually the Abrade taking care of the Ghost Vacuum, making sure that you can resolve a Shiko later. Do you see a Shiko in Niv's hand? So yeah, this is the necessary play. And I wonder if you just point a Lightning Helix at this Scholar and then attack, but no, attacking first, wanting to keep up this Lightning Helix so you can stop the trigger from Proft. But Adriano is ready for this. Getting in the Scholar into play, drawing 2, discarding, trying to target it with Proft. Niv will use the Lightning Helix to kill it, and Adriano has that Spell Pierce.
Oh,
that's a Kaito. Wow, okay. Kaito's gone. The Foundation's Kaito, 3-mana Planeswalker, which does something. No one has ever read the card because it's always getting discarded. But here it is. Spell Pierce dealing with this. Still negate in Adriano's hand as well. And so now there's this 4/4 flyer causing trouble. Is that a land to be able to play? No!
Stock up.
Negate hitting the stock up. No 5th land for Niv. Can't play out the... can play out the Shiko next turn and maybe try to stabilize behind a 4/5 against this 4/4 body. There's no targets for this Helping Hand here. Adriano looking at the graveyard saying, what can your card get back?
Oh,
and deciding to just play out a Chandra here. Can even go +1 on it, just to put a counter on the Scholar, but I guess it's better to start by making a 3/2 vehicle here. That is what this token is representing. It's a 3/2 crew 1 vehicle, and Chandra's ability says it becomes crewed and gets haste. So that's an attack for 7 from Adriano there, pushing it down to 13.
I mean, Adriano here making a great job of keeping applying pressure every turn, and it's difficult to deal with so many things, but look, it's your favorite card, Shiko.
Yeah,
that stock up.
And so this Shiko now does stop the Scholar, but Adriano can go plus on the Chandra to discard a card and draw a card, or even sacrifice the vehicle to draw a card, putting a counter on the Scholar from the Proft, and be able to attack for 5 through that Shiko here.
Land up.
But then, actually, really wants to do that as well, because that puts Chandra out of range of the attack from Shiko. Niv has the Lightning Helix, so can go, can still threaten to kill the Chandra next turn. So we'll see what Adriano draws here. I think actually Niv might be ahead unless Adriano draws something good. And is that a second Steamcore Scholar? Or is that a Winter Night Stories? Another way to draw cards would be quite good here. It is another Steamcore Scholar.
So let's draw 2. And
and hits a Get Lost, but doesn't want to play that one yet. Discarding 2 lands rather than discarding the Helping Hand. So can't quite play the Get Lost on the Shiko this turn, but can do it next turn. This turn, you can just put 3 more counters onto the Scholar, attack for 7. Niv is down to 13, probably just has to take 7 damage and go down to 6. No, chump blocks here, and is aiming to use Day of Judgment to clear up this board. I wonder if that means there's an answer to Chandra available, because otherwise you might be in trouble if you didn't keep that Chico around.
So let's see here what Neve is able to do. We know about the Day of Judgment.
Yeah, because the Day of Judgment doesn't take care of the vehicle, doesn't take care of the Chandra.
That's true, so... And Helping Hand is ready to get those colors back as well.
The interaction between Chandra and Proft actually is not that favorable, because you can't choose the vehicle as the target for Proft since it won't be a creature yet. But you do have this Helping Hand. Adriano, expecting this to happen, discarding the lands instead of the Helping Hand, in case there was a Day of Judgment to clear the creatures, bringing back the Scholar, and now once again has a target for this Proft. And Nif didn't have enough white mana to leave up this Lightning Helix. Yes, 3 Lightning Helixes in hand? No, 2 Lightning Helix and a Beza.
So fear of missing out here, discarding a basic island, drawing a land.
So that's another 3 counters from this eye. This prophetic memory, or this Proft eidetic memory. I did it again. Just continuing to show how strong this is. Continuing to buff up your creatures and making everything into such a threat.
2 mana here, we get another fear of missing out.
Another fear of missing out. And this one, it doesn't even require you to discard a card to draw a card. It says when it comes into play, you must discard a card and then draw a card. If you have nothing in hand, it just draws a card. So now you can animate this vehicle, and this one will get buffed up and come in for 7 damage.
Yeah, looks like Adriano putting the counters there. 7 damage coming through. That is going to leave Neve at 6 life. And there's Delirium, I believe.
Yes, so these Fear of Isolations need to be dealt with, because that's so much damage next turn, with the Prof triggering multiple times again.
Yeah, I mean, Adriano doesn't have any fear of missing out. This card is amazing, and now we have Beza being able to create a couple of fish tokens, gaining some life.
Yes, and can also still Lightning Helix one of these fears. Or the target of the Prof, depending on what happens.
That's like
that's an Exercise and an Oculus here. So Exercise can get rid of that Beza, allowing you to attack. And it's possible that the Chandra will actually just discard the Oculus to draw a card to set up this whole Prof thing. I don't think you're very happy to do that, though. Might just make another vehicle. Sure, that makes sense.
Checking the graveyard.
Instead of trying to get cute and triggering the Prof multiple times, just relies on the fact that the fear of isolations, the fear of missing out, are just attacking for so much.
Yeah, attacking there with a vehicle, the fear of missing out. Scholar as Vigilance.
Yeah, so the interaction between Scholar and Fear of Missing Out is really brutal, because you don't need to untap the Scholar to take advantage of attacking an extra time because of the Vigilance. It's like Fear of Missing Out with Vigilance creatures is huge.
It does work quite well, so more attackers for that second combat phase.
I wonder if this Jeskai deck, the Oculus deck, could play Shiko. That's another Vigilance flyer combo with the Fear of Missing Out.
That's true. Actually, it does have potential, Simon.
Yeah, thank you. So let's see what these fears are targeting. I assume it's going to be the vehicle and another one of the fears. And the way this works is that there's going to be 2 additional draw attack steps, but you're not going to get to untap twice, though. So you're not going to be able to, like, the next attack step, the third attack step, you can only attack with the Steam Core Scholar.
Yeah, only with the Vigilance creature.
And you see here the Lightning Helix taking care of the fear missing out that was targeted. Oh, so it seems like the fears were just targeting themselves, actually. And by killing one of them, you prevent one of the combat steps from happening, because you remove the target.
Very good there, so
yeah, going to 4 of this attack here, trampling the vehicle. And Adriano says, I can just crew my vehicle and I can attack for lethal with this combination. Right, because the Chandra triggers in the beginning of combat, so you get another combat, which means the other vehicle gets screwed.
Chandra is really good, actually.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I see. That's an interaction. Again, Adriano knew exactly what was going on there, teaching us how to play this deck. extremely quickly.
I mean, showing why he is now undefeated at 7-0 here after 7 rounds. And let me tell you, Simon, it is not easy to play 7 rounds of Magic and winning them all. It's a lot of different matchups, a very long day, and congratulations for Adriano.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if Adriano has actually lost a game at all in rounds.
You mean
round
like
5 and 6 as well?
Yeah, no game loss. That would be incredible.
That would be quite impressive.
So looks like you're checking up there.
Yeah,
right now.
1-2-0 in round 5. Oh, he lost a single game in round 6. That's against Emanuele Melotti. It's the only person to take a game off this man.
Okay, I mean, that's a feat by itself. And you said that after round 7, we should have 4 undefeated players?
After round 8.
After round 8.
Right now, we should have 8 undefeated players. There's 16 going into this round.
So we have 8 undefeated players, and Adriano is one of them. That's quite a feat. And I guess Jeskai Oculus is better than Jeskai Control, Simon.
I think I'm starting to lose belief.
In Chico, or in the
no, not in Chico. Are you crazy? No, in Control.
No, never stop having faith in the Control Mage life.
You're right. You're right. Who am I kidding? I devoted my life to this quest. I will be the best Control player of all. That is my nature. That is what I was born to do. I will play a second game with Jeskai Control. You're right.
You have to answer the question. Would you prefer to win the game or draw 20 cards, Simon?
20 cards.
Yeah, you did it. You passed the test. So you're a true Control Mage. Go you, Simon. We are going to have one more round today, but let me just summarize what this event is all about. We are in the regional championship in Bologna. Over 1,000 players qualified to be here, either to their regional champion qualifiers, which I know that you're going to play one soon, Simon, right? So, or through Magic Online. They qualify to be here, and now they need to have a good score in order to qualify for the Pro Tour. Top 36 qualifies for the Pro Tour. First and second place qualify for the World Championship, the biggest event of the year for Magic. But not only that, first they have to make Day 2, which is not easy by itself. It's 8 rounds of Magic, and players need points 18 or more. So not very easy to make Day 2 for these players.
It really isn't. Like, these tournaments are brutal. I talked to one of the players who just said, yeah, this is just a slaughter. And that's what they're fighting for, and it's a lot of good players who are not going to make it, and a lot of very talented players who also are.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of talented players indeed, and I'm excited to see more of them here throughout the weekend. Any player that you're curious to see on stream?
So we just saw Adriano, actually, so I'm not quite... I really want to see Sebastian Saxe with the blue-red Cauldron deck. I hope he makes Day 2 and we get to see him tomorrow.
I'm excited to see the caster predictions and fantasy draft to see how the players that we choose are doing. And yeah, I think we might have an interview now. I'm not sure, or we are going straight to round 8. Oh, we actually have a video, so let's show that video and then we will be back for round 8, the last round of the day, so stay tuned for that.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor, aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. This is round 8 of the Ultimate Guard European Magic Series. We're playing the Regional Championship in Bologna. My name is Martin Juza. This is Arne Huschenbeb, and we're going to be bringing you round 8. This is the last round of the day.
Yep, at the end of the day, 4 players will be undefeated. And here we have some blue-white control facing off against the Demir mid-range. 2 decks I don't think we have seen today.
Yeah, and probably decks that you wouldn't expect to be at the top of the tables, right? Everybody was like, mono red, prowess, all this, is it this, mono red that.
Yeah.
Blue-white control, Demir mid-range. I want to see what the Demir mid-range deck looks like, because I remember that deck from about a year ago, and before PT Seattle. That was a deck in Standard, very popular. But that played cards like Gix, Preacher, Shield Dread, Gix's Command, stuff like that. I want to see how that deck changed. So can you walk me through those 2 lists?
Absolutely. Glad you asked. So this version, well, there's different iterations of this archetype as well. For quite a while, Deep Cavern Bat was off the table, but now
it's back.
It's back. Yes, chosen 4 copies here, in addition to 4 Flood Pits Drowners, and 0 copies of Fairy Mastermind in the main deck.
Interesting.
Just 1.
Those would be very good against blue-white control.
They would be pretty good there. Yeah, then we have the usual, the 4 Spyglass Siren. 4 copies of Enduring Curiosity.
Yep, that's a good one.
And then 3 copies of Kaito, really maxing out on those, which are going to be really, really good in this matchup. From my experience playing Blue-White Control myself, I would say, I don't like running into Demir mid-range. Lots of flash threats, counter spells, Kaito. Not the nicest matchup. They can play around your somewhat situational removal pretty well.
Okay, on the other side we have blue-white control, but in the meantime the game is already underway. So turn 1 Spyglass Siren. You're somebody that played blue-white control at the last Pro Tour in Pro Tour Chicago, and you finished in the top 16. How did that go, and is this deck any close to what you were running?
It's similar. It's similar. I mean, it's not quite the same shell. It does run 4 Stalk Up, of course. It's running a new copy, 3 copies of Meringue River Region, which is this awesome 6/7 dragon that you can also just Reign of Revelation with, 4 mana or Sift at instant speed, however you want to call it.
There we see the cards. All right.
Yeah. It plays Horn Lockwell, which I also did, but it doesn't play any Jaces. That's the main difference. No Jaces here, and no Overload of Themysmos either. Duress, taking a look at the hand.
And yeah, Sarunas has exactly 1 copy, 1 main deck copy of Duress, so that comes in handy here against Azorius Control right when you need it. And yeah, we're looking at 3 steps ahead. We're looking at the new 6/7 Dragon. We're looking at Day of Judgment. There's Temporary Lockdown, Elspeth Smite. Those are not, all that great.
That's actually...
that's the lock.
That's the whale, yeah.
Yeah, that's the whale. No,
it's funny, it's 2 cards. It's like a split. And
it looks...
cost 6 mana, both cost 4 blue.
It looks very similar.
All right.
Yeah, it looks like Lockdown is the choice.
He knows about the Smite now, so he can play accordingly around it.
Yeah, decides to attack first before giving the opponent more information that another Spyglass Siren is coming. And it eats the Smite, and there's the second Siren. So we're going to have 2 maps for the future, and back to Marco we go.
Marco just picked up a Meringue River Region, actually. Yeah, he has this 3 steps ahead that he can use as a counterspell, but also as a way to draw himself some cards to help dig deeper and hit some land drops, because the land drop number 4 seems crucial with a Meringue River Region in hand.
So what are some key cards in a matchup like this? If you're the blue-black player, what are the cards you're looking for, other than Enduring Curiosity, obviously, because, who doesn't like to draw extra cards?
A big one I would say is Kaito. The blue-white decks usually run 4 Get Lost, and that's really the only answer. I mean, Kaito in the early game is definitely how you can run away with it. Other options are, I guess, Enduring Curiosity can be annoying for sure. If I look at Marco's list, he only has 1 Right Send and only 1 Elspeth Smite. And the 3 copies of Horn Lockwell, to be fair, which are similar, but they only put it back to the top. So he can't really effectively get rid of that card that well, and it is a flash threat 2. So he chose to go for 3 steps ahead.
Yep, looks like he's sort of cycling the 3 steps ahead at the end of turn, decides to draw 2 cards, discard one of them, and Sarunas only activated 2 maps this turn. Looks like he's quite a bit flooded with 3 more lands in hand. I do think he does have an Enduring Curiosity, though, so if that sticks next turn, that could be a nice way of acquiring additional resources. Looks like actually he chose to keep a Go for the Throat on the top with the map activation. That's interesting against blue white control.
He's playing a very long game, I guess. He's thinking about the lock whale maybe down the line. That's certainly interesting. He noteworthy has that Sanctuary sitting there, which is another mana sink.
So there's a lock whale.
Oh, he revealed the meringue, but he accidentally revealed it. He meant to. It's not only you who are using the cards.
Blue sort of split card, same mana cost. All right. Big flying monster.
All right, Siren under the deck. Okay. Yeah.
So what about if you are the blue-white player? How does the game typically look like? You know, when you win, are you just trying to get the card draw engines off of the battlefield? If the game goes long, you're most likely winning. What are your key cards?
Yeah, so without the Jace, usually you just sort of have that Jace end game where you can mill someone out, but without the Jace, you're reliant on your creatures, which is Beza, the Lock Whale, and the River Regent. And you do have, this particular list has 4 copies of Fountain Port as well. So that's a pretty good grind engine in addition to the Restless Anchorage to somehow, you know, get the job done in the end.
Yeah, looks like Curiosity actually resolved. No response from Marco. It also survived through his entire turn. So let's see if something happens to it now when it's attacking. I think there is a copy of Get Lost.
Yeah, and that one, I can say out of experience, is not great against Curiosity.
Yeah, not a good feeling.
Enchantment is going to get you if you can't finish the game quickly. Or you have to kill every single creature from your opponent, which is also not that easy to accomplish.
Sarunas just passes the turn, though, no play, just plays land. At least it's a Sanctuary that he can activate at the end of turn and start getting in there.
And there we see the Sunken Citadel doing some work with those Fountain Ports. It's just a one-off Sunken Citadel, but they're quite good. And Marco decides to pass. He could have played a 6/7, which would have been really bad into the Go for the Throat, of course, which he's kind of presuming his opponent has some in hand.
I think he knows it from the map activation.
Right.
Yeah.
You can also flash in a Lock Whale. But yeah, the creatures are not very good against the Go for the Throat, obviously.
Ooh, Kaito. All right, another map activation on the Sanctuary this time. Reveals Kaito at the top of the deck. I think that's gonna most likely stay there. Yeah, it's one of my better cards. I'm gonna keep it. And the Sanctuary gets in there. The fish is gonna take 1 for the team.
Yeah, Marco deciding instead of casting this Lock Whale end of turn and just jumping with the fish, rather get some value. He knows about the Go for the Throat, and he's probably just going to cast that Omen as well. After River Regent, trying to find an answer to the Sanctuary. Maybe to this Kaito as well.
Exactly as you said. Draw 3 cards.
He could have sequenced this a little differently, but playing around Phantom Interference, casting it before.
That is a good point. There's 2 copies of that, or 2 or 3 copies of that in Sarunas' deck.
Yeah, he has 2 of them, I believe. I don't think he found much usefulness. He found in a darker ways he was able to discard. And oh, he found another River Regent.
How big of a problem is the Go for the Throat for Marco here? You don't really want to spend your entire turn to tap out for, you know, a big dragon that's just gonna, or a whale that's just gonna die to a 2-mana Go for the Throat. Yeah. But at the same time, you also don't want to keep getting hit by the creatures, and especially if your opponent has the Curiosity on the battlefield.
Yeah, for sure. now he has 2 fountain ports, so you can like make a fish, block, sack the fish. But he's not gonna go, like he's just buying some time, right? He's not gaining traction on the game, while Zarunas is gonna deploy a Kaito here. That Kaito will just surveil 2 or plus, so it's not like drawing a card.
At the end of the day, yeah.
Still, it's another threat. Not even.
I mean, your opponent did lose the life from Fountain Port, right?
Yeah. Maybe the life total is incorrect. The Siren did hit for 3 damage at one point. I'm not sure if the light total...
I mean, that's for the Kaito.
Oh, wow. The Normalize is getting the Kaito. Oh, yeah, you're right. With the Fountain Port and the Kaito shenanigans.
They actually did lose life, so it would draw you a card.
Yeah, that's a great point. Good catch.
That is so unlucky. You're flooded. You finally find her.
He had the Sanctuary up. He was able to pay with the Sanctuary. I mean, it's been a long day. It's these days are really long. So
fair enough.
He must have missed that. That's sick though, because maybe both players missed it, and Marco was just so confident in the way he played that he was like.
Yeah, there's typically this one zone where you keep your lands, right? And okay, there's 2 untapped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Stock up is the play for Marco, and yeah, that might just be the turning point in the game. The standard legal dig through time looks like it found 2 copies of Get Lost. So yeah, Marco doing a good job of trying to make sure nothing actually hits him.
As Aruna's shaking his head, not happy. It looks like he drew another land. For what it's worth, Marco playing 4 copies of Fountain Port. I do like Demolition Field a lot. You can play a split of them. And looking at these 2 manlands over there, Demolition Field wouldn't be so bad. Just want to point that out for people playing Azorius Control in the future or have questions about that.
Sharunas activates Restless Reef, so 2 manlands getting in there. I'm gonna mill some cards. And looks like one of the Get Lost is gonna get played.
Yeah, just gonna kill both those creatures. Seems reasonable to me. You could also blow up the Curiosity and take 4, but the Restless Reef is pretty expensive to activate.
Yeah, sure enough, I can't believe it. How much removal do you have?
5 map tokens for me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ah man, these blue-white control players, they always have it. And another stock up off the top.
Marco is sitting pretty, making land drops every turn, drawing extra cards. Those Fountain Ports, putting in a lot of work.
Yeah, I mean, I do have to say, I think with stock up in Aether Drift and Meringue River region in Taki Dragonstorm, blue has received some really good card draw.
Yeah.
In the last 2 sets.
There's a standard rotation in September, right?
Yeah.
That's going to be interesting when some of the older cards are going to leave standard and some of the red cards.
The mana bases are going to change drastically. I think that's one of the biggest changes.
I'm looking forward to that. That always shakes up the format, and we're going to see some new strategies.
Flood Pits Drowner, 2/1 flash, gets countered.
There's no worse feeling than when you're flooding out and like you finally, oh sure, a 2-drop, yeah, that's good enough. At least it attacks, and it still gets countered by a mana leak.
There's a deep combat, and Marco can show him his hand of goodies.
Yep, I have a lot of good stuff here. What would you like to take?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to take the lockdown because it does remove all these maps and the bat, but then you leave him with 2 powerful creatures. I mean,
do you take the lockdown here?
I mean, what else are you gonna do? Are you gonna leave
one
him
of the
lockdown, and then he's gonna lockdown, take your bat, and get the card back anyways?
I mean, I'm gonna activate the map a couple times. Maybe find another creature land. Oh, he does take lockdown. You're right. That's why you're the expert.
Oh, that's a good guess.
I guess you're still sitting on that go for the throat, so that does make it a bit different. So one of the map gets activated. I think that was an underground river. Second map reveals another flood pit drowner, so that's going to be a 2-2 bad. The question is, are we going to keep it on top? And looks like the answer is...
Looking for more power. I mean, his deck at this stage of the game, I guess Kaito number 2 would help a little bit.
Exactly. And there you go.
Hey.
Put the flood pit drowner in the graveyard, and Kaito is next. So we're going to keep that one, and the bat grows to a 3-3. At the end of turn, Marco makes a fish. I think he picked up another lockdown. Let's see. I think it is a lockdown. So he does have the choice if he wants to deal with the flyer here, deal with the map tokens as well.
He can also draw a card before, so by sacking the fish.
Right.
For that extra squeezing out every little resource. I mean, yeah,
he can start with a card draw spell to maybe, find something.
He's just passing the turn.
For the Kaito that's presumably coming this turn.
Yeah. Looks like he's planning to cast the Veil maybe when his opponent taps low for the Kaito, because the Veil he still knows about to go for the throat, right? And the Whale does have Ward 2, and so now even with 3 mana up, can't kill the Whale, and then the Whale can take out the Kaito in one big swing. Yeah. Yeah, this is not very good for Zarunas. I think Marco planned this out pretty well, and his opponent is right walking into the trap. But to be fair, what is he supposed to do? Is he not supposed to do anything? He's also not going to win him the game. It's just a tough spot to be in at this point. It's like the writing is on the wall.
So Kaito looks like +1 to make ninjas a little bit more powerful this game. We're also cracking both of the maps, and that's another flood pit drowner.
No.
Not the greatest. We're gonna keep it. It's a creature. It attacks.
The bat should have an extra counter.
And pass the turn. Interesting.
Did miss that. I don't know if we can fix this. We're on a slight delay, I think.
Yeah, it's not something you can really miss, as in, if a judge comes over, the counter has to be put on there because it is how the spell resolves. If the spell resolves, you look at the top of your deck, you keep the card in there. You also need to get the counter.
It looks like it doesn't matter here. He's just gonna go lockdown next to that 4/4/3/3. It doesn't matter, so we don't really have to worry about it too much. But yeah, to go for the throat, not able to take out the Whale. The Whale gonna eat the
ward.
Kaito.
Yep.
I'm a genius. What can I say? I predicted the future.
There we go.
And this is just. We're just 5 cards in hand, right?
We're just going through the motions. Yeah, Kaito hates the bin, and I think Mark also has full information, right? He knows about the go for the throat. He knows about the flood pit drowner at the top of the library. So
yeah,
he's got to be feeling pretty good about this game. I think the sideboard games are a lot more interesting when Dimir gets to bring in, the extra discard spells or negates, and then you can protect your preachers, protect the Kaitos, and protect the card draw engines, and it's a much different game after sideboard.
Yeah, and I mean the small things like no Fairy Mastermind, no Jaces on the other side too. Like I have played the matchup, and it was one of the tougher ones in my experience for blue-white. Also just because you had these 4 awkward Jaces in your deck, these like main deck sorcery card, played right into their counter spells, played into their tight binders, just badish. And the Meringue River region seems a lot better at an instant speed card draw effect, and also a stabilizing play.
Yeah, bounce too is no joke.
No, absolutely. It's a fantastic card for control decks. Flexibility is really key. The days are over that we're missing Memory Deluge. We don't need that anymore. We have replacements.
And Memory Deluge was not a bad card. I love that card. That was
incredible. Yeah, absolutely. I always said the kill condition in control decks back then was actually Memory Deluge.
Yeah.
That was the card you always wanted to find, and then you could just...
The only problem with those decks was the games were always taking so long.
Yeah.
I remember the Pioneer Pro Tour where we just decided not to play Blue-White because we just were not comfortable with the fact that we would have to sometimes finish 3 games in 50 minutes.
Yeah.
At least the Dragons and the Whales are, helping with actually turning the corner quickly.
Totally. And you see Marco... All right, we see a go for the fruit on a fish here. Trying to get in for some cards, huh?
Yeah, Marco's ready for that. With another Lock Whale and
now he can't shuffle because the ward cost. If he had 1 more mana, he could shuffle the Whale into the deck. Putting it on top again makes some sense. I mean, it does stop the Whale for another turn.
Yeah, this is where I would consider maybe saving some time for game 2 and 3.
Yeah.
You're playing with empty hand, your opponent has a full hand, you even know most of the cards because you... I don't know if it was a duress or... There was a way that Marco revealed his hand a turn earlier. You know that they're working with a lot of extra resources, they have extra creatures, extra ways of dealing with your own stuff. So yeah, this is probably a good time to consider if... perhaps moving on to sideboarding and making sure we have enough time to finish games 2 and 3.
Yeah, an Anchorage to block the Tidebinder even if he taps the Whale here. It's a slow, painful... but it's just like Marco is grinding further and further. The advantage is like slowly increasing further and further. But I mean, it's been kind of clear a couple turns ago that this was very difficult for him to lose at this point. And he's played this game perfectly, I want to say. He really has not given Sarunas an edge. Sarunas missed that Normalize. That was crucial, to be fair. Maybe Marco missed it too, to be honest. He could have played an Omen instead of that Normalize that turn. And then he would have used his mana actually very well, not having to waste a card. So I don't know, it looked like it missed it to me too, but otherwise, besides that one thing, I mean, it played really tight.
If you play the No More Lies confidently enough in that spot, that,
Oh man, that's a ballsy move. If you
yeah.
That would be also impressive.
Another curiosity is the pickup. Yeah, and Serena sees the writing on the wall, picks up the cards. Marco picks up game number 1, and now the fun begins. Now we're going to the sideboards. So let's talk about Azorius first. Yeah, walk me through that. What do you like to, what do you like to cut? What do you like to bring in? What are some of the key cards from the sideboard?
So we have 3 copies from the gate, 3 Tishana's Tidebinder, 3 Wildleaf Leech, 2 Kutzil's Flanker, 1 Boonbringer Valkyrie, that's the Baneslayer variation. 1 Change the Equation, 1 Destroyable, 1 Rest in Peace. There's not a lot, honestly. I like the Tidebinders. That's...
Are we going to see both players battling each other with Tidebinders?
Yep, that's what we're going to see. Blue-White doesn't have the space usually in sideboards to commit to a matchup like Demir Midrange, which is like a 5% meta share deck. So yeah, that's what you usually see. Like, you don't have much. No Devout Decree for Kaito. That's a card I used to play in the past. Yeah, he's going to bring in those Tidebinders. He could think about the Flanker, but it's very unexciting.
How about the Boonbringer Valkyrie? You probably expect your opponent to board out some of the removal. At the same time, they do need to keep something because you have the Whales and you have the Dragons.
Yeah, exactly. Because of those, there's probably going to stay removal anyways in, and then you don't have a 5-mana sorcery that's like... can get punished by even a Kaito stun for 2 turns. It's too brutal. Or a Flood Pits Round is also quite good. Yeah, he doesn't have much. Looking at his main deck, he doesn't have that much to take out either. He has like a mostly useful deck because he doesn't have those Jaces. So he's kind of fine. submitting the same 60. He can trim a lockdown. 4 is a bit overkill in this matchup, I would say. He can trim a lock whale as well. That's how, yeah, like maybe cut a 3 steps ahead and then add those tight binders.
Okay, how about the blue-black deck?
On the other hand, we have, of course, the cut downs, which are definitely going to get sided out. On an Anointed Affliction, likely also. That's 5 copies of removal spells right there that we want to see go. And then looking at the sideboard, he has 2 Duress, 2 Ghost Vacuum, 2 Negate, 2 Tidebinder. So 2 Negate, 2 Tidebinder, 2 Duress obviously coming in. He has a Fairy Mastermind as well, a Spell Pierce, and 3 steps ahead. So 3 more cards to bring in. Yeah, that's a lot. That's 9 cards. He could also consider a Shieldred, 10 cards. He could also consider the Dreams of Steel and Oil, actually. There's, if you think about it, there's quite a lot of creatures on the other side between Beza and on the 6 drops.
Good point.
I'm not quite sure what you take out. You could also take the Gix's command out. You could take another Go for the Throat take out. Then you had 7 cards. Maybe a couple copies of Flood Pit's Drowners. They're not too impressive in this matchup. Just a 2/1 flash creature, pretty much.
Yeah, especially if the opponent's playing 4 copies of Fountain Port.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that makes sense. Gix's command. Do you like that as a
late game
sort of a late game grindy card? It's too expensive, right?
I like it against lists that have Overload of the Mistmoors because it can wipe the tokens. But yeah, no, I don't love it too much here. There's also decent amount of exiling between No More Lies and Temporary Lockdown that make it difficult to get the creatures back from your graveyard. Looks like Marco, you know, like the recent shift from in blue-white from away from the Jaces towards stuff like Meringue River Region, and here heavy emphasis on Horn Lockwhale is paying off for him. He's 7-0, up a game. Decided to not run any Jaces. When we played the Pro Tour with the blue-white deck team, the Handshake, Cassis, and the others and I, we sided out Jace in almost every matchup because he's so poor. But it was that necessary evil to make the domain to flip the domain matchup completely around. But domain has kind of fallen off. We're not seeing that much at the top tables. It was like 7% of the meta share.
Yeah.
So this decision, cutting the Jaces, seems to be paying off.
I'm going to be honest. I was very surprised that there was more Golgari midrange, for example, than Domain. Domain still, I mean, it's a very powerful deck.
Are you sure? I think the Golgari is like 3%.
Was it the other way around? Okay, but still, like, even if the numbers are roughly the same, I thought Domain was still a very good choice. Like, the deck is still so powerful. You play some of the best cards in Standard. You have some of the best possible draws in Standard. Turn 2 up the Beanstalk into turn 3 Green Overlord. You can't really do much better than that. You know, obviously, the red decks, they have some crazy opening explosive starts as well. But, I mean, look at this. Who would have thought that, you know, at the end of the day, blue-white control, a slow blue-white control with a bunch of 4 drops, 5 drops, 6 drops would be 1 game away from locking up the 8-0 record.
Yeah, it's certainly. I mean, I think what it comes down to, if you compare like blue-white and the domain deck, is that what you just described, Beanstalk into Overlord, it doesn't interact whatsoever.
That's true. That is true.
And your opponent goes like plot Slickshot on turn 2, hit you for 10 on turn 3 or something like that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can have all the value in the world. If you die on turn 4, you die on turn 4.
That is true.
And the blue-white deck at least just doesn't have that value, but hey, it just has a counterspell, what get lost, etc.
Yeah, I do like that between the Lock Whales and Meringue River Regions, you do have a lot of flexible cards.
Yeah.
Sometimes use it as a card draw. Sometimes you have a big blocker, bounce 2 permanents back to your opponent's hand to you know, delay them a little bit. 4 copies of Beza, that is interesting. How good is Beza in this matchup?
It's okay. Beza is like, the one good thing about Beza is that it's never like terrible. It's usually finds a space. I think it's a card you could shave 1 for sure. But
yeah, it's the type of card you probably don't want to draw 2 of, but it's a fine card to have. Yeah.
The Overlord of the Mistmoors is a really nice one in this matchup, I found. That was one of the maybe the best card in the version that I ran, because making those flying blockers to block their small flyers is nice.
Looks like Marco is on a mulligan, and notice that really cool Sidewinder on the right side of the screen. That is the Sidewinder that I believe you got for participating in the event.
Yeah, that's like the oh god, I can't spell that. Tonian Nightmare or something.
Yes.
Recurring Nightmare energy thingy.
Yeah.
Out of Modern Horizons 3.
Shout out to Ultimate Guard, who is producing these Sidewinders, for sponsoring the stream.
Yeah. They're great. I've been using their sleeves for ever.
And
Katana are the best.
The Sidewinders are generally like they just feel really nice and smooth. Like the inside is like it just feels like you're putting your deck into something that really like takes care of it, or like
yeah, it's like quality.
All right, back to game number 2. Sharunas is on the play with a turn 1 Spyglass Siren. Marco land and pass, and back to Sharunas we go. I think Marco was the one who took the mulligan, so he's down a card. Turn 2, we're going to activate the map, pick up another land, and presumably play this tapped Restless Reef before attacking for 1. So Sharunas is set up for the long game with a couple of land drops, but will he find the card draw engines like Kaito and Enduring Curiosity? That is the question. I think there was a Kaito in his hand. There's also a Shield Dread. That is an interesting card to bring against blue-white. And they have a lot of cheap ways to deal with it. You typically don't want to trade down on mana, so trading down your 4-mana Shield Dread for a 2-mana Get Lost, for example, is not great, but at the same time, it is a really, really powerful card. Spyglass Siren is going to get hit by the whale, and wow, we're just going to negate that and just deal with the whale for good. So take 1, and also this way you protect your Siren, which means that next turn you can put the Kaito into play through the ninjutsu ability.
Yeah, heads up play by Marco getting rid of the Siren, because if he wouldn't have done that, the Kaito would have gotten a hit in and drawn a card, etc. Which, yeah, that would have snowballed pretty badly. But he is passing again. And what is he going to do now against the Siren? Is he going to choose to kill it again? Oh, he's going to let it happen? Welp. Yep. Saruna's putting the Kaito in front of his hand. Why not? And no Tidebinder to punish this play. Tidebinder could have countered the ninjutsu to essentially just return the Siren to hand and have nothing happen. That would have been a sick, like a huge swing.
Okay. So Kaito hits for 3, and we also get to look at the top 2 cards here. So one of the lands goes in the graveyard. We're going to keep one on top and draw it right away. Tapped land and pass. Yeah, looks like Sharunas is a little flooded again, but at least he has the Kaito going, which is nice. Do you have the Get Lost? And Marco does, so he's doing a really good job of keeping the card draw engines off of the battlefield, not letting Sharunas run away with the game. Land number 5. Spyglass Siren, map number 3. And are we going to also add the Shield Dread here? Do you like that? Do you like adding the Shield Dread? There's also a Phantom interference in his hand.
I think that's a negate, actually.
Okay. Do you like to have the opponent have it, or like are you rather?
Oh yeah, no, I'm definitely not playing into it here, especially considering there's no more lies. It's like a card that could easily be in Marco's hand, and I have like already 2 swamps in hand, so I can play around the no more lies in 2 turns with the Shield Red. And I can hold up negate here for a stock up, for example. I really like just playing this passively, like Sarunas did here, and using the maps as well.
I think it is an interference, actually.
Are you sure? I think it's...
It looks very similar again, but I think it is.
Yeah,
I think it is. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it looks like Sharunas does value keeping the mana up to potentially counter a Beza or something expensive here. But stock up costs 3, so unfortunately that is not going to be able to get hit by the counterspell here.
I think he just drew that land, Marco did, and perfectly able to play around the Phantom there.
Yeah, reminder, this is a tournament with open deck lists, so both players know what exactly is going on in their opponent's list. So this is why Marco, chooses to play the land before resolving the stock up, which typically you would want to do it the other way around because it's going to give you more options, more information. But yeah, very heads-up play here to play around the interference.
Yeah, I mean, his opponent didn't crack that third map, so he had a little bit of a hint.
Sure, I mean...
There was something going on, maybe a Flood Pits Drowner, maybe a Negate, maybe a Phantom Interference. Someone in chat saying Blue-White having a good Planeswalker move is insane. Well...
That's true.
I wouldn't say Get Lost is a good card specifically.
I hated Get Lost in Domain.
Really, really bad against aggressive decks. It's a payment you have to make there, right? Like it's a trade-off. I remember discussions during proto testing where people were just like, "Oh my god, I hate Get Lost. I'm never going to register a card with a single copy of this card. It's so bad against these red decks."
Yeah. The worst is when you mulligan to 6. You're already down cards, and then your opponent plays a creature. You have to kill it, and you give them 2 more maps. You're like, "Oh my god, this feels so bad."
Like I remember Jesse Hampton was like, "I hate this card. I'm never going to play it," and then he's playing Blue-White Control 4 copies of it. I was making fun of him a little bit. I mean, it is very flexible. It just does exactly what you kind of need in this Blue-White deck. You need to answer Kaito, so it has its slot as a 4.
It's just a necessary.
It is a necessary evil.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, in the meantime, that Spyglass Siren is doing a little bit of work chipping away at Marco's life total, who's down to 12. And now all these flash threats are going to come into play. And remember that also Sharunas has a Restless Reef in play. So, yeah, we're getting into relatively dangerous territory for Marco. If he ever taps out, he might just be dead to an end of turn, flash creature, untap, activate my Reef, attack.
Yeah, I like how Sarunas is playing this here. Very patiently, just attacking, just commit. This is one free power creature, doesn't run more out, doesn't run into lockdown. And Marco is kind of stuck with a lot of cards in hand right now, making a treasure to be able to double spell in the future.
Yeah, this is a really good spot for Sharunas, right? You're sitting on a flyer, your opponent's already down to 9, and you have both an Interference and the Tidebinder. I think he also picked up a Curiosity, so...
Yep,
pretty good spot for him. Yeah, what a world of difference having this one creature in play makes, right?
Yeah. And I mean, the Siren drew a card of the map, the Kaito drew a card. These small things added up here in this game.
End of turn, Curiosity hits the battlefield. No response from Marco.
Yeah,
just passes the turn.
Playing perfectly around Normalize. Really, really nice sequencing here by Sarunas. Waiting, being patient, not playing the Shieldred.
Not overextending.
Yep. Choosing his spots wisely.
Yeah, Marco does have double Beza in hand. Those are kind of clunky right now. Not the ideal play.
They're not great if your opponent has exactly one creature. You don't even get any fish tokens.
How many triggers does it actually make? Do you stop it with Tidebinder completely?
Yes.
Or is that...
Stop it completely. It's just one big trigger.
So it's not three different triggers? That would be actually kind of funny if they printed the card that way.
Oh my god. It's already good enough.
So, Get Lost takes care of the Curiosity, but Spyglass Siren looks like might hit anyways. No. How about we use the Lock Whale to deal with that? And now, this is a really interesting spot.
He has the treasure up, so you can play around the Phantom.
Yeah, I guess you don't really have a good way of fighting over it.
Yeah. I think I would just put the Siren on top almost here. I mean, just having with the Curiosity play.
And 3 maps, like I'll take any cheap thread that I can get. But yeah, all right.
He has a bunch of threats in hand, so I understand putting it to the bottom as well. You can play Preacher and put a map on it, hold up the Tidebinder, or you can play just Shieldred. I don't hate the Preacher here actually, and putting a mapping on it. It's like keeping a Shieldred as your last threat. Like Marco has 5 cards in hand.
How obvious is it for the opponent if you have the Interference and you're just keeping 4 mana up all the time or 2 mana up all the time? You're just going to eventually play around it, right?
Yeah, I think if Marco paid attention, he would figure out that his opponent doesn't have a negate. Because he would have probably cast it on the stock up, for example. And he's kind of figuring out that there's a phantom interference in his hand.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, Sharunas might just play that as a 2/2 flyer and just start getting to town.
Yep, a reasonable play.
Shielded trigger brings Marco down to 7. Yeah, I think he's in a lot of trouble also because he's not been making land drops, and that's a problem when all your cards cost 4 or more mana.
Yeah. He's kind of priced into casting Day of Judgment here, but that opens up a nice Restless Reef attack. Or like Tidebinder into Restless Reef.
Yeah, that might actually even be lethal next turn.
Yeah, he then has to play Normalize on the Tidebinder. I kind of pressing the issue here, yeah. Yeah, nice. Picking his.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, I like this play a lot. Play the Tidebinder and just try to finish the game off.
Oh, he can actually kill him if he draws an untapped land and has or one land card on top of his deck. Then he can crack the map.
3 maps. Yeah, exactly.
He's missing 1 mana right now. I can take a look with the bat first and see what's up. Make a better informed decision before attacking with the Restless Reef. Although then he can't keep up the Phantom.
Right, you can also attack with the Restless Reef and keep up the
Phantom,
the counter spell.
Close call.
Yeah, definitely lots of upsides and downsides for each of those plays. Looks like he's going to go with the Deep Cavern Bat and sees a triple Beza plus a temporary lockdown. Interesting. No 6th land, notably.
I mean, taking the lockdown seems pretty reasonable.
Yeah. Good luck with these 4/5s.
Yeah, what do I take here? And I do like actually not playing a creature there, because the way you lose this game is by your opponent drawing an untapped land and playing a Beza here, I think. Yeah, I don't like this. I think I would have just attacked to the Reef, because now you can make fish and draw a card and even make a treasure. Like you get the, oh, it's a tap.
It's a tap land. You hate to see it if you're Marco.
Man, yeah, Zaruna's played it a little risky there, I would say.
Yeah, I think Marco probably sees the writing on the wall, given how the game went and how often Sharunas kept the 2 mana up. Yeah, I'm figuring out how to tap. Here's a Beza. Yeah, that's got to be game, right? All right, this gets countered.
Enough damage.
Yeah,
Restless Reef. All right, going to game 3. They only have 12 minutes on the clock, Martin.
Yeah.
That speed up for the last one.
That game 1 dragged on for way too long.
We might have 5 undefeated players today.
That's true, actually. Yeah, we thought there'd be 4, but.
All right, no, they have to speed up a little bit. All right, yeah, Dimir kind of doing
what he wants to do.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think the matchup is not favored for Marco. Dimir can pick the spots nicely and dictate the game. Is he doing? Oh no, this is looking like he's doing.
I think the biggest difference in this game was that Sharunas had an early threat that stuck in play for a while, so he was able to chip away at Marco's life total and get him down to 7 or something with the Spyglass Siren. But also that Marco was missing land drops. He couldn't double spell. He couldn't really play his spells efficiently into the obvious counter spell threat that Sharunas was representing the whole time. So there's just not a great spot for Marco to, really turn the game around or solve the board without leaving anything behind.
Yeah.
And that base also looked kind of awkward. This would certainly make me feel like, yeah, if I'm changing something for game 3, obviously now being on the plays might be a little different, but that Beza looked a little clunky to me, especially if you draw multiple copies, which obviously is a little unlucky, but
yeah, absolutely. I mean, makes you think about that Kutsil's flanker almost.
Yeah,
it's having some flash thing, scries a little bit, I don't know, blocks a Tidebinder, I guess.
Exactly, yeah,
that just plays this instant speed better, because the Dimir deck is so good at playing that instant speed game.
Exactly, yeah.
The blue-white looks like a big tanker, like a slow
sorcery speed, you know, so yeah.
These 6 drops and all of that. Yeah. They definitely have to speed up, but looks like they're already drawing the opening hands. Hopefully no mulligans here for this last game. No, Marco going to 6 here on the play. Not where you want to be. The nerves are probably also kicking in right now. Although both players look pretty relaxed, I must say. Yeah, Marco, with the stock ups in your deck, actually playing blue-white doesn't feel that bad to mulligan, because as soon as you find that stock up on like free lands, then you feel kind of good about it. Doesn't matter what the other 2 cards are. That's a pretty good 6. It looks like Sarunas, after some consideration, is joining in mulliganing here to 6, presenting their decks. I'm just getting nervous about the clock, to be honest.
Yep.
That is making me a little nervous here. But to be honest, at least the lesson I took away from the last Pro Tour, you still should try to play your best and not rush yourself as much, even if you're low on time. It's like one crucial mistake might just lose you the game entirely at that point.
What happened?
And oh no, Martin.
What happened to you?
Oh, don't ask. Please don't ask.
Did you try to play fast and just mess something up?
Yeah, we had 8 minutes on the clock and I punted away pretty badly. You would have been like, oh wow, this guy plays at the Pro Tour, what the hell? How did he get here? That type of play.
It happens to me. Yeah.
Yeah, it was brutal because I rushed myself. I was just played so fast, you know, because 8 minutes on the clock. But funnily enough, a draw would have actually... Anyways, I won't get into it.
All right, back to game number 3. And this is the last round of this regional championship in Bologna. Today we had 8 rounds of play. 8 rounds of Swiss, all standard. 6-2 record needed to make day number 2. 36 Pro Tour slots. 2 slots for the World Championship. 8-0 record, certainly in a very good position to try to get that PT slot.
It looks like Belaka is on a 5, actually.
Oh my God, you're right. Yeah, Marco double mulligan. That's rough.
Yeah, I mean, he plays against a 6, so it's a 6 against a 5. And that duress is gonna miss if he's gonna cast it. But he has also,
I think he has a deep cover bat. Yeah.
He's probably gonna go for a mana efficient line. But yeah, Beza and Tightbinder in hand. If the bat takes the Beza here, that'd be pretty rough for Marco, yeah.
So what are we working with? 2 lands, Tidebinder, and Beza. That is not great.
Yeah.
But hey, there's, there could always be a stock up at the top of the library to completely change everything. So exactly what you said. We're going to take the Tidebinder and make sure you don't have any play available for next turn unless you draw something.
He took the... Oh, he has a Dreams to Steal an Oil in hand. That's why he took the Tidebinder.
Mm-hmm.
You can actually activate Anchorage here and attack or block. Oh my God.
It's been a long day. These things can happen.
Oh my God.
And now,
like the Gopher Throat off the top saved his face here. I mean, if he didn't think about that. Yeah, it looks like he was surprised by that. And like,
I'm gonna go for the throw that.
I had it all along.
I wonder what Marco thought.
Yeah, Marco.
Oh, I'm gonna snap this off for free, or would you only do this if you have to go for the throw? I mean, Shonos looked super confident with that attack, so I would be thinking that they have to go for the throw anyways, but...
Yeah, now the Dreams as well, using his mana perfectly. Oh no, he goes for the Siren. I mean, that's fair. The Beza is not coming down for a turn.
You just pretty much stone drain the opponent, so...
Lockdown!
Oh, another land.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's rough. Like, no plays available for Marco. In the meantime, Sharunas has already cast 3 cards. He's going to be able to use that map token. He's going to cast... Oh, there's another Deep Cavern Bat off of the top. He has a Duress, he has a Preacher, and the discard spell for the Beza. So this is not looking great for Marco.
Yeah, I guess Lockdown off the top would definitely be a good start. Stock Up, Meringue River Regent, of course, as well. Funnily enough, the Anchorage is holding back these small critters, to be fair. Like, yeah. At least the damage output won't be that high in the future. He's just gonna play a 1/1 flyer. I don't love that here because it doesn't do anything in the face of Anchorage. Yeah, I like the map play a lot more.
Yeah, wow, I think, yeah, Sharunas recognizes that as well and agrees with your play. There's a negate on top. Yeah, how much do you like the negate here?
I don't like it, actually, because your flyers can't attack, so you have to tap out for Preacher anyways. And you're not getting through that Anchorage. The Anchorage is actually a problem, so I would not keep the negate there.
What else are you looking for then, if not a negate?
Something that gets through the Anchorage, maybe.
A removal spell? I mean, how many more removal spells are there likely in the deck, though?
I don't know, but like, what do you want with this negate here? Like, then I would
just Kaito.
Okay. So I either look for exactly. I look for removal or I look for proactive, powerful cards that go over an Anchorage. A Preacher is that, a Shieldred, and a Curiosity, a Kaito. He does have the Preacher, so he does have something against this Anchorage, but yeah, he can't attack anymore. This negate is kind of sitting in his hand now. I mean, it could be good down the line, I guess. If things line up well here for him, then he's just gonna ride this Preacher to victory,
yeah, exactly.
Negate as a backup.
Negate as a backup for, you know, a possible stock up draw or something from Marco.
Preacher drawing 2 cards per turn. Okay, fair enough. I mean,
it is very appealing, certainly.
Yeah, that does work out, I suppose. This is an important draw step. It's a stock.
It is a stock up. There we go. All right, we have a game. We have a game on our hands.
Yeah. The best card he could have drawn here would have been one of his 2 copies of Day of Judgment. The stock up. What does he want to find? I guess he wants to find an answer for the Preacher. And a lockdown, maybe. That would be perfect. I don't like the way he tapped his mana here. That's not going to give him lockdown if he finds it. He only has 1 blue now.
Wait, can he...
He didn't find the lockdown, so he didn't get punished in that. Yeah, he wanted to hold up the Fountain Pot. I guess that was the idea. Okay, fair enough. I mean, I can see the reasoning. He wanted to hold up the Fountain Pot activation. I guess that's a reasonable argument to make.
Unfortunately for Marco, despite drawing stock up and likely finding, you know, some more gas, Sharunas is sitting on a Duress, on a Deep Cavern Bat, and a negate. So, yeah, you just drew your, you know, possibly your best card for that situation, but I am very much ready for that. And it also meant that you had to tap your Restless Anchorage. So now I'm going to be able to attack, get in for some damage, trigger my Preacher. And now that negate looks really good.
He could have also left out the Anchorage instead of the Fountain Pot there. I think that would have given them the option for lockdown and a blocker. You know, it's been a long tournament. Yeah, taking a hit for 5. So 2 minutes on the clock. But looks like Sharunas is going to be able to take this down in 5 turns, or at least presumably he would be the one to take it down in that time frame.
1 minute 40 seconds, by the way.
Yeah.
It's also, I mean, it's also easy to lose track of that, right? Like when you're sitting in the feature match area, you don't always see the big clock somewhere in the hall. Sure, the players, I think there is some kind of timer somewhere in there, but it is easy, you know, with all the extra stress and all the extra stuff, you know, you have to have headphones on and everything.
Yeah.
It is easy to lose track of the clock.
Absolutely.
And just like play more relaxed when you should be speeding up a little bit. So Deep Cavern Bat is the play.
Yeah, tough spot for Marco. He knows about the negate. So his plan was to negate, to normalize the negate on his Day of Judgment, right? And now that Deep Cavern Bat is messing with that. He could try to counter the bat, but then the negate is still there, or counters the normalize, and the Day of Judgment will also go away. So he has to bank on a top deck here. And the question is, what kind of top deck? So if he goes normalize, and his opponent just passes the turn, he could draw another normalize to counter the negate. Now this way, he is obviously going to lose the Day of Judgment. It's kind of tricky as well for Sharunas, because like if he takes the normalize, he can negate the Day of Judgment, right? But then he loses to a top deck counter from Marco. If he takes the Day of Judgment, he loses to a top deck Day of Judgment. But to be fair,
pick your poison.
Yeah, exactly. But there's only 1 Day of Judgment and 4 lockdowns. And if he draws lockdown, at least
it's not even that bad. Yeah.
Right.
Well, I guess you also get the Day of Judgment back, so it's not great, but yeah, I mean, you got to take the odds, right? Looks like the draw was a Tidebinder, and was that a Get Lost? Get Lost, yeah. So not bad. Can slow down Sharunas a little bit, but you're still going to take some damage. I guess you do have the Encourage, so yeah, the mere mid-range play actually doesn't have that great of an attack next turn.
It looks like we have turns here. They are up top. Upon me saying that, the judge puts a die on top of the battlefield. This is turn number 0 then. Tapped Seacrum Coast. Passing the turn with Tidebinder and Get Lost up. And this No More Lies, of course, as well.
Floodpit Drowner. That's a solid pickup for this situation.
Decent solution for the Anchorage.
Yeah. Still sitting on that duress since turn 1 or 2.
Stunning lands has become a thing with Taki Dragonstorm.
Yeah.
That's all right. Nice duress here.
There we go. Sharunas fires off the duress. He knows about the No More Lies. He wants to clear the way before he gets into combat.
So Runash was very patient with that duress. I liked how he played that.
Yeah, that was great. That was really good. In response to the duress, Marco decides to fire off the Get Lost, targeting the Deep Cavern Bat so he could return the Day of Judgment back to his hand. I mean, that's not even that bad, right? Because the Day of Judgment would still appear in his hand for the duress when it's resolving.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what his plan is here.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to resolve. So 2 map tokens for Sharunas. Day of Judgment back in your hand, and now duress is going to resolve. So what you got?
Yeah, Marco's just in a tough spot here. I like taking the Day of Judgment.
Mm-hmm.
That's just
same thing as last turn, right?
Most threatening card, yeah.
Now what? You do have a negate. They do have a Tidebinder and also an Encourage. So can you afford to attack here? Also, is your opponent going to read you for the Floodpit Drowner? Land is actually really nice. I think he can.
The Citadel is making 1 color of mana. And with that Fountain Port...
Oh, wait, you can actually... Okay.
But there was a way he could have played that differently. He could have played tapped the Fountain Port and the Plains, theoretically, but maybe he wants to make a fish out. I mean, he's probably going to Tidebinder the Preacher trigger, I would...
Right, yeah, either way, yeah. I think they're asking the judge if Sharunas has made a land drop. Pretty sure that was the question. Yeah, there we go. Activate another map. And there is another Siren on the top of the deck. Don't like that one, so it hits the bin, but an extra counter on the Deep Cavern Bat. And now, when the Anchorage cannot be activated, we are gonna get in there.
For anybody joining right now, we are in turn number 1 of extra time.
Mm-hmm.
I think Sarunas is not realizing that the Anchorage can be activated.
So Tidebinder is going to stifle the Preacher trigger. Yep.
Still
all right.
2/4.
Still got a 2/4. He still can block. Not gonna draw an extra card, but it didn't really solve anything. Puts Marco to 6. Passes the turn. I mean, yeah, we still have a couple turns, or maybe 1 turn to draw a sweeper, but there is a Restless Reef on Sharunas' board.
Are you kidding me?
Did he draw a Day of Judgment?
Day of Judgment.
I mean, there is a Restless Reef on the battlefield.
Oh yeah, that's true, but he's at 6.
And you can end of turn play the Drowner, right? Oh, but you also need to play the negate, otherwise it's going to get No More Lies. So, yeah, we have a game on our hands.
Well, do you even play the negate, knowing that your opponent has the counter?
Yeah, I think I like keeping the Drowner for the future to tap the Anchorage.
Well, I would have just played nothing there, I think.
Or that. That's interesting. Okay, that's also a very interesting line. Yeah. So all the creatures hit the bin, and that leaves Marco with just a Tidebinder in hand.
Well, that was turn number 2. Passing now, turn number 3. So Sarunas has 2 attacks. I think. I mean, the Flood Pits and the Restless Reef, but oh no, a tap land. Oh, now he can't do both.
Is it a big deal though?
Oh, he can tap the fish next turn.
Oh, it is.
It's a bit of a big deal.
Yeah, well, if there's 5 extra turns, it certainly is a big deal.
Yeah, he has on turn number 3. He's gonna put him to 2. Then Marco can activate Anchorage. And then if the Anchorage gets killed, he can activate Fountain Port.
And he still has that.
And has still the fish and goes to 1.
He also still has a Tidebinder in hand.
Oh, he has a Tidebinder in hand as well.
I think this might actually be a draw. Marco certainly can't win.
No. And Sarunas, I think, barely.
I mean, it was a really cool match.
Yeah, for sure. That top deck Day of Judgment.
Yeah, that was crucial. The last one in the deck, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Only 1 copy. That was the pick your poison situation. Where do you play around counterspell? Do you play? I think Sarunas played that correctly though, and Marco Drew has 1 of Day of Judgment left in his deck. And
but wait, what turn is this? This is turn 3, right? This is not turn 4.
No, I'm pretty. No.
Oh no, it was turn 4. Okay.
It was the last turn.
Wow. Okay, long day, and that ends in a draw. So I guess congratulations to both players for finishing undefeated. I think you're still going to be pretty happy about not picking up a loss. I think at that point picking up a draw in round 8 it's not actually that bad.
No.
Round 2, round 3, that's horrible because you're still working towards getting 6 wins for the day. But now that both players are locked for day 2, usually a draw is good enough into the top 8, or a draw is good enough to pick up that Pro Tour slot. So I don't think either player is going to be too unhappy with how the game finished. But yeah, good stuff. I mean, we have Dimir mid-range and we have Azorius Control undefeated at the end of the day here in a format that has 30% or something of mono-red prowess. That is not something I had on my bingo card.
Yeah, I'm stoked to see it. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see more of them tomorrow. Also, I think X2 and 1 is probably a pretty safe spot for the top 8. So as you said, the draw is actually not that much of a downside at this point. It's just when you're trying to get into day 2 that then the draw very early in the tournament is bad. Yeah, good job on both of them.
Good stuff. Anything memorable that you thought was really cool today, or any of the decks we saw? Something that caught your eye?
I know 2 players on Jessica Oculus are 7-0.
We had Luis Gobert in the feature match this round, and yeah, there was somebody else as well.
Ricardo Moscato, who is an absolute beast. Also put out a free sideboard guide. Check that out on his X for the deck. And yeah, Jessica Control doing better than I expected. Tobias Nappi and Nilf, Shmuele, lots of players undefeated going into the last rounds of the day. So that's cool to see.
I was checking out the standings, I think last round, seeing all the 6-0 players. There was 16 6-0 players.
Yeah.
And I think there was 6 Jeskai decks between all the Oculus and Control stuff. Lots of Jeskai. I think those decks are well equipped against the fast red decks, and I think I only saw 1 mono red deck amongst the 16 6.
1 mono red and 1 is it prowess.
That is surprising, yeah. It's not as bad as it looks. Everybody always freaks out, oh my god, mono red, yeah, it's going to dominate. No, there is counterplay. Like, Standard is fairly diverse, and if you actually put in the time and all the preparation that these players have done, there are other decks as well.
Yeah, and I think that was the big question going into this weekend. Is Corey Steelcutter just going to obliterate everybody?
Yeah. It is a great card.
It is. But it is. But It doesn't seem, at least right now, it doesn't seem like that's the case. But we'll continue observing and hopefully come to a conclusion, especially with Frank digging deep into the data.
Yeah, we'll report back tomorrow. I think first thing in the morning we might just have Frank, with his metagame breakdown segment. But quick recap of the day. So this was round number 8. This was the last round of the day. We played standard. Tomorrow we're playing standard as well. All the 6-2 or better players. I guess you can have 5 wins and 3 draws.
Yes.
There might be someone.
That is true.
There might be someone playing Blue Eye Control who picked up a draw in the first round. Who knows? But yeah, 18 points necessary to make day 2. Tomorrow we're going to be playing 6 more rounds of standard before we cut into the top 8. Once the players are in the top 8, they already picked up a Pro Tour invite, but not just them. The actual top 36 picks up an invite to Pro Tour Atlanta, Edge of Eternities, which is modern, sometimes in October-ish.
September, yeah, late
September.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Top 2 players, they're going to qualify themselves for the World Championship, which is even cooler. So those 2 players are going to be set basically for the entire year.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's also $100,000 in money prizes.
Yeah. It's a lot on the line. Prestige, European champion, you could call yourself.
What else do we have here? So yeah, if you're trying to find some of these deck lists, you can head to MTG Melee. Look up the tournament. You can also put ! deck lists in the Twitch chat here. If you're looking at, perhaps getting some advantage over the competition at your local game store, look up magic.gg and search for the Metagame Mentor articles. That's where Frank posts all of his stuff every week. He's talking about the format that is currently the most important format. So the qualifying formats, or whatever the format of the RC is, of the Spotlight events. Make sure you check that out. And also thanks to Ultimate Guard for sponsoring the event. Make sure you check out ultimateguard.com as well. And I think that's going to be it from us for today. And anything else you want to mention before we leave?
Yeah, I just want to thank the viewers. We're having record numbers on YouTube. We're streaming both on YouTube and Twitch. I appreciate you all tuning in, commenting, liking, what have you, hanging out with us. It's been a pleasure to be here with you.
Likewise.
Team is amazing.
Shout out to CSL for great production. Also, make sure you head out to fanfinity.gg. You also follow this channel, follow their social media, because if you want to also find out about the upcoming Spotlight events, the upcoming regional championships, and maybe some really cool events in the future, make sure you also follow Fanfinity. That said, thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you for being here with us all day. We're going to be back here tomorrow, 9 a.m. local Italian time. Thanks for being with us. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, guys.
But I think that you know much better. Wait forever. My head is on straight. For once, and you will pay for yeah! I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then